Welcome to Sri Lanka, a land that's blessed with beauty, where the blue sky meets the ocean and the rocking lullaby of the waves is something that leaves an indelible impression on your mind. And amidst all this beauty, we'll shift our focus to cricket because we're here to cover the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. The India A side is going to be in action today. They take on UAE, and this match is coming to you live from the Sinhalese Sports Club in Colombo. I'm Raman Bhanot, with me Farwez Maroof in the hot seat. Let's very quickly take a look at the fixtures. Group A, remember, they got underway with match action yesterday. Sri Lanka A beating Bangladesh A by 48 runs. A high-scoring encounter at this very ground where 650 runs were scored. In the end, Sri Lanka, who'd made 349, emerging victorious. But Group B action commences today, of course, at the SSC. It's India A taking on UAE A, while just across the road at the Colombo Cricket Club, it's Pakistan A who will take on Nepal A. But keep an eye out on 19th of July. That's when Pakistan A will go up against India A. A lot to look forward to as far as cricket action is concerned. We've got Atul Vasan with the two captains for the toss.
Very good morning to everybody. It's a wonderful day, clear blue skies, gentle breeze blowing across the field, and we're all set for day two of this wonderful concept of having all the emerging cricketers in Asia together on the same platform. I've got the match referee, my contemporary, Gramdab Roy, former quickie from Sri Lanka. I've got the two captains from UAE A team and Indian A team, Yash Dul and Ali Nasser, ready for the toss. Are we ready, boys? Who's tossing the coin? Yash is tossing. Tails is the call from Ali.
Heads.
It's heads, so India A wins the toss. Yash, what are you going to do?
So we bowl first.
Bowl first. You must have seen the match yesterday. It was a high-scoring match here. Almost 650 runs scored.
Yeah.
So what's the plan?
So प्लान तो यही है कि हम थोड़ा मॉइस्चर है जो भी मॉर्निंग का हम फ़ायदा उठा सकते हैं उसके लिए हेल्प है हमारे लिए और हमारी अच्छा बॉलिंग साइड है तो हम अच्छा अपना अटैक करके खेलेंगे.
तो अब काफ़ी यू क्लॉकिंग लॉट ऑफ माइल्स एज अ कैप्टन एंजॉय कर रहे हो कैप्टनसी करना अलग अलग फॉर्मेट्स में?
नहीं सर, एक अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है हर एक फॉर्मेट में कैप्टनसी करने के लिए और सीखने को मिलता है. एक तो अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस मिल रहा है मेरे को.
And there are a lot of cricketers who have got a lot of top class experience. Abhishek है, ध्रुव है, रियान पराग है, तो काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंस होगा टीम में.
हाँ जी सर, अच्छा माहौल बना रखा है सब प्लेयरों ने. एज अ टीम सब अच्छा है, एक दूसरे को बॉन्ड अच्छा है हमारा. एज अ टीम हम सारे उठ रहे हैं और अपना रोल सबको पता है कैसे खेलना है हमें.
तो मैं सायराज को देख रहा हूँ, वो भी बिल्कुल फिट लग रहा है. वो भी इज लुकिंग लाइक अ प्लेयर, यंग प्लेयर. सो
सायराज सर तो सर यंग बॉय है हमारी टीम के लिए.
चलो, ऑल द बेस्ट, हैव अ गुड गेम. यार,
थैंक यू सर.
Ali, so you are batting first on this pitch. Would you bat it first if you won the toss?
Actually, our plan was to bat first. I think we got what we wanted at the end.
Yeah, so you must have seen a lot of these players play on TV in the IPL and all. So any plans for a particular player?
Yeah, I think we all have our plans set for all the batsmen and the bowlers, so hopefully we can execute them really well.
So you had a fairly decent outing in Zimbabwe in the qualifiers. You were just there, different conditions. How are you coping?
Very different, yeah. It was actually quite cold there compared to here, so I think it'll be a good challenge for all of us to get used to the heat. I mean, all of us play in Dubai, which is even hotter than this, so that'll be good for us.
Some I see very young players, a lot of inexperience in the team. Is it going to be costing you a little bit?
Hopefully not. I mean, I think our team's average age is like 20, 21, so it'll be a good experience for all of us and a good learning curve for everyone.
I'm looking forward to see you all. Have a good one. Right?
Thank you.
Okay, cheers. So the news is that India has won the toss and they've chosen to bowl first. But let's have a good look at the pitch because it looks a beautiful track. I mentioned the weather. It's a nice breeze. It's a beautiful ground, lush green trees. So I'm sure there's some juice in the pitch. There was overnight rain yesterday, but today it looks like bone dry. And it's got this brown grass on it. And I think the carry will be very nice. There won't be much turn or spin as yet, but maybe later on in the day, there might be some parts here where they might just bowling marks will afford some spin to the spinners. But I think all in all, Indian bowlers would do well to enjoy the moisture early up with the new ball. And I'm sure they will pick up some good wickets. But I'm hoping to have a good show from the UAE boys as well.
So that's the news from the centre, that it's the India A captain Yash Dul who's won the toss, and India A electing to field first. That's the lineup for UAE A, and a lot of players to watch out for in that as well. Sanchit Sharma, one to look forward to in that UAE 11. But look at that India A lineup, and you'd see a lot of familiar faces. Players who've done very well for their state sides. Then, of course, had a stupendous run in the just concluded IPL as well. So great opportunity for some of these young guns to shine here. As they say, this is the platform where heroes are made, stars which will become superstars of tomorrow. Aryan Sharma is going to open the batting for UAE. 9 matches, 136 runs, strike rate of 76. Those are his List A career numbers. Parvez Maroof with me in the hot seat. It'll be a challenge for these young boys. Jonathan Figgy with 155 runs in 4 matches. A very impressive strike rate. Look at that, over 200. He likes to have a go against the bowlers. That's a pretty healthy strike rate to have.
Morning to Raman. Morning to all our viewers. Harshit Rana. Still an early day. It's in his List A career, but heard a lot of things about this young man. Could move the ball. Very much looking forward to having a look. Skipper Yashdo winning the toss and bowling first on a used pitch. It was used yesterday as well. Very interesting call. But he did say that there is some moisture and they try to exploit the early on conditions. And I think wickets with the new ball is a must for India.
First ball of the match. Movement all right. The radar will need a little adjustment, but definitely movement on display for Harshit Rana. Oh, look at that.
Predominantly an in-swing bowler, isn't he? Maybe an option to have a mid-wicket as well. Early on at ACC, the ball tends to hang a little bit, just like that soft ball bounce, maybe a good option to have. But nevertheless, early on going the basic 2 slips is not a bad plan. But encouraging his seam movement as well as good bounce.
Absolutely. Picked up 5 wickets playing for KKR. In the recently concluded IPL, and those 6 matches that he played, impressed everybody with the pace and the intensity that he brings to the table when he's playing.
Yeah, very good movement. He's bowling, he's wide off the crease as well. Expectedly for a in-swing bowler, most of the time the right armers tend to go a little wider from the umpire just to push it across. But Aryan Shah will be mindful of the ball swinging back in, not to getting hit in the front pad or the stumps.
Oh, that's a loose. The bat hanging so loose away from the body. He was just trying to flay at it. Very lucky Aryansh doesn't get bat on ball.
His eyes lit up, didn't he? As soon as he saw so much width outside the off stump. Probably Harshit Rana starting from way outside the off stump, trying to bring the ball back into the right hand. But when it doesn't swing, it just goes gun barrel straight, and it's an opportunity for the batsman to free his arms. But at this occasion, Aryan Sharma was beat for pace.
Ken Jagn back in. First runs on the board for UAE as Aryansh opens his account as well with that single. He's getting good bounce off the deck, Harshit Rana, Parvez. That's the interesting part. A couple of times when he beat the bat, there's also the extra bounce that he's getting.
With the height that Harshit Rana delivers the ball, naturally he will get that bounce. As a bowler with using the maximum height as possible. Most of the time we've seen tall bowlers crumbling in the knees and don't get that elevation fully to these to the bowler's advantage. But with Harshit Rana, I just feel there are lots of things to be worked out. But looking at him first time, very impressive. And he'll bowl well against the left-handers. He'll enjoy as well. Going across 2 slips. I think the outside edge will be threatened against the left-hander more than the right-hander.
And the initial thought was to go around the wicket to the left-hander, Jonathan. He's now switched back to over the wicket. A pad line delivery that's gone straight to the hands of the fielder at fine leg. Jonathan's got to be really disappointed with that. He thought he had a free hit away to the boundary, picked the man at fine leg, and he's gone without scoring.
Nitish Kumar Reddy at fine leg did not move an inch. He was straight into him. Not a bad shot by Jonathan Figgy. For a moment, he would have thought he had got the gap. First ball he faced. It was a loosener by Harshit Rana down the leg side, but how unfortunate was Figgy. Only could he say is bad luck. Gone without scoring. UAE 1 for 1.
Harshit Rana claiming his first wicket in this edition of the tournament. Picks up the wicket of Jonathan. Really a loose delivery that could have gone for runs. In the end, it gets him a wicket. And first ball duck for Jonathan Figgy. Ansh Tandon now walks out into the middle for UAE. 3 matches, just 10 runs, an opportunity for him to prove himself here at the List A level. 1 ball still remaining in Harshit Rana's over. Another left-hander replacing the one who's been dismissed.
So much activities in the first over itself. Plenty of action. Yep. We had deliveries outside the yaw stump. Was left, was chased. And all of a sudden, Jonathan Figgy got the middle of the bat. Almost like a freebie down the leg side. Unfortunately, the fine leg fielder was found. All happening here. Remember, India won the toss and bowling first. Early on, they tried to maximize the early conditions at Sinhalese Sports Club.
And look at that. It was going down leg side. There's only one boundary rider on the leg side at fine leg, and he didn't have to move an inch. Nitish Reddy just got it on a platter. And those are the vagaries of cricket. A lot of times you bowl good deliveries, you don't get wickets. Like this one. This was a beauty. But Tandon survives, and that's the end of the over. UAE are 1 for 1.
It's all happening. Little bit more.
Aryansh is going to be on strike. He's batting on 1, but he'll have to face up to the left arm pace of Akash Singh. A face a lot of people watching back home in India would be familiar with, thanks to his exploits in the recently concluded IPL, where he played for CSK, was signed on late as a replacement, remember, for Mukesh, who was injured, and then grabbed the chance that he got with both hands, picked up 5 wickets there. He's got 14 wickets in his List A career.
Yeah, first made a name for himself during that Under-19 World Cup in South Africa. 2020. Swung the ball, had some good bounce, and I think he will enjoy bowling in this pitch. Straight away, having a short wicket in place is a good option against the right-hander, especially when the ball is swinging back into the right-hander.
He can clock pretty good speeds as well, can Akash Singh. But how quickly he settles into his rhythm. Straight away, on the money. Not express pace, but definitely he's focused on the line that he wants to bowl at.
Almost like a bowler bowling in the morning hours at SSC. You can sacrifice a bit of pace and trying to pitch it up and get some movement. There was some movement, and competing with Harshit Rana is not the way to go for Akash Singh. Left armer's angle is very important to the right-hander. And if you get the front foot across your body, most of the time we've seen getting hit in the front pad.
Just looking at the footwork of the UAE batsman, even Aryansh, when he was facing up against Harshit Rana in the previous over, and this delivery that he's faced against Akash Singh, the feet really seem to be stuck to the batting, to the crease.
I think Aryan Sharma is quite mindful of the ball swinging back into him and not so comfortable committing his front foot. He's waiting for something straighter, trying to clip it through the leg side. Don't want to put his leg across and get thumped on the front pad. That's the only thing I can think of.
White ball.
That's going to be a wide. Extra runs being added on to the total for UAE, the first extras that India have conceded today. I can't quite understand that point that you don't want to commit yourself on the front foot.
And the body weight would be, but not the front pad. Especially with the left arm swinging back in. Right hand is mindful of not getting hit in the front pad. That's what the point I was trying to make. But I think the pace is not as so explosive. So I think the openers could get away with it. But it's all about starting well. At the moment, UAE looking down the barrel with the wicket being fallen in the first over itself.
Off the pad. That's the reason why the ball doesn't have a lot of pace on it. Still wait for the official signal from the umpire. And what's his call? Leg byes. Yes, it will be.
And that's the swing I was talking about. But at this juncture, I think Akash Singh is starting the in-swinger quite straight. Ideally, somewhere close to fourth off stump and probably finishing at third off stump. Or hitting the middle stump. That should be the target. But at the moment, he hasn't got his radar right.
It's a 5-4 field that Akash Singh's got. He's got 5 on the offside, 4 on the onside as well, including a man at short mid-wicket in catching for that delivery that might come in. This is the ball I was talking about, but it's been clipped away, and this will be a boundary. That'll give a lot of confidence to Aryansh.
But there was some swing back onto the pad. I don't think it was hitting the leg stump. It was down the leg side. Full. Aryan Sharma got a good piece of the willow. Beautifully played. That will give a lot of confidence to the young man. I like what I see from Akash Singh. Pitching it up, trying to swing, trying to pick up wickets with the new ball. I think that's the way forward for India.
The first boundary of the innings going Aryansh Sharma's way. He's the wicketkeeper batsman for the UAE A team. Again, it's just that line. First couple of deliveries of the over, probably better directed by Akash Singh. Then you've had deliveries that have been coming down at middle stump line, and therefore with the swing going down leg. And that's made it easier for the batters.
We haven't got the radar right, has he? He's much better than that. Saw him, as I said, during the Under-19 World Cup in 2020 in South Africa, and then IPL this year for CSK. What impressed me was CSK. So much young bowlers coming through, especially the Sri Lankan youngster Matisha Patirana as well, along with Mahesh Deekshana. That's the trust skipper Mos Dhoni has in his young gun of bowlers at CSK.
Yeah, look back at what Tushar Deshpande did, remember, in that season, along with Akash Singh and, of course, Patirana, the go-to bowler in the death overs. End of the over from Akash Singh. UAE A are 9 for 1.
चलो 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 यार लगे रे चल चल हर्षित इसको ओवर खिला दे विकेट तेरा है चल 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 भाई 150 है क्या 150 150 वो है चल चल थोड़ा जल्दी अक्की थोड़ा अंदर है अक्की अक्की और अंदर हो
9 for 1. Just 2 overs bowled, and we're almost about, what, 13 minutes in to the game. So you could hear the chatter from the wicket-keeper saying, come on boys, it's got to be quicker. And that's purely because I think they're taking their time between overs, this Indian side. Clipped away. There is protection in the deep. Just another single.
The wicketkeeper Jurel will be wanting plenty of overs with the new ball when there is some help for the bowlers in the pitch. I think that's the right call. The sun is beating down. Whatever help for the fast bowlers won't remain long. You try and get it as soon as possible. This same pitch was used yesterday. Plenty of runs, had good bounce with the new ball. The spinners, there was some help for them as well. And the batters who dig deep did score some runs as well. So this pitch offers everything. It's all about starting well. And there's lots of runs to be made.
It's a good delivery. Right in the block hole. Again with the angle as well. Just a quick question here, Faraz. You know, this pitch was used. It's the same pitch that's being used today that was used yesterday. Do you think they'll have something more in it for the spinners later on as the day progresses?
I think he should. We saw Dushan Hemanthi last evening did, as a wrist spinner, get some purchase. I think more than the finger spinners, the wrist spinners will have help, but it will slow down. With the sun beating down at SSC, it will get slowed down, but it's all about huge appeal. Probably going down the leg stump. Not interested the umpire. Indians can't believe, but it looked very, very close. And remember, there's no DRS been used for this Emerging Cup. I just think, I saw my naked eye, I thought it was going down the leg side.
Yes, where was the point of impact? Again, outside the leg stump. It pitched outside the line of legs, so really nothing there. The umpire getting it spot on.
A good decision by the umpire, way outside the leg stump.
Rahul Asher and Morshid Ali Khan, the two on-field umpires. Off the leading edge and it drops short. He's squaring the batsman up completely. Hunch Tandon was in all sorts of problems.
Squaring the left hand, as well as there was some extra bounce by Harshit Rana. Take a look at this. It is a slice of the bat and the car point fielder agonizingly. Oh, maybe a dive. Not really. I think it's Abhishek Sharma at car point. But encouraging stuff by Rana. Giving his all, getting some bounce off this pitch. And this is exactly what you need from your fast bowler in the toss bowling first. You need your two fast bowlers unleashing their full effort.
Again, this is going to be runs, and 4 of them. It's played fine. When there isn't any movement, then the line that he's going to start off at is just going to be a leg stump line and easy pickings for the batsman.
Yeah, spot on, Raman. When he doesn't swing from that line, you're flirting with danger. Just had to get some bat starting around leg stump, and nicely played. Kept his head position quite straight, wasn't falling over. Deep in his crease, using the pace. I think Nitesh Rana, if he could start around middle stump and the off stump and move across to the left-hander's off stump, he'll be more dangerous with two slips in place rather than trying to bowl too straight. And changing the angle, this time coming round the wicket, which I think is a good option. Very good option.
And now change of angle, yes, as you said, he's coming round the wicket, probably trying to make the batsman play a little more and maybe attack that off stump. Yes, that's the idea. That's the idea. And look at where the keeper's collected that ball. It's the carry that he's getting. 3 overs gone, 14 for 1.
Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I speak about. Yeah.
Good bounce on display for Harshit Rana. Akash Singh relying a little more on swing, the left armour. got a couple of deliveries in the right channel, the first two deliveries of his spell, and then sprayed it down the leg side to the right-hander. This time width on the off stump. Just needs to settle into some rhythm, Akash Singh.
Hitesh Rana, last ball of his over. Take a look at this for pace and bounce. Just outside the off stump, beaten. Take a look where wicketkeeper collects it. Impressive, isn't he? Exactly what we spoke about. Start on the off stump and move it across and get those slip fielders in play. Impressive. This young man who played for KKR in the just concluded IPL. Getting the swing bounce. Very impressive.
Has picked up wickets for KKR in that previous IPL season. Down leg. Now that's the problem. That's the problem that is plaguing Akash Singh. And I said that radar needs adjustment. The first delivery, a little wide outside off stump. Second delivery, overcompensating, bowling it down leg.
Yeah, the huge difference in pace as well comparing the two fast bowlers. I've seen Akash Singh unleash much quicker. But maybe just bowling within himself, not comfortable, running in. But if he gets it right, if he gets the length right, I think it'll still be dangerous, just like Harshit Rana.
He's very capable once he gets that radar going. Brilliantly fielded. That was a full-blooded drive and well stopped in the cover region.
Yeah, Sai Sudarshan at extra cover. Beautiful bit of fielding. Clearly saved a boundary. This time, again, pulling way outside the off stump, looking to bring the ball back into the right-hander. But a beautiful stroke as well by the batter. Unfortunately, just found the fielder. Deserved a boundary, didn't it?
Great effort by Sai Sudarshan. He's having a dream run last couple of seasons. Done well on the domestic circuit, had a great IPL. Superb 96 run knock in that final for Gujarat Titans.
I first saw Sai Sudarshan during the TNPL about 2 years ago. I was the mentor for the Laika Kowai Kings. That's the first time I saw him. And I told him, the captain, Shah Rukh Khan, who was captain TNPL, Laika Kowai Kings team, he'll be a star in the future. The way he bats, the time he has to the pace for facing fast bowlers and spinners, the way he uses his feet. And this year, what a breakthrough he had for Gujarat Titans. And what a pick by the Gujarat Titans. And all of a sudden, they've unleashed a star who's going to make it big.
Oh, look at those numbers. 362 runs in those 8 matches that he played. Batting at number 3, getting those crucial runs, controlling the innings. Brilliant prospect.
That was the most impressive part about Hardik Pandya's captaincy for me. He was very cool under pressure. Just reminds me a bit of MS Dhoni there at mid-off. He's not putting any pressure on his bowlers. Yes, he had the service of Mohammad Shami, Mohit Sharma, all these experienced players. But the body language shows a lot of things, and unleashing these stars. Take a look at these numbers.
Oh yes, the second youngest player to score a half century in an IPL final. Would have got 100 had he got 4 more. What a knock it was. Unbelievable. Previous List A tournament at 610 runs, averaging over 76. The IPL was brilliant. You know, when all eyes are on you, you're playing for the defending champions, you're batting at number 3, you're in a star-studded lineup, and then you perform. Just kind of gives you a clear indication of the talent that he has.
Beaten just outside the off stump. It's just like the first IPL. I was part of the IPL in the first 3 years, playing for Delhi.
Akash Singh, just keep an eye out on his follow-through. He's just gone and stepped onto the danger area. This was a couple of deliveries ago. And he's gotten a warning from the umpire for stepping onto the danger area. There you go.
He was right at the business end. You cannot do that. You need to break away. Akash Singh. He was just coming across and not breaking away. Lovely IPL story coming up, which I shared with my friends as well, which we'll talk about in the next over.
For the moment, something more to think about for Akash Singh. Oh, still, I think it's playing at the back of his mind. 4 overs gone. UAE are 15 for 1.
बढ़िया राणे
Remember, the India A captain Yashdol won the toss, selected to field first. Got a wicket in the very first over. Did Harshit Rana. Got Jonathan out first ball. That was the fifth ball of the over, all right, but the first ball that Jonathan faced. Since then, these two seem to be stitching together a partnership here. Aryan Sharma and Ansh Tandon. But problems for India because Akash Singh has been issued a warning. The left armour called in that previous over for stepping onto the danger area.
Yeah, straight down the track. What he does is he runs in an angle, gets close to the stumps. Lovely run up coming into the stumps, good grip as well. And all of a sudden he bowls it. Not the first step. Take a look at the second step. That's the danger area. You cannot do that. You need to move away as soon as possible.
Slashed away, and that will be four because third man was wide. And a welcome boundary. Lucky one, all right, but a welcome boundary for UAE.
At that occasion, the ball did not swing back into the right hander. There was plenty of width outside the off stump. And what Aryan Sharma did was swing hard. As they say, when you go outside the off stump, swing hard and outside it with the pace. But Harshit Rana delivers the ball. It's a matter of time that flies across to the boundary. It's good batting. When if anything loose, when he gets it, bouncing on it.
Still persisting with two fielders in the slip cordon, Yashdol. Off the meat of the blade, it's a firm push and he's found the gap. And that will be for more controlled aggression from Aryan Sharma here.
Just a push through the offside. Found the middle of the bat. Not much of feet movement by Aryan, but take a look at that. With the high elbow and the body weight transferring towards the shot. But in the end, most importantly, found that gap, and that will give a lot of confidence to the young man. Harshit Rana doing the right thing, pitching it up, bowling just outside the off stump, trying to get the ball back into the right hander, but when it doesn't swing, this is what happens. Offside opens up.
Back-to-back boundaries. And suddenly this is turning out to be a double-digit over now. 4 deliveries gone. They've already got 10 runs off it.
A big over for UAE, recovering from the first over, lost the first wicket. Figgy caught at deep fine leg. Rana coming round the wicket to the left hand. That's a very dangerous option for UAE as far as I see it. If he gets the right length and the right line, he'll be in business. Running repairs to the bat after that stroke.
I think you just want to ensure that if there's any taping, there's nothing loose that'll make some sort of sound that'll put any doubt in the umpire's mind in case the ball goes close to the edge of the bat. You don't want any loose ends hanging around.
Worst what you could have is a handle which makes noises, and I've seen it many times in domestic cricket. Umpires given the batsman caught behind, whereas the sound or the noise comes from the handle of the bat.
As a bowler, you wouldn't mind it. You say, okay, great. Use all the squeaky handles that you can.
Bowlers have it really hard. Once in a while, giving them that option, you don't mind, do you?
Spoken like someone who would love to get those wickets against his name, like he always had in his career. Parvez Maroof. Harshit Rana's got 1 against his name in this match so far. It's turning. The temperatures are now heading up north. That's a great delivery. Great delivery to end the over. 5 gone, 25 for 1.
चलो चल चल आकाश चलो चलो बैक टू फील्ड पोजीशंस बॉयज.
Now the problem here is that we've got temperatures, of course, going up north. Now the fact is, as a fast bowler who's been putting in the effort, bending your back, trying to extract that extra bounce that Harshit Rana was able to extract in the 3 overs that he's bowled, the question is, how long can he continue in this spell and be as effective?
Playing in these conditions, Raman, with my experience, I can say that clearly the preparation starts 2 days before the game. That's where your water intake to the body, your protein intake, your carbs intake, everything has to be monitored. But this is the run-up of Akash Singh. And the problem is, as soon as he takes the first jump and then the front foot goes across and moves away, not the first foot, the second foot. That's the danger area, right in line of the little white line, but you see right next to the stumps. That's a good call by the umpire. Generally, when a fast bowler does not bend the back, did not put the effort, they tend to run straight at the pitch, which you can't do in any forms of cricket. So now what Akash Singh is doing, bowling just outside the stumps, where he usually bowls, he has gone a little away. That to correct it, so that might change his angles as well. And the swing, what he did get, he's going to lose it automatically.
Well, it's got to play on his mind as well. And the umpire, with every delivery that he's bowling, walking down a couple of steps, has he gone a little wider? Yes, the approach to the popping crease is a lot wider. After he was warned, he's gone wide all right, but it's just that angle that it doesn't change. He's running in at an angle, and that angle doesn't change on the follow-through.
And all the effort balls, which he had before the warning, quite swung, and there was some decent pace. Everything goes out of the window as soon as you go away, because your lines, your lengths can differ, especially the moment Akash Singh relies on swing, and he's not going to get swing bowling that far away from the umpire. So these are the little things. I'm not sure who's the bowling coach of India. He has to have a look and work with Akash Singh going up to the rest of the matches as well as for the future, because he has huge prospect, but clearly has an issue in his follow-through.
I have some work to do there. And you can see it's playing on his mind, because even on his follow-through, every time he's just turning around to check with the umpire. Is it fine? I hope I'm not stepping onto the danger area, having a chat. The umpire at times strolling down the pitch, taking a couple of strides to see where he's landed. More runs.
Yeah, all of a sudden a technical problem becomes a mental problem then, and your focus shifts to the umpire and asking every delivery what's going on, and then all the attributes being that swinger bowler, he's going to lose it. This is something that this young man got to work for the future.
Sir, checking. Umpire, checking 2 legs.
Well, they've got their task cut out. The India A team management.
It's not a problem you can rectify overnight. It'll take a little while, because all of a sudden your body movements, which you're used to from the younger days, all of a sudden you got to change it. It's not going to be easy, but for a better future and to maximize his abilities, he has to adjust it as soon as possible.
So something that the team management needs to be looking at. Satanshu Kotak, remember, is the head coach for this side. There's Sairaj Bahutale, who's the spin bowling coach as well. Munish Bali, I think, is the fielding coach with the side. So lots of stuff to be done. Last ball of the over coming up. Akash Singh. It's going to increase the headache of the captain as well about how long does he continue with Akash? Does he risk too many overs from him right now? He's already been warned once. End of the over. 6 gone, 26 for 1.
चलो चलो quick changes.
Yeah, change the umpire.
उधर से आओ. चलो 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 यार जल्दी जल्दी quick changes. Top stop lad. Top stop lad.
जुलूस का क्या आपका?
Top stop lad. चल चल यार बॉल की तरह यार विकेट
Trying to resurrect the innings after that early loss of a wicket. UAE with Aryan Sharma and Ansh Tandon stitching together a partnership. 26 for 1 after 6. Would you, as a bowler, look to change ends for Akash Singh? Maybe he's been called by the umpire at the pavilion, and he's been called for stepping onto the danger area.
Oh, beautiful
Do you switch ends? Forget about switching off, because the batsman here, Aryan Sharma, is definitely switched on. What a beautiful shot for 4.
I tell you what, Aryan Sharma, in the previous over against Harshit Rana, there was a couple of boundaries, but this one, tops for it. Middle of the bat, and that went like a traceable again. Way outside the awesome, trying to get the ball back into the right hand. That was not swing. And at that occasion, only thing was some bat swing. Straight away, the second slip moved across to short extra cover. Lovely batting by the opener from UAE.
6-3 field, 6 on the off, but
Yes.
when you bowl middle and leg, you're always going to be conceding runs. There'll always be gaps to pick up. But clever batting by Aryan Sharma, and we talked about his footwork. He doesn't really show a lot of foot movement, you know, as the initial trigger movement to face up to the fast bowler. Relies a lot more on hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, definitely. Not much believer of moving the front foot, is he? This last ball playing close to his rib cage. Typical fast bowler's replay after getting smashed for a boundary. Digging it short, but not getting height there. Harshit Rana.
I think he's got a measure and number for Harshit Rana as Aryan Sharma. Again, talking about hand-eye coordination, just look at this. Not much foot movement, but it's just that hand-eye coordination. He's not afraid to play away from the body, but he does get it off the meat of the bat. That's taken. That's a great catch by Dhruv Jurel. What a fantastic catch down leg side. And Ansh Tandon will have to go.
How unlucky is that? Down the leg side. If he had not got the bat, would have called a wide delivery. And that wicket, I think Dhruv Jurel should be having it more than Harshit Rana down the leg side. Take a look at this for a catch. Oh, unlucky. Unlucky. Ansh Tandon, for a moment he would have thought it's another boundary down the leg side towards the fine leg. But in the end, a magnificent catch by Dhruv Jurel of Harshit Rana. Picks up the second wicket for India. Just what they needed. Winning the toss, bowling first. Tandon gone for 5 of 14. UAE 31 for 2. So much activities. The guys made me to marry Raman today as well, all students.
$31 for 2. That's the score for UAE. They've lost another wicket, and once again another left-hander falling to a delivery that was going down leg side. Jonathan Fiji also out in a similar fashion to a delivery down leg, which he played straight down the throat of fine leg, And now you've had the wicket keeper taking a good catch. Lovepreet Singh walks out into the middle. Just 9 runs, playing his 4th List A match. Strike rate of 36. He'd like to improve those numbers now that he's got an opportunity here to play for the A side of UAE in the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. But 2 wickets for Harshit Rana. A Delhi boy. Take another look at that wicket-taking delivery.
Brilliant catch. Absolutely magnificent down the leg side. Reaping his rewards of bowling quick, bowling with plenty of efforts. Harshit Rana. But in the end, I just thought Anish Tandon was pretty unlucky down the leg side. Generally, batsmen are unlucky when they're caught down the leg side. Especially with a bowler who's taking away from the left hand and all of a sudden down the leg side and you miss it. Interesting fielding set up for Lovepreet Singh. Comes a man under the lid at short square leg. There's no short extra cover. Maybe trying to bounce him out.
Oh. Well, they call it the red herring effect. You show him the forward short leg or the short square and you bowl full.
A typical bluff, isn't it? Lovepreet Singh will be expecting probably something short and all of a sudden a bluff by here. Harshit Rana, full bunger, but just outside the yaw stump. Anything straight, I thought it would have been crashing to the stumps. This good captaincy, I like this by the skipper. Yash though, straight away trying to be aggressive, not showing any love to Lovepreet.
A great effort behind the stumps by Dhruv Jurel to take that catch. Had a fantastic outing in the middle order, batting for Rajasthan Royals as well in the IPL. It's a good over from Harshit Rana, a wicket-taking one that's come to an end. 7 gone. It's 31 for 2.
Yes.
Two wickets in the first 7 overs for India, both going the way of Rana. And we're going to see a change in bowling. First change of the day as Nitish Kumar Reddy comes in. 20-year-old, very young sides, both of these two teams. Just 10 wickets in his List A career. Great to be with you. How are you? It's like to get through the first ball. That's good, yeah. Right on the money to start with, and it gives me the chance to bid a very good morning to Atul Wasan, the former India international. Atul, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Andrew. What a beautiful day it is. Yes, hot and humid, but clear blue skies, lovely ground. I have not played matches here. Very pleasant, gentle breeze in the morning. This was unlucky, I must say, because whenever somebody get caught down the line, down the leg side, it's always unlucky. But 2 lucky wickets for Harshit Rana. He was pacey. The 2 wickets that came maybe of those deliveries which were not the best. He bowled some very good deliveries, just came in hard. That's what I like to see about a young fast bowler.
Yeah, huge amount of talent on show, not just from the Indian side, but also the UAE team. It's going to blow your mind how young these two sides are. I'm just doing some numbers overnight, and both sides clearly looking towards the future with these sides. Both A teams. Nicely clipped away, very stylish. Nothing better than one on your pads early. And Aryan Sharma, who impressed at that ICC Men's Cricket World Cup qualifier down in Zimbabwe, made his maiden ODI 50 in his previous innings, continues to shine. Gorgeous stroke.
Just a gift from Reddy. Just the ball drifting in. This is what some young fast bowlers do. They try to probably swing the ball away from the right-hander, starting from middle and leg. Very hard to do that in these conditions. Maybe in England you can do that again, but this one just drifting and kept on going with the arm. This is a better line, backed offside. And Orange is looking good. He's just gotten behind that ball, stood tall and punched it. Good technique, very impressive. You must have seen a lot of these young boys from UAE because you were based there, Andrew. You've been tracking these young blokes from right from the days of the Under-19 World Cups.
Yeah, they've had a really good record in recent times too. Only one qualifier for each region, the 5 ICC regions in all Under-19 World Cups, and UAE and Nepal have had a real joust over recent times, and UAE have got the best of it, qualifying for the 2018, 2020 and 2022 Under-19 World Cup, and also for the first time in their history, UAE winning the plate section, finishing 9th in total. Every single one of the players, with the exception of Mohammed Jawadullah, is 22 years or less. Jawadullah is only 24. Average age of this team, 20.4. And I'll tell you about India in a moment. 8 overs have been bowled. It's 35 for 2.
Winning the battle by 0.36. 20.45, 20.81.
He's taking this average. The mic is...
Mohammed Jawadullah. Beautiful left arm flick.
Yeah, the battle of youth, the battle of the future. Just talking about the average age of these two sides. UAE 20.45. And then this India A team, captained by the 20-year-old Yashdal. And then nobody older than the 22-year-old vice-captain Abhishek Sharma. It's the average age of India's A team, just 20.81. How old do you feel up here, Atul?
Well, just when the letters were delivered by pigeons. That was the time he started playing cricket. But the captain, Indian captain Yashdal, is only 20 years old, and he's made such an impact after winning that 2019 World Cup as a captain for India. Then went on to make his debut for Delhi in Ranji Trophy. Got 100, got a double 100, and was elevated to the captaincy job for the state team straight away in this first season. So you can see that I asked him that he was clocking a lot of miles as a captain already. At the age of 20, he's been captaining various formats and is captaining India A already. So it's quite a feather in his cap. And I think it has helped his game also, because once you make a young bloke captain, then he starts thinking about other aspects of the game also, and that definitely helps his in sorting out his game plan. 35 dots in this inning already.
What kind of pressure is there on young cricketers in India? We see that the selectors have gone with youth, which is at this style of a tournament, the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup, a really good thing to go with. Captain of that Under-19 World Cup winning team. But with the scale of love for the game in India comes an awful lot of expectation. You think of India Under-19 captains, you immediately think of Virat Kohli. Is there an expectation on Yashdal already at the age of just 20?
Yes, I've seen it happen a few times already, because it happened with Shikhar Dhawan, especially from Delhi, because I played for Delhi. I was chairman of selector for Delhi. I'm the chairman of the Cricket Advisory Committee of Delhi. So I've seen this cycle go a few times, and as soon as Shikhar Dhawan became a big star when India won the World Cup Under-19 at that time, he was immediately tipped to play for India. This is the Indian A squad. The India, just to remind the viewers who've just joined us, that they won the toss and they've elected to field first. But then the same thing happened, and Shikhar Dhawan couldn't make the next step for a few years, and suddenly he was left very despondent, because he felt that the game is getting away from him, his life is going away, and he was very desperate. And then the Virat Kohli came along. A lot of players who were under Shikhar Dhawan went on to play for India, and he could not make that step. Finally, when he did, the rest is history. But and then Unmukh Chand came along. That's the story as well. Because then Unmukh Chand came because Shikhar and Virat had already taken that step. So it was taken for granted that he will do the same. But when it doesn't happen, because there's no guarantee, and then that's the time. So Yash Dhal, that's his record. I hope that this feeling is not given that it's once you do that, once you win the Under-19 World Cup, it's not guaranteed that you're going to make the next step forward.
Yeah, of course, Chand has very famously made that step over to the USA now. She debuted overnight there in new MLC competition. Pressure expectation isn't necessarily a bad thing. But with that expectation in a country like India, if you do find yourself out of favour and not in something like an Indian A team, it can be difficult to get back in. There's so much cricket that goes on now. You look at the IPL, you look at the Ranji Trophy. How do you find your way back in if you do find your way out?
Well, that's the problem, because everybody knows that IPL is a marquee event. So if you do well in an IPL, immediately you catch the eye. But Ranji Trophy is very essential. Your domestic season is important, and that's what selectors should always think, that they should take a holistic approach. Just not look at IPL and get excited and pick players. They should look what he's done, around the year for his state team. And there are so many players coming through. There's so much competition that if you're out of form for a few innings, then you might just fall off.
Unable to get it away, a little bit fuller this time. Might have been the cutter from Akash. The depth, the strength of the game, it's never been better in India than right now.
Oh, I'm telling you that the players coming out of your ears at this point. Even in the lower, this team is called India A team, but it's not essentially India A team. It's Indian juniors. It's just maybe India under 23s, you can call it. There are maybe two sets of players who are not playing top grade cricket for India, who can actually contest that they have to be picked for India A. But and then because of the three formats also, it is something of a challenge for the selectors to fit players, and you cannot slot young players into formats already, because if you do that, then it might just stifle the development of the player. 9 gone is 36 for 2.
Yeah, I get over that. Kashfi Jaswal. Jaswal. Just ask you about him as a young man. Talking about youth here. Still better. Yeah.
5th edition of this ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. Great to have it back.
Okay.
We have had obviously a break through the COVID pandemic, and we'll return to hopefully once every 2 years, I suspect, after this. Part of an enhanced structure put in place by the Asian Cricket Council, which is giving extraordinary opportunity to young men and young women all across the region in all formats, T20 cricket, 50 over cricket, all building up as part of the pathway to the Asia Cup. And in a World Cup year, you think about a World Cup hosted in India. I won't take on the second here. Focus very much on 50 over cricket. That's great to see. How exciting a year is it with what's coming forward? The Asia Cup firstly, and then the World Cup on home soil.
Oh yeah, people just have to actually switch on their 50 over cap, because it's just T20s and Test cricket that is catching the eye, and Test cricket has become so exciting because of the quality, because of the brand of T20 cricket being played all over. And we see this baseball effect now in Test cricket, and that is very, very exciting. But 50 overs is something that has to actually reinvent itself, I think so. Because slashed outside off stump, and right between the first slip and the wicket keeper goes the boundary.
It's a life for Aryan Sharma. One of those tricky ones for the keeper, where he doesn't know, is he going for it? Is he leaving it to first slip? He's clearly gone for it. Probably got a feather of a glove on it too, but as a consequence, first slip, who's quite wide, won't have much of a chance. Drives away from his body, a flick of the glove, and runs away for 4.
But this is what happens when you keep a first fly slip. It's a fly slip, it's not first slip. And sometimes you want to cover more of an angle, and you can afford to keep that the third man fielder a bit wider. And this is what happens. It was just bisected beautifully. Another good delivery that. Aryansh has moved to 30. And that was a kind of a streaky boundary, but he's pretty sorted at the crease. But with this 50 overs, we can still have a chat later about what can be done to make its relevance more. And I think ICC has just made a statement that beyond 2027, they're going to just... MCC is saying that... I mean, they can tweak it a bit. They've tried few changes. But maybe 40 overs is the way to go forward.
Well, we're only in our first stint together. I don't want to upset you. I couldn't disagree more. I don't think the ODI game has ever been better. I think the move to 3 power plays works really well. I think with the first 10 overs where you've got 2 fielders out, then the middle 30 overs, 4 fielders out, then into the death overs, 5 fielders out. You've got a really nice structure, nice phase. Just had the most excellent ICC Men's Cricket World Cup qualifier in Zimbabwe. Upsets aplenty, high scores, really good quality. I think for me, ODI cricket or 50 over cricket gives you the best of everything in one day. Picked up with real disdain. Going to be just a couple of bounces and get towards the rope, and that's a stroke of authority, a statement of intent from young Aryansh Sharma. Impressive.
But where did this come from? He was just looking so sorted and so compact. And look at that. Just found that ball drifting in. And the best thing he did was didn't open his arms too much. Just played with a controlled swing and kept the shape. Just like a pitch shot.
Tries to repeat the dose, gets enough of it, but not out of the middle. The outfields have been pretty quick here. Don't think this will quite get to the rope, as the diving effort will keep it to 3. It's a really good over to close out that first power play for UAE. 12 runs have come from it. It's 48 for 2.
It's good to have the...
No, what happened?
Are you hearing him?
No. Acha, what happened?
What
No, I can't hear you.
No. I can now.
I can't.
चल 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 के
Oh, it's gone again.
यार पानी इधर भी ले आओ ना
Oh, यार ये खराब है. नहीं हो रहा. Okay, no. No, cannot.
Stylish start from Aryansh Sharma in particular. Youngster who, fresh off that maiden one-day international half-century down at the Men's Cricket World Cup qualifier in Zimbabwe, has impressed, scoring at nearly a run a ball. And fresh off his ODI debut, Lovepreet Singh, who played against the West Indies there in the UAE, has joined him. That is the end of the first power play. Into power play 2, now 4 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle, although I suspect Yashdal will not utilise all of them just yet. Just talking about this format and the different phases of the game. The ODI game has probably profited from the introduction to T20 cricket. There's been more powerful batting, higher scores coming along, and also for the bowlers with the 2 new balls operating in tandem. That's an innovation you've liked to see.
Yes, I think because the white ball gets cuffed very easy, but now in Indian subcontinent, that might be a disservice because Indian bowlers, I mean, we started getting used to the reverse swing, and then with the 2 new balls, that comes in a much later. And if it starts reverse swinging, that actually curtails the big scores. So the jury still, I'm speaking as a former fast bowler, so I would like to see scores being less. I don't enjoy these, run fests. I like small totals being contested well.
Driven on the up, nicely played by Sharma, who's looked really good so far. Have a look at the power play. These first 10 overs, power play 1. There's misfortune, wasn't there? Both the wickets actually that have fallen were strangles down the leg side of different styles. And then really, it's all been about Aryansh Sharma. 7 boundaries he's struck, all with elegance and grace. That was the second wicket to fall. So unlucky down the leg side. There's been strokes of the highest quality here, and that moment of fortune too. Impressive stuff from Sharma, 37. Great thing about this young UAE team, they've all come through that UAE development system. They've profited from the amount of cricket recently within the United Arab Emirates. Big development centres and great structures and facilities in Sharjah, in UAE, in Abu Dhabi, and you can see they're profiting from that, and they've got great wise heads coaching them too. You look at the former captain Ahmed Raza, who's here with this team. He says this is the best crop of youngsters that the UAE have ever produced.
Well, that's very promising then, because you know, world cricket is crying out loud for some more quality teams trying to compete with the top big boys, you know. And because of Zimbabwe just falling off the map a bit, and Kenya used to be, guys, remember Kenya doing very well in the World Cup, you know. Holland has been there and thereabout. Ireland has come through. So you want more teams which can just take the next step. And probably T20 was the format where we can expect these lesser teams to actually compete with the big boys.
Troubles here for Akash Singh. He looks in a bit of discomfort. I think it looks like the calf to me. So the trainer's going to come on. I think it's a good point you bring up. And world cricket's never been deeper or stronger. And that's the benefit of the structures that the ACC has in place now for the associates. You look at the three qualifiers here, UAE, Oman and Nepal. They have all come through the Men's Premier Cup that was held in Kathmandu. 8 teams there. And this UAE A team, it was the UAE senior team that fell in that final to Nepal, where Nepal qualified for the first time for an Asia Cup. But there's so much depth to world cricket now. There's been more associate cricket than ever before. That qualifier we just had in Zimbabwe was probably the best quality cricket I've ever seen from the leading associates. Scotland beat 3 Test nations there and didn't qualify. The Netherlands did qualify. They're off to India, and that's a Dutch side that was missing 9 of their senior players. 8 at county cricket, 1 injured. So the growth of the game globally is a real benefit. And next year, if you look at the T20 World Cup expanding to 20 teams and USA co-hosting, that's great to see.
I'm telling you, this is a wonderful time for to be a cricketer actually around the world. I remember playing one season in Holland in late 80s, played for Den Haag. And you know, Holland used to have many players playing over in the county circuit. And they were very good cricket there, but they didn't have natural turfs. We always used to play on AstroTurf. So that was, but now the cricket conditions are standardized all over the world because cricket is so big, and the money ICC gives to these countries to bring up their cricket is amazing.
Yeah, really good, both ACC and ICC. There's a focus now, particularly into that next right cycle, on expanding the number of games. You've got 8 teams here for the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. Looks like the physio might have worked his magic, and hopefully Akash Singh will be able to continue. This is the Group B action. Always one eye towards that Pakistan versus India clash, even though it's the A teams on the 19th of July. And right now, in action across the road, we've got Nepal, and they are taking on Pakistan A. Nepal winning the toss and choosing to have a bat first. They did lose some early wickets there, a little bit of trouble. That was the ground we were at yesterday. Something special about Colombo, isn't it? Look at all these cricket grounds we have in such close vicinity to each other.
I took a picture from Google Maps, and there were 6 cricket grounds next to each other. It's a beautiful sight. All those green patches right in the middle of Colombo city. And you're right, it's a wonderful location. And this ground is so picturesque. It just reminds me of an English county ground. Minus the sleet and the snow.
Well, speaking of snow, I was there in Africa, as you know, covering that Men's Cricket World Cup qualifier. Just had a couple of days then in Johannesburg. It snowed in Johannesburg. I've come from snow in Africa to 29 degrees heat, 85% humidity here in Sri Lanka.
Well, I should get my jackets on because I'm heading over to Zimbabwe in a few days' time.
Here's the African winter. You'll have seen much of that tournament on Star Sports. The quality of cricket, Sri Lanka the champions, very high. Zimbabwe so unlucky, huge crowds, weren't able to get over the line.
And the biggest shocker, and I was disappointed with the lack of quality from the West Indies. I couldn't imagine in my wildest dreams that the West Indies will not qualify for the main World Cup. Never, ever.
Yeah, champions of the inaugural 2 editions in 75 and 79. Not there. Sri Lanka had to do it the hard way, got through. Nicely played. Just half a stop at mid-wicket will be a single. And I think many will mourn that demise of the game in the West Indies.
I was just thinking about and feeling sorry for the legends who might be turning in their graves, you know, if they knew this is going to happen. And I remember when I made my debut, and we have sleepless nights if India had to play West Indies in the morning. As a bowler, you have to come up against Desmond Hayes and Gordon Greenwich. Viv Richards walks in. Again, the problem we see with Akash, he's probably cramping up a bit. It is a bit humid. And I think if it's not a strain or a tear, he should be all right with some electrolytes.
You also suspect, with it being his 5th over, he'll probably come off after this one. You don't want to do yourself an injury, particularly in the first game of the tournament.
And also, it's been 66 minutes since we started. We have only into our 11th over.
Yeah, he's struggling. I think he may be best served by just pulling out here. Someone's going to have to complete this over. You'd think he's in real trouble. And the last thing you want to do is, if you feel it's cramp or some kind of a niggle, is to actually do a proper calf strain tear. Again, the physio is being called into action. Somebody's going to have to complete this over. Looks like Abhishek Sharma, the vice captain, is going to take the ball. Well, we have this little break in play. Got to ask you about this new India kit. Lots of talk about it online. Looks a really good colour in a World Cup year. We're going to see that all around Mumbai, Bangalore, Delhi, Kolkata.
Yeah, I think the blue color, you know, all the shades have been tested. It's not the color. What I don't like about these cricket jerseys is the lack of collars, you know, because I'm a maybe old world, you can call me, from another generation, you know, old school. But I like collars, and you know, cricket, we used to play when t-shirts were not there. We don't remember the court wool, and then you used to sweat. It became like three times the weight.
Well, we're going to have 2 disagreements in our first stint. I love it. I think it's an absolute beauty. It
You're
really
a football
is.
fan, I think that's why.
I certainly haven't despised soccer. I'm a cricket man through and through. I love that. I think that's got great style, great panache. Look at the detail and the design around the BCCI logo too. This one will be a big seller, particularly in an Asia Cup year, in a World Cup year.
Well, I'm not focusing into micros as yet, but I'm just taking the macros. You know, imagine, you know, Imran Khan running with his collars up. You know, those were the days. You know, so I would like to see the collars on the t-shirts.
A few left arm spinners from the vice captain. Bit of bat involved. Just half an appeal, a stifled appeal. Rugby's kind of gone the same way. The collars have gone. But modern style. I don't think you and I quite have it anymore.
Yeah, remember those scarves some cricketers used to wear around the necks as well. Yeah. Lovely. He's the real deal. This guy is a top-notch cricketer, Abhishek Sharma. He's just there and thereabouts. He's had a couple of good seasons. You know, he does very well for his state team.
Yeah, the Indian youth sides in recent times have been prolific. Another World Cup winner here back in 2018, that under-19 ICC World Cup for India. Big appeal, and the finger goes up. The enforced change of bowling, it wasn't something that would have been in Yashdal's plans, as Akash Singh was supposed to finish this over. It's worked out, and Lovepreet Singh, who struggled a little bit in his short stay, has been trapped LBW by the Indian vice captain, and UAE have lost their 3rd.
It's a poor shot selection. I think Lovepreet, the ball was pitched right up, middle of the stumps. It just drifted again, and look at that. Nowhere for him to go, and pick the wrong line.
I think it's the drift that's got the wicket, really, isn't it? Definitely has angled in sharply, and the finger goes up. Not too much to think about. And even though we're only at the end of the 11th over, we're going to have a drinks break with Lovepreet Singh gone for 2. The score is 49 for 3. Has there ever been?
Yeah, something is wrong. What were you trying to say, boss? Something is wrong with this. Hello. Check 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's something wrong with Yeah.
You're in the director, okay? You got the director?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I do.
We'll ask you to see her ball a bit. Shashvi. Yes, sir. Gotcha. What was the graphic?
Yes, yes. You had some player interviews. Were you trying to? Yes. You've got. Oh.
तीनू इतना लंबा चेंज नहीं कर रहा है वहीं रहना रेड्डी खड़ा हुआ है रेड्डी को आने देना तू आ जा इधर ही रह
Was it right?
So an early drinks break after just 11 overs of action. We've had a few issues with some injuries. Akash Singh has gone off halfway through an over. And Lovepreet Singh has been dismissed. 3 wickets have fallen. 2 strangles down the leg side. Both pretty unlucky dismissals for the 2 left-handers. Excellent catch by Dhruv Durrell, the keeper. And the final ball before the drinks break. The vice-captain has struck to leave UAE in a spot of bother. And they're now going to face a trial by spin as another youngster, Manav Suthar, comes into the attack. Definitely signs of turn on the first day in our game yesterday across at the Colombo Cricket Club. And generally the surfaces here in Sri Lanka will be pretty helpful. What do you expect from young Manav Suthar?
Through and around.
Starts with the wide Manav Suthar. He's the main left-arm spinner in the team. Abhishek Sharma is more of a batting all-rounder. Bonus wicket from him, but yes, you're right. They're in a bit of bother. 51 runs out of that, 38 have been scored by Aryan. So except him, nobody has had a proper grip on the game so far. Hope business well Thapa can actually build up a small partnership, take the game forward. Run rate at this point is not a big matter. It can always be compensated later if you've got 2 well-set batsmen.
Nicely guided by Valthapa to get off the mark. Another one of the youngsters in this UAE side. I think everyone's a youngster out there, 22 years of age, and just 5 list day games for him. He'll improve in time. He's a stylish stroke maker, likes it through the offside in particular. And he'll face up to Suthar. And Suthar, edged and gone. A 20-year-old strikes, born in Rajasthan. He's had a flying start to his first-class career. Picked up 44 wickets in just 8 games, and he continues that wicket-taking form. UAE in big bother.
Lovely drift, lovely flight. And Aryansh was very, very casual. I was just praising him about his composure. And look at that, how casually he plays this.
Drift again.
Just again, not there on the pitch of the ball. The ball just drifting in, and a slight hint of turn. It's not turn, the ball is fairly new, but a casual stroke, and he's paid the price with his wicket. He departs for 38, a well-made 38 of 42 deliveries. It is 52 for 4.
Ball turns, sir, this ball. Sir, this ball turns.
New batter, mate. Ali Nazir, the captain. He'll still take errors. He's going to take errors because it's so slow.
Here comes the captain, Ali Nasir, just 19 years of age. He's had a flying start to his ODI career. 250s against the West Indies there in UAE, an impressive tournament with bat and ball in Zimbabwe. But his side are in trouble. They've just lost 2 in 3 deliveries, would you believe? Both to left arm spin, one an enforced change as the vice captain came into the attack and picked up 1 LBW, and then the stylish Aryan Sharma just guilty of playing a little bit of a loose drive.
A very impressive young bloke, Ali Nasser. You spoke about him before I went on to do the toss, and I interviewed him. And Komat Dawa, Komat the man, he's the guy. And he's there because of this. Aryan Sharma looked very compact, very in control of the situation. Some crisp boundaries off the leg side, but the flight and the drift did him in.
Yeah, just a slight break in play, and I think all of these breaks in play are affecting the UAE a touch. The rhythm of the batters. Sharma, who was looking so impressive. And I just wonder, has he brought out 2 right-handed gloves or 2 left-handed? What's he done there? Did you ever do that during your career?
No, why would be a left-hander glove in my kit bag?
2 right-handed. I think what's happened, he's brought out 2 right-handed gloves. He's only realised it when he's got to the middle. So he's brought out 2. Always when you're a batter, if you're a right-hander, your right thumb will have protection, your left one won't. So I think he's brought out 2 of the incorrect gloves. In the captain's case as a left-hander, I think he's brought out 2 left-handed gloves there.
Could be the pressure of losing 2 quick wickets in 3 or 4 deliveries.
So the pressure of the big stage, telecast around the world and Star Sports. And Nazir, of all of his squad, has the most international experience, those 11 ODI appearances already. Just the tender age of 19. But pressure is coming on, so the field change. Mid-off comes up 2.
Oh, shot.
And he immediately gets off the mark with a stylish cover drive, a slap really. Going to go all the way to the rope. What a way to get off the mark for the skipper. Those gloves, no problems there.
What a shot. What an impressive first shot by any batsman. Just come in, I just spoke about 2 wickets, and he just had to reach out, and his lovely hands just manages it, rolls his wrists, keeps the shot totally in control. And look at the power being generated. Wonderful to see this. Wonderful to see the approach also.
Definitely drift on offer for both of these spinners. That one just a little bit flatter and skidding on. Punched again, covered as well. He gets just a hand on it. Probably saves 1. I think it would have been a couple, but Nazir starts impactfully.
So generating a lot of power on those strokes. Excellent to see that. But to Manav's credit, he's not scared. He's just tossing it right up there. He's going to be looking for wickets. You can see that. 12 gone is 58 for 4. But I'm just saying, what's his bag? Oh, he's from the UAE. Oh, I know he was born in the UAE, but yeah. No, you are considered a UAE player.
12 overs bowled, 58 for 4. Impressive stuff from Aryan Sharma, but pressure now in the middle order. What can UAE show? Remember India winning the toss, choosing to bowl first. They probably didn't intend to have one of their openers come off so early. Akash Singh has trudged off with what looks like a calf twinge or something like that to us. Nitish Kumar Reddy was expensive. He was whipped out of the attack, and it will be a trial by spin. The 2 left-arm spinners going to operate in tandem. The vice-captain, Abhishek Sharma. You talk about young talent that is cropping up across the region, particularly in the behemoth that is Indian cricket. What about this youngster, Abhishek Sharma, under-19 World Cup winner, and the youngest ever to lead an Indian side at the age of just 16. Really impressive. Also holds a record for the second fastest century in List A cricket. This will blow your mind here, Atul. Came off 42 deliveries. So his left arm spin is probably his secondary trait, more of a batter by trade, but it's an impressive start from him.
But yes, when he was signed up for Hyderabad Sunrisers, you know, he was already touted to be a wonderful player. But look at that, good try there. Dropped catch. Harshit Rana probably took off late.
Definite chance, and it goes down. I'm not sure he's picked it up. Well, Harshit Rana, it was there to be taken. And for Ali Nazir, this is a bit of a giveaway shot. He's trying to go over extra cover. But instead, the man who is at long off is quite wide. I think he should have done better. I think that should have been held.
But seeing that guy posted there and going for the shot, still probably nerves there. You're trying to just emphasize his presence on the field, just trying to probably push back a little bit. Look at that. It's a drop catch. You're right. He probably missed it earlier on and then started off late for that ball.
Your initial steps in the outfield in the deep are the most critical ones. Didn't pick it up. Tossed up teasingly by Sharma as it's pumped down to long on for a single. We'll close out the 13th. 61 for 4.
7-5 down.
Right, sorry, he's pressed it. All good.
Five bowlers used so far for India. We'll keep you updated on the news as we get it from Akash Singh. Suspect he's getting treatment right now on that lower calf. Just looked like a niggle rather than a tear to me. These two left-handers facing up to two left-arm spinners. What should their approach be here in the second power play?
I think they should just string it around because they've lost 4 wickets. They've got no other choice. I think Ali Nasser should taper down his aggression a little bit. He's the captain. Even if you're not getting any easy deliveries to score off. Oh, another beautiful shot that. Look at that power. Just like a photocopy of the first one. Or replay of the first one. So 2 boundaries in that region for him already.
And beautiful noise off the bat, right out of the middle. Nazir, the captain, looks determined to make use of that life. Just a little wider this time, wasn't it? So he's able to throw his hands at it all the way along the ground. Gorgeous stroke, 4 more to the total. Change in the field, interesting one given that he's been beaten through the covers for 4 twice. Deep cover comes up, and deep backwards square, who's a long way behind square, goes back. So 3 men in the deep on the leg side. You suspect the line is going to be much more defensive now, a bit more negative. And in fact, he's going to change his angle to come around the wicket. Leg slip in place. Beats him on the off stump. Given there's 4 wickets down, is that a little bit negative?
And I think this backward short leg, or you can go leg slip, is a waste of time. Now he's moving again. And I thought, what was the reason for that? Just after 1 boundary, you've changed it all around. Sanity prevails.
Yeah, the modern ODI game, we were talking about it earlier in this stint, very much the captains who've succeeded have been aggressive and looking for wickets through these middle overs. Not a lot of bounce there. Thuds into the pad, massive appeal, gone. And the change in angle, the change in tactics work. Ali Nazir trapped LBW right in front. Oh, they knew as soon as it impacted the pad. Manav has 2 and 2 overs. What a start from him.
Well, very casual again. Just so lazy in getting back. The ball kept a bit low, but he should have known better. He should have gone forward to this delivery. And this one was just the arm ball, which just comes down quicker.
Trapped in front for 10. UAE in huge trouble. They're 66 for 5.
It is very difficult to say because it's one. UAE 8.
Big trouble for the UAE A team. Going to be Fazruddin into the crease, the 21-year-old. He was primarily an off spinner, but good batter as well. Gets good turn. We've seen turn on offer, and it's been the spinners that have really changed this game. They've changed it in a hurry. 3 wickets since the end of that first power play. Fazruddin will feel the pressure, the squeeze of the fielders circling around him. Slip comes into place. Close catchers at short cover and mid-wicket. India A on the hunt. Yashtal on the attack. He wants wickets. He wants to bowl UAE out here. It's a wicket taking over. End of the 14th. 66 for 5.
बढ़िया यार अभी अभी
UAE in a spot of bother here. The A team half the side back in the hut. And the collapse has been dramatic. Now this is what happened. Last batsman to be dismissed. The captain stayed back to a delivery that he might have been better off coming forward to. Wrapped on the pads, bang in front of the stumps. No problems whatsoever. Manav Sotha clinching his second wicket of the match. Started this mini collapse with Abhishek Sharma coming on to bowl to complete that unfinished over of Akash Singh. And then suddenly it all just fell away. Look at that, the fall of wickets. They were 49 for 2 and then came that wicket. Akash Singh couldn't complete his over. Abhishek Sharma comes on, gets a wicket, and from 49 for 2, suddenly you see the score reading 68 for 5.
It's been a good bowling effort by India. After winning the toss, bowling first is exactly what the skipper wanted from his attack. But Abhishek Sharma, what a story that was. Akash Singh, middle of the over, unfinished business, goes in. Now Abhishek Sharma gets a wicket and probably continuing at the moment.
And India A feel that left is right because they've got the two left arm spinners in operation in tandem from either end. And they pretty much tightened the screws on the UAE A batting lineup. Goes wide of the crease this time. Look at how he's using the bowling crease here, Abhishek Sharma. He's a wily customer. Just look at how he's got these slight, subtle variations in terms of varying the release point. Tends to create the angles as well. End of the over, single of that last delivery. 15 gone. And it's going to be 69 for 5.
Who's here to play?
Taking a look at the Group B fixtures, India A taking on UAE A right here at the SSC. But just across the road at the Colombo Cricket Club, we've got Pakistan A taking on Nepal A. And Nepal are in a spot of bother in that contest against the Pakistan A side. Having lost more than half the side, not too many runs on the board. 72 for 8. A score in that match. UAE A here. Also in a spot of bother. Half the side back in the hut. Just 69 on the board.
I like the attack of Manav Sutar against the left-hander. Coming around the wicket, probably bowling around the off stump, turning back in to finish around the middle stump. Exactly what he did for Skip Ali Nasser. Was plumb in front. A very good angle to have. Enjoy that tone. As also, he's bowling to a shorter boundary to the leg side to the left hand. That's a huge risk been taken as well. But don't think skipper of India, Yashtul, has an option because two left-arm spinners are bowling in tandem.
Yes, he plays the domestic circuit, Manav Sutar for Rajasthan. This time pitching just around or outside the leg stump. He's looking to extract turn off this surface, and look at the pivot that he gets. You know, when you look at his release point, and especially at the way he pivots at the time of release, you're expecting him to extract a little more turn off the surface.
Yeah, the effort says it all, isn't it? The grunt. I think Yashtul is captaining the side as well. Very well, in fact, because he got 6 fielders in the ring, giving the invitation to the batter to go over the top, long on in the circle. That's against the turn.
Tidy over, just a single off it. 16 gone, it's 70 for 5.
It's your wicket, mate.
Oh my God.
There's so much talent. There is so much talent when you look at this India A squad. Emerging talent that's really burst onto the scene. Yashdol, the captain, who can forget his Ranji Trophy debut, got 100 in both the innings against, I think it was Tamil Nadu, in that debut match of his. Come back to that squad and look at the names there. Abhishek Sharma, who's played a lot of his domestic cricket for Punjab, had a good season with Sunrisers in the IPL as well. Quality cricketer. Remember a knock he played, I think, in first-class cricket where he got 100 of just 42 balls with Abhishek Sharma. So he's capable with both bat and ball. Sai Sudarshan, we were all talking about him over the last couple of seasons. And in this recently concluded IPL, he showed us why. There's so much talent there. There's Prabh Simran Singh, who's not got a game in today. Another keeper back from Punjab. Had a good domestic season. Had a very decent IPL. It's amazing.
Just goes to show the strength of domestic cricket, isn't it? So much opportunities with IPL coming in financially, as well as opportunities for most of the youngest players to showcase their talent to the world. I think with the IPL being telecast all over the world, the following is big. The teams have had a big fan base created as well. So these players have plenty of opportunities when it comes to their careers, isn't it? It's just not state cricket, just not the Duleep Trophy. It's all about playing all sorts of cricket, and financially they've been looked after very well. So it's just all about being a professional. Go out there and get your job done, and the rest of it will take care of itself.
There's prodigious talent, really. It's come through the age group ranks now. All these lads, 20, 21, 22 and thereabouts. I think just predicting a very bright future. Just 3 runs coming off this over from Abhishek Sharma. 17 gone, 73 for 5.
बढ़िया मानव लगे रहे
This, remember, is the 5th edition of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. But looking back at the previous editions, 2013, India won that inaugural edition. And Surya Kumar Yadav was captaining that India side back then. But look at the past winners. Sri Lanka, the most successful side, having won the title twice. Pakistan have made it to the finals on 3 occasions, winning it once in 2019. So effectively, defending champions coming into this edition in 2023.
I just feel this year, the 4-5 teams are very strong. It'll be a closely contested tournament compared to the other tournaments. Just had the feeling all the teams are well equipped, got some quality players. And the pitches are being used are fantastic for batting, as well as the spinners will get some purchase as well. So I think overall this tournament in Sri Lanka will be closely contested than the others.
He's maintained a very tidy line, Manav Sutar. If the batsman played through, hasn't dropped anything too short. Those are the teams, 4 teams grouped in each of the 2 groups. Group A has got Sri Lanka A, Bangladesh A, Afghanistan A and Oman A. Well, yesterday we had Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, the A sides, involved in a high-scoring contest right here at this venue on this very surface that's being used for today's match.
More than 650 runs in one day. That's sort of a pitch it was. Avishka Fernandez started the proceedings, a magnificent 100. We'll talk about it in the next over. UAE 74 for 5.
Lenny? Got 6 players under. 6 now.
चलो यार बोल लो जरा बोल लो चल चल 5 विकेट और है चलो चलो चलो
We talked about these 8 teams being split into 2 groups. Let's focus on Group B. They're in action today. India taking on UAE A. Nepal up against Pakistan A. Most of the sides fielding a lot of youngsters in their squads coming in for this tournament. Nepal, not an A side coming through from them.
I was informed that about 6 to 7 players are missing from the national setup, but the rest of the players are in Sri Lanka playing this tournament. It's a great opportunity for players from Nepal as well. Did cover their Premier League a few months ago, and it's see some plenty of good talent coming through. And the passion in that country for cricket is magnificent. And in down the memory, I think most of the time you will produce many players. Huge appeal. I thought the wicketkeeper thought it hit the bat first after the bat, before the bat, and I feel probably it was the other way around.
Farazuddin, the batter, is just having a quick chat. Where did that hit? Did that hit pad first before it hit bat? The bowler definitely thought so.
I'll take my word back. I think that was pad first. Unlucky there, bowler. The wicketkeeper clearly saw it through Jurel. He was up in the air straight away. And it looked quite adjacent as well.
He's definitely got the batsman in a spot of bother here for Farazuddin. Just wondering this time, staying back to another delivery that he should have come forward to.
I tell you what, three deliveries to go that appeal, that looked very, very close. Quite surprised that umpire did not pick it up in the first place. But Abhishek Sharma just predominantly bringing the ball back into the right hand, not turning. It'll be a huge mistake by the right hand as they play for this turning ball.
The over 8 has definitely got a pick-up shot thanks to these two left-arm spinners bowling in tandem, finishing their overs in probably just about 2.5 minutes in thereabouts. 19 gone, 76 for 5.
They better do it if not, we are here till 6:30.
चल ठीक है भाई चल मानव जो बात करी थी वो सुई पे भी नहीं पड़ रहे इसके
Runs have dried up a tad. That fifth wicket fell with the score on 66. They've scored just 10 more runs since that time. Farazuddin and Walthapa just trying to get a measure of the two left-arm spinners who've got a chokehold right now on the UAE scoring rate.
Keeping it very simple, isn't it? Two different bowlers. Abhishek Sharma just bowling with plenty of arm deliveries, not trying to turn the ball big. With Manav Sutar, he's giving a bit of air from Gail, the pivot. He's a proper left-arm spinner.
Yes, the orthodox left armer who's got a sizable amount of turn when he does give the ball a rip. Gets it to break off the surface away from the right-hander. Was that sliding down the leg side? Yes, it was. That's what the umpire felt as well.
Yeah, easy decision in the end. That was going with the arm. It had to turn back. It tried to turn towards the off stump, but it didn't. And take a look where the wicketkeeper is. That's indication to the umpire that it was going down the leg side.
But he uses that arm ball as the surprise weapon. The stock delivery is the one that will break off the surface away from the right-hander. And the odd delivery is when he slip in the armour.
Exactly why I said two different bowlers when comparing with Abhishek Sharma. Abhishek Sharma, the stock delivery is going straight, and and the variation is the one he's going to turn.
But these two have done a fantastic job in containing the scoring rate. Look at the timeline there. Just 3 singles. And look at the number of dot deliveries that these two left armers have clocked. And in this over from Manav Sutar, he's just given away that 1 run.
Just running through the overs. Exactly what everyone needs, isn't it? The fast bowlers have taken a lot of time, and now the two spinners are rushing through the overs. 20 gone, UAE 77 for 5.
चल चल भाइयों not comfortable चलिए बड़ा देखेगा अभिषेक अब
77 for 5. UAE, their A side in a spot of bother. They were put into bat by the India A captain Yash Dole, who won the toss. Couple of wickets for Manav Sutar. Just 17 runs that he's given away. Abhishek Sharma picking up a wicket as well. 2 wickets for Harshit Rana in his opening spell, accounting for 2 left-handers. Again, he just rushes the batsman on, and he's tentative. Farazuddin is just tentative. Look at this shot again, and he's just prodding forward.
I'll tell you why he's doing that. Mid-on being up, mid-wicket open, vacant, and a shorter boundary to the leg side. He's itching for a big one. I think this is where the game of cat and mouse is happening between the bowler and the batter. And I feel in these occasions, it's just about rotating the strike for at least for the next 10 overs. Try and get a decent score where they can bowl at.
Just a little more air this time around, teasing the batsman Abhishek Sharma. He's also just not letting up on the gamesmanship. Fired the first one, the previous one quicker. The last delivery was a little slower through the air. Again tossed up. The invitation's been given. And that's well fielded. The boundary's been stopped, albeit the batsman should run too.
Yeah, that's a good bit of fielding by Sai Sudarshan at long off. Right option taken by Farazuddin. going down the ground rather than going across the line.
चल ये भी चौका नहीं हुआ.
Got the elevation but not the distance. And Sai Sudarshan, good bit of fielding and save 2 runs for India.
And done cleanly. He'd be happy to get off strike here for Azuddin. Trying to get a move on. He's been wanting to hit those big shots, hasn't got the opportunity to do that. This time he got a flighted delivery, but great effort by Sai Sudarshan. Just reeling the ball in inside the boundary rope just in time.
Sometimes ball plugs in and stops, and sometimes it skittles off. That's where I think Sai Sudarshan made that adjustment very well and saved 2 runs for India.
This is so handy when you've got a player who can chip in. In fact, bowl a full quota of 10, get you the odd couple of wickets as well, not concede too many. And is very handy with the bat as well. Hint of turn on that occasion. The variation, the ball pitched and came back into the left-hander. Well, Thapa. That'll end the over. 4 runs off it. 21 gone. 81 for 5.
Six-wicket partnership, just building up. UAE are desperately in need of it. They've been very cautious. And we're going to see a change in bowling for India. With a few part-time leg breaks. Rian Parag will come in and bowl his wrist spin to the 2 left-handers, something most leg spinners don't enjoy too much, but we have a slip in place, 4 on the leg side, 5 on the off. He'll come around the wicket. And India clearly trying to catch up on the over rate. Very slow to start with.
A lot of chatter from the Indian boys. Yash Dhal always in the middle of the action. Oh, started off with an off spin.
Yeah, deceived us, didn't he? Bowled nothing but leg breaks in the top of his run-up and then comes in and twirls one down. Another one of that crop from 2018 that won the Under-19 World Cup. Very talented young cricketer.
23, big shot coming.
Did struggle this year in the IPL with the bat. Just 78 runs, an average of 13. But he's been almost ever present in the Rajasthan Royals since 2019.
Yes, I think so. You know, this is the pressure of expectation. You know, once you have had a couple of good knocks, people actually rely on you. And when you're young, you know, and then your number is lower middle order, that's always a dodgy place in T20 cricket. You're always in the middle of the action. And then once you're not mature, I thought he's matured enough last year, but it's just one odd season. I don't think so that he played poorly, batted poorly, something wrong with his game. It's just that a part of growing up. And I think if he takes his bowling seriously, then I think that will hold him in good stead.
Can you give us a sense that IPL's obviously been amazing, not just for Indian cricket, for the world game, but in each starting 11 you'll tend to have 4 overseas players and 7 Indian locals. And even with there now being 10 franchises, that's still just 70 spots. How competitive is it to get into those starting 11s? How difficult is it to play regularly for an IPL team?
Yes, I think so. And I think what we are seeing now is some teams just fielding 3 overseas players. It's happened now. Earlier on, there was a push by some of the franchises to raise the limit to 5 instead of 4 overseas players. So a lot of Indian players would have suffered. And I think Indian board did the right thing by just keeping it 4. And now we have seen some teams even fielding only 3 overseas players. And I think players like Rian Parag, who are young batsmen, they are under a lot of pressure to match the big guns. We'll talk about it more in the next over. It's end of the 22nd. It's 85 for 5. I'm not getting you, by the way.
Get it in now. I've got you now. I did this the first time, but
I can hear you from here.
Sir. Easy. चल चल यार अभी.
India look to continue to squeeze and put pressure on these two. No boundary for more than 50 deliveries now. A definite turn on offer. You can see why we're here in Sri Lanka. It's the land of Muralitharan, it's the land of Harath, and now it's the land of Hasaranga de Silva and Theekshana. These pitches for spinners, very, very helpful.
This is a good surface, you know, there was a lot of bounce and carry for the fast bowlers. Anybody willing to bend their bags will get some reward, some purchase out of it. It is the same pitch as yesterday, so probably a bit more wear and tear on it.
What a game we saw yesterday, over 650 runs. The hosts taking on Bangladesh, who were well ahead of the rate, going over 7 and over in the first 20, and then just regular wickets falling in this second power play. These middle overs, they've almost become the deciding factor of 50 over clashes. Even if you get off to a flying start, 80 for 1 after 10, that doesn't necessarily weight the contest in your favour. This period of the game, this is when, if you're batting, you need to find a way to build a platform to launch. If you're bowling, you need to find a way to take wickets.
Yeah, I think it's like Melbourne. You get 3 or 4 seasons in one day. So one-day cricket is like this, you know, you can go hard in the first 10 overs, then you have to switch your test cricket cap on and play sensibly, just push the ball around in the middle overs. So total different kind of a mindset required to actually make that change. And you got to have players with patience, and that's why there is still virtue in players like Pujara and Hashim Amla, etc. in even the one-dayers.
And also with that 2 new balls, we've seen a differing approach at the top. Openers being more watchful. Beauty, absolute beauty. He's done them in the flight with a bit of drift and dip and turn and bounce all happening, but the keeper can't lay a glove on it. I think it's a missed stumping chance from Juv Durrell. Byes given, no contact made. End of the 23rd. The score is 88 for 5.
Thanks, mate. Very helpful. Can we get a replay of that? That's definitely a missed stumping chance. See the side on. I think it's missed stumping, yeah. But he was completely off balance. I think if that's collected cleanly, I think that's gone.
Rebuild effort continues from UAE. Definitely some off breaks coming down from Parag. Was this a chance? Final ball of the previous over. Atul, my initial feeling, Dhruv Durrell.
Yes, you're right. The body transfer, the weight goes forward, and once you're in your shot, it's very hard to keep your balance. There you go. Oh, the wicketkeeper got bamboozled by that delivery as well.
Definite chance. We're harsh markers up here, but if he collects that cleanly, could have been the 6th wicket. I think it was the bounce, wasn't it, that did him rather than the spin. It's just got large on him. You need to get your hands able to adjust to that. There's definite turn on offer. Drift 2. India's spinners doing a really good job. Very cautious approach right now from UAE.
Well, one good thing that has happened is that over rate has improved a lot since the spinners have come on. The game has moved, but the amount of deliveries for Azuddin has faced 32 for just 11 runs. He has to find some kind of element in his batting just to push the ball along. There are plenty of gaps in the middle, and I think that's lack of experience. I think I put down to when you can't rotate the strike. If you cannot hit the big ones, at least the least you can do is change the strike.
There's been a lot of deliveries. That time he got it away for the single. They're just struggling to rotate that strike. Closes out the 24th. It's 90 for 5.
They're blocking rather than working. It's not even just those numbers. As I said, there's been 4 out through this entire phase. Cover and mid-wicket, stop at the single and backward point. So if you work it there, you got 1. If you work down either way, you got 1. Very tentative.
डाल सकते हैं अच्छा बाउंस हो रहा है
Real challenge for UAE here, facing these 3 spinners who've operated
वैसे सही चल रहा है एक सिंगल फिर खाली हो जाएगा
together
हां तो वो
since the 4 seamers have been used. Reddy just the only one who's expensive thus far. The vice captain, who won't actually be able to bowl his allocation. There's not 3 balls gone to the over. He came on to replace Akash Singh. The most he'll be able to bowl is 9.3, which is something you wouldn't see too often, but he's bowled unchanged from the far end, and he's now on the attack. He's brought in a second catcher, leg slip going alongside the conventional first slip, coming from around the wicket. That's something we see finger spinners do a lot now, trying to close off the angle.
Yeah, but I fail to see what is the virtue in putting that man on the leg slip. It's not that kind of a prominent turn we are seeing. Again, straight to hand. So this is the problem. Well, Thapa has been there for a long time now, and he should find a way just to actually push it in the gaps. There is plenty of gaps, just 2 fielders in the front.
Dragged down. We'll get a single this time. It's really those 2 fielders in the circle alongside the backward point. So your extra cover, your mid-wicket.
Shows the field, the ring field.
They're the men you've got to find a way past to rotate the strike well against spinners. So you've got that man here for the right-hander, extra cover. He's perfectly placed, good angle. Mid-wicket too, quite straight. But apart from those 2, maybe your backward point. Everywhere else you should be able to get 1. We've not seen any use of the feet. We haven't seen much positivity from the UAE batters here.
Yes, I think sometimes the batsmen think that when you use your feet, when you step out, you got to go big. But on the contrary, I think that is a very good ploy, just to actually find the gap to keep getting singles. Half-hearted appeal. Dhruv Jurel went up first, and then Abhishek Verma took that lead.
Well, I think Abhishek Sharma has been watching Stuart Broad. He was off with the celeb appeal. He must appeal to the umpire, clearly impacting outside the line. And our 2 umpires have been very good so far. Morshad Ali Khan gets that one just right. It's the halfway stage of the first innings. 25 have been bowled. 91 for 5.
Miles outside the line. And he was off in celebration.
Yeah.
And look, he's getting the totals in there.
Oh, really?
He's telling him that we can't celebrate.
Perfect afternoon for cricket as we tick over past midday just now. You think of good cricketing weather, doesn't get any better than this. It's actually not quite as hot as yesterday, probably 28 degrees. Still humid, always going to be humid in Colombo, but perfect, ideal cricketing conditions.
It is hot, Andrew. You haven't been down to the ground yet today. You haven't done much on-field activity. Yesterday you were there, yeah. But there was a lot of rain in the air yesterday, clouds. Yeah. It's humid, but not that humid. So I think because of gentle breeze blowing across the field, it's much more nicer here rather than the Colombo Cricket Club.
Yeah, that's the one that Hasaranga has got himself in trouble for down in Zimbabwe. Stuart Broad, young boy or girl watching on back home in India. You must appeal. It's the umpire's decision. That's the way the laws of the game work.
Yeah, and why people think what's so wrong in that? I think it's just disrespecting the umpire, not waiting for his decision, just trying to pressurize the umpire into saying that that was a certain wicket. So definitely under the laws of cricket, code of conduct is defined clearly now.
No, it's actually just the way the laws work. You don't decide whether or not a batter is out. You must appeal to the umpire for them to adjudicate the decision. And that one was the right one. Clearly impacted outside the line, playing a shot. Can't be given out.
And that's the beauty of cricket. There are not rules, there are laws. You know, and there's a lot of talk about that in the recent week after the second Ashes Test match, you know. So the jury is still out. I would love to pick your brains on that, Andrew, because you've got your own views on everything.
Darted in. A little bit of extra pace. That might be something out of the front of the hand. Good skills from Parag. End of the 26th, 94 for 5.
See, that's definitely a different delivery from Parag. But I think it's a carom. It's not a. I think he's flicking it out of his fingers. So could we see the difference? Break. And I know it's going to be different. It's definitely a variation. I think it's some difference. It wasn't.
Day number 2 of the tournament here at the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup. We're into the first day of action in Group B. That titanic clash will close out the group stages. Pakistan A versus India. A day-nighter as well at the historic Premadasa Stadium. And the tournament structure is a simple one. 2 groups of 4. Top 2 go through to the semi-finals. Let's take a look at this final delivery from the previous over. He's bowling off breaks, but have a look at this. Definitely a change-up. Almost a little bit like that Sikandar Raza one we're seeing from him quite a lot. Maybe just coming over the back, a little bit of a googly.
Yeah, more like a flipper. More like a flipper because there you go. This is just a flick. Not giving that tweak which you need for a ball to spin from middle to off. He's just pushing the ball through.
Very reminiscent of Sikandar Raza, who made his IPL debut this year with Punjab side. What we saw Raza do was hide the ball away like Sunil Narayana's be behind his back. And even though they will actually turn in the same direction, the off break will go the same way, so will the googly that comes over the top from the wrist spinner there. It's just a different variation because it puts that element of doubt into the batter's mind, and also will come down at a different trajectory, a different speed. So it's a funny variation to have as someone who's bowled off breaks for his 3 overs thus far, but landed it well, and that extra bit of bounce you tend to get from a googly too caused some problems. Change of bowling. One left arm spinner will replace the other. Also the change of gloves for the batters, again indicating just how hot and humid it is out there, as Manav Suthar will change ends. What a start he has had to his first-class career, the 20-year-old born in Rajasthan. Listen to these numbers. In his 8 first-class games thus far for Rajasthan, 44 wickets, including an 8 in a game and an 11-wicket haul, averaging 21, an economy rate of under 3. Really good numbers, one to watch for the future.
Yes, actually, because of the advent of spin bowlers in the state teams, and you know the number of teams we've got, there's plenty of bowlers coming through now. And he plays for Rajasthan, where the pitches are dry and low.
And you talk about young spinners learning their crafts. Do you still feel that something like the Ranji Trophy, the 4-day competition, is key for young spin bowlers to learn their rhythm, learn their muscle memory, know their variations?
Has to be, because unless you bowl a lot, you will not get that mastery on your craft. But what happens is that they go for the low-hanging fruit, and if you start playing too much T20, then you actually lose the quality which you might develop over a period of time with the kind of, you know, other kind of deliveries. You tend to just go for the stock deliveries and go for maybe the clever bits rather than the main thing.
And you can see his stock delivery here is very impressive. He gets a nice curve on the ball. That's something Shane Warne always talked about. More revs you get onto your delivery, you see good strong grip. More curve or drift you're going to get. No mug with the bat either. 2 first-class 50s already, including a 96 not out. And the youngster from Rajasthan, definitely one to watch for the future. Good, strong action. He's going to land that very consistently. Weaving a web, bowling beautifully. 27 bowled. 95 for 5.
It's a nice action. Very beautiful action. Very repeatable. Drive against that back leg.
But then I would like to see
Finish a bit more. Yeah. Going to be accurate, isn't he?
Something to cheer for UAE is a 6th wicket partnership just building up. Frustrating. India worth 29 thus far, but it's come in pretty slow time. 82 balls since the last boundary, and Valthapa will need to start to access his boundary options. He's been out there for 45 balls, striking it under 50. Fazaruddin striking it under 30.
Well, I think they'll have to do something because they've got their eyes in. They've been in there for a long, long time. 30 runs is the partnership in 80 deliveries. That is a huge number of deliveries. I know that the wickets are down, but already 109 dot balls, and we are in the 28th over. That's a lot of dot balls.
Again, that variation, I think, from Parag. Definitely mixing things up. Too many dots, I'd agree. Plenty of stylish boundaries from the opener, Aryan Sharma, but since then UAE have gone into their hole. They need to find a way to get that scoreboard moving. Again, I think it's that googly variation, cut away. Should be a couple, in fact it's going to be 4. Outfield quick. And that spell of 84 deliveries without a boundary is broken. A little bit short from Parag and cut away for 4.
There's 5 runs in this over. That is a rarity because you haven't seen a boundary in a long, long time. Eventually this one was short pitch. Parag gave some pace over it and then beautifully played by Farazuddin.
Just trying to mix it up too much. Just try 3 different things.
Again, one out of the back of the hand. Definitely showing variations here. Ball quite a few off breaks to start with. Are we just seeing him trying out all his variations from the nets in a match scenario here?
And this is the legacy of T20 cricket because this is why, and it's quite clever, and this is an off break, but he's got good control on it. I'm actually pleasantly surprised that he seems to have worked on his bowling a lot, you know, because he started off as a part-time bowler. His main job was as a batsman in Rajasthan Royals.
Closes out with an off break. Nice loop on that, but it's a good over for UAE. 7 have come off it. 102 for 5.
Then we'll go 7s from here to close out. 6, 43, 50. Yeah, sweet. Just doing the 1-8 Did 7 sevens yesterday. You know, I know we're good. Just lost their 9th. Actually built a good margin. Graphics are back into the game, mate. They're working now. They've lost their 9th.
Good partnership this for UAE, just showing fight. Young side, come from the Emirates. Really good development structure they put in place. Excellent under-19 World Cup campaigns for the last 3 editions. This year they missed out to Nepal. Been such a hotly contested region, the Asian region. I think it's without doubt the strongest of the 5 ICC regions, and a lot of that's due to the amount of cricket they're getting through the ACC structures. You look at not just the under-19 setup, there's under-16 tournaments, boys and girls, and all of those competitive opportunities. It's growing the game across Asia.
Yeah, it is. It's become the hotbed of cricketing action, and all over. I've seen Hong Kong also play the Asia Cup a couple of years ago, And but the problem is, yes, the investment has to go in the junior cricket. I think that's where the future lies. And this kind of tournament, this initiative, is a wonderful thing. And I think even if they will not win too many matches, but they will, if they play players from UAE, if they play against Pakistan, India, Bangladesh. Bangladesh is also some team that has actually over the years improved because of the kind of exposure they kept on getting playing the big boys.
Yeah, definite template there, isn't there, for a UAE or a Nepal to follow. But I think credit to the Emirates Cricket Board, what they've done in terms of the focus they've put on youth academies all across all 7 of the Emirates there. And when you've got watchful eyes like Ahmed Raza, the national assistant coach, and Mudassir Nazar, the head coach who's in the interim position, they've got watchful eyes, and there's so much talent coming through. Really good to see.
But the facilities are top drawer. I've seen that, and ICC World Academy is also there. So you can imagine the world body is based out of Dubai, and that area is full of those academies, you know.
The great thing is it's not just Dubai, Sharjah and Abu Dhabi that everyone knows about, but all 7 of the Emirates now have really good facilities. And they're getting kids in, ages 6, 7, young boys and girls, and going on to dream of playing for their country. Good finish from Manav. He's been impressive. It's 104 for 5. Hey boys. Thank you.
That's the batting card for you. They've strung together a partnership for the 6th wicket. Remember, the 5th wicket fell with the score on 66. So these two, Valthapa and Farazuddin, have managed to get the engine started. I wouldn't really say the car is out of the woods yet, but they're definitely trying to get on track again. Another left arm spinner being pressed into action. Had 2 already in action, and now Nishant Sindhu being pressed into the attack. We saw Abhishek Sharma earlier. And also the left arm spin from Manav Suthar. Now Nishant Sindhu. Plays for Haryana. Of course, part of the CSK setup. Yet to get big game time there. But he's come in with a slip in position to the left-hander. So what's the ploy here? Stock deliveries coming in, the odd one to just angle away with the arm to get the outside edge.
That would be the wicket-taking option for me. As well as the one which turns it back into the left hand. If Baba wants to go big, he could use a long short boundaries to the next side. At the moment, these two batters just... I think both the edges will be in danger, isn't it? With one going across the left hand, slip in the offside will be the inside edge, maybe the wicket keeper, and getting hit in the front pad as well. And for the left hand Valthapa, even a big hit towards mid-wicket long on is an option since it's a shorter boundary. So at the moment, these two batters is taking the baby steps, taking the singles, making sure that a decent score is on the board, so that the bowlers could, come and bowl at it. But at the moment, it's a decent partnership built in, and the Indians are trying really hard to separate these two batsmen and hopefully polish off the tail.
That's what the plan would be. Just 3 singles off this over. But the good part is that Valtapa and Farazuddin are able to rotate strike. Earlier you saw there were 4 or 5 dot deliveries every over. What they've started doing now is rotate strike a lot more. Won't be able to do that on the last ball of the over. Just 3 from it. 30 gone. 107 for 5. The best partnership of the match by far between Farazuddin and Valtapa for the 6th wicket, worth 41. And they've taken their time. 97 deliveries, but I think the situation demanded it. The fact that they'd lost 5 wickets, just had close to 66 on the board. These two have managed to just kind of steady the ship. The second best partnership was for the 2nd wicket between Aryansh, who'd started off well, and Ansh Tandon, who put on 30 for the 2nd wicket.
Harshit Rana into the attack. 7 bowlers been used in that. 3 left-arm spinners. Something that the opposition team will be looking at the Indian bowling attack. Remember, we're using the same pitch as yesterday. Sri Lanka, Bangladesh dished out a huge game yesterday. Plenty of runs, almost 650 runs in the first game itself. This was what we were talking about. Sri Lanka pitting to bat, 349 for 8, and Bangladesh in reply 301 runs, and Sri Lanka winning by 48 runs to kick off their tournament. And Avishka Fernando, he's somebody that, as I said yesterday, coming into the scene after a while with an injury, and he made a mark, and he made a mark in a big way against a decent Bangladesh team. And the entire world is watching. That's the best way to do it. Score runs and show the selectors.
Absolutely. Got that 133 of 124 balls did Avishka Fernando. Started off a little slowly, was circumspect when the ball was moving around the first couple of overs, and then opened up, showed the wide array of strokes that he can play, especially severe when he came down the track and clipped the ball over mid-wicket for boundaries.
Looked in control, didn't he? This was his innings. Started off the proceedings with a nice clips towards mid-wicket, and then through the offside spinners, fast bowler, doesn't matter when he's in this mood. The vintage Avishka Fernando was in full control yesterday against a good Bangladesh team. Nicely bowled. Very good start by Harshit Singh just outside the yaw stump. Today he's been magnificent from the far end, isn't he? Getting that extra bounce. Even yesterday, Ripon Mondal bowling from that end for Bangladesh did get that bounce.
You're talking about Avishka Fernando's innings. Take a look at this. He came down the track, he was very assured, and brought up his 9th list A100. And because he kept that one end going deep into the innings, Sri Lanka A were able to get not just past 300, but got 349 on the board.
And the rest of the batters did play those cameos where Sri Lanka mustered almost 350. Exactly what good teams do. One batter bats through, the others play those cameos.
And that's where UAE, their A side, has faltered today. Haven't really got going right from the start. Were off the pace, lost early wickets, tried to resurrect the innings. Then came that mini collapse when they lost 3 wickets in quick time. They were 49 for 2. Reduced to 66 for 5, and again it's now the rebuilding act that's going on. Farazuddin and Valtapa, they're trying to make sure that UAE, their A side, can bat the full 50 overs.
If they do that with scoring 5 runs per over, projected score, UAE will finish at 205 runs. Plus I think it's a decent score, but with the new ball they have to make the full use of it. At least gets a couple of Indian wickets. If not, this will be over very soon, because this pitch we have seen that batters do trust the bounce and plays to the line, and it's very good for batting with a one or shorter boundary in one side. So overall I think UAE got the work cut out. Now the 20 overs to go, bat those overs, get 100, 120, target that, And then with the new ball, when they bowl, if they get a couple of wickets, they are in the game.
Yes, for the Indian bowlers, the one thing they'll have to look at is just get the lines right. We've seen 5 wides bowled by the Indian bowlers today. Harshit Rana's previous delivery was a wide down leg side. So look at that number of extras that you're conceding. Of course, this is the first match for them in this campaign, but you'd like to get your lines right, get your rhythm going, especially for the fast bowlers.
Dusting off those cobwebs, isn't it, for the fast bowler? First game itself, getting the rhythm right, getting used to the atmosphere. This is a challenge for all the bowlers in this heat, especially we saw Akash Singh. Hopefully he's not that bad, just a cramp, and he should be all right for the rest of the tournament. You don't want young players breaking down early on in a tournament, isn't it?
Absolutely, and you know, I think he had a dodgy start. Akash Singh today got called for stepping onto the danger area as well. So in hindsight, it's not such a bad idea that he's not bowling at the moment, because a lot of times that tends to play on your mind, doesn't allow you to settle into any kind of rhythm.
Sensible call as well by the medical team to get him out straight away. The little pictures I saw maybe looked like it's getting cramped up. That's why I said it's very important as a fast bowler playing in Sri Lanka for youngsters. Your preparation starts 2 days before the test match, or beg your pardon, before a match. The number of liters of water intake, the protein, the carbohydrates, these are the things these modern cricketers' professionalism comes in, and there are so many nutritionists, trainers, physios to work around.
This is when he pulled up in the middle of his over. He bowled 4 overs before this, was into his 5th over, bowled 3 deliveries, and then pulled up in his run-up. I wonder if there was any contribution of the slight change of angle that he also brought about in his run-up. Remember when he was called for stepping onto the danger area, he started going wide of the bowling crease, and maybe if you're not used to doing that, maybe it puts a little extra strain on the body.
Maybe another reason, because he delivered the ball usual where he does, but a feet away. Maybe the change of rhythm, it's a possibility. But for me, he did come out to bowl again, try to bowl, came into running, means that it's not a tear. It's just a cramp up of the muscles. So it takes a little while. It's not easy, especially in the calf. The entire weight goes to your lower body, and the calf has to hold on to it. It's the end of the 31st over, UAE 109 for 5, and the players will have a drinks break.
$109 for 5, the A side of UAE. trying to recover after losing their way. They were 66 for 5 at one stage. And then this partnership developing between Farazuddin and Valtapa. This partnership now worth 43 for the 6th wicket. Very important. But the Indian captain, Yashdol, remember, had won the toss, put UAE's A side into bat. And this is what happened in the first over. Harshit Rana got a wicket of a loosener. And Jonathan Fiji was out without scoring. Some delectable drives through the offside, but then another edge and another catch taken down leg and another left-hander being dismissed in that fashion. That was Ansh Tandon. Chance missed by the slip cordon, but wickets then came out with Abhishek Sharma coming in to finish the unfinished over of Akash Singh, who pulled up with probably a muscle cramp. And then the two left-arm spinners between them got a stranglehold on the batting lineup of UAE's A side.
There was a time there was no boundary scored for 84 deliveries. That was plumb in front, the captain of UAE A by way of Manav Sutar. And that was the boundary what we're talking about after 84 deliveries by Rian Parag bowling. These are the fall of wickets: 131, 49, 52, 66. Ever since then, these batters have done a decent job to be at 109 for 5. 7 bowlers been used, 3 left-arm spinners have been impressive, as well as Rana with the new ball. Still half of the UAE wickets to be picked up by the Indians, but at the moment they're doing a decent job getting the overs quickly and making sure they bowl it on time.
Yes, it's thanks to the left-arm spinners that they've actually got this over rate pretty much under control. Nishant Sindhu getting bounced. It's the ball hitting the seam and it's landing on the seam. There's that extra bit of bounce that he's able to extract. Clever bowling.
Slowing things down, isn't it? Not giving the pace what the batsman is looking for. Quicker you bowl in this pitch, you'll go the distance. Slow you bowl, get the batsman to make his own pace. It's going to be a difficult task.
Got a nice high arm release, Nishant Sindhu. And that's why he lands it on the seam. He does get the ball to rise up after hitting the deck as well. Gets good bounce off the surface as well.
His action reminds me a bit of Sunil Joshi. I think Sunil Joshi was the arm was quite straighter, and Sindhu just maybe a slightly square armish, but the approach and the release reminds me a bit of Sunil Joshi for sure. But a beautiful left armer's action, classical.
It's not complicated, just very simple. The approach to the popping crease. Could go a little more side on.
Could do. I think the left-arm spinners generally were successful in the world. Take the Daniel Vittori's, you get Ravindra Jadeja, Rangan Hera, the few names I remember, or classical actions, keeping it simple, not making it complicated. Cricket is a hard game. You keep it simple as possible, you'll be successful.
4 runs coming off the over, all in form of singles. 32 gone, 113 for 5.
Hey, look at this. Always hungry.
This partnership worth 47 of 110 deliveries, doing the damage control act for the A side of UAE. And they're trying to ensure that they bat out the 50 overs. I think for a young team, that's very good thinking and just the right approach. You've lost 5 wickets. Don't just throw it away. You've got a chance. Try and make sure you bat the full 50.
It's a learning curve for all these youngsters. I think exactly what you pointed out, Raman. It's important to try and bat the 50 over. Forget about the runs. Runs will come. This pitch has taught all the batsmen today. If you get in, there are runs to be scored, but you need to work hard. It's not a pitch where you go out there straight away, time from the first delivery. It's a bit tough work since it's a used pitch from yesterday. And these youngsters will learn with this experience. That's exactly what you need for associate countries, isn't it?
Absolutely, and not just associate countries there for Riz. I think yesterday when Bangladesh A were chasing down 350 to win, they went about their task till almost the very end. When they'd lost 7 or 8 wickets, that's when they had said, okay, hang on, now we can't make the target, but let's try and bat the full 50 and try and close the gap down so the net run rate doesn't get affected.
What I meant by associate cricket, when I said that associate countries players don't get the opportunity of playing in bigger leagues. All these players from Sri Lanka, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, they have their own leagues in their own country. So they have been tested in different conditions and different areas. When it comes to these players, this is where they make a name for themselves. And as you correctly said, Bangladesh was very impressive in that way, batting out the 50 overs, trying and doing that, and having a closer eye on the net run rate after the third game. These are good thinking. Maybe, just maybe, in case if all the teams are equal in wins or losses, end of the day you're going for the net run rate, which is going to be crucial.
Yes, meanwhile, while this match is going on at the SSC, there's another game that's on at the Colombo Cricket Club. Pakistan A taking on Nepal. In Nepal, 154 for 9 in the 33rd over. They've been in a spot of bother. In the air, but that may just fall short. It does. But to go back to that score for Nepal, 154 for 9. I think at one stage they were struggling at 71 or 72 for 8.
And they were 72 for 8 in 16 overs. It's good recovery by Nepal. Exactly the points what we're making. Try and bat the 50. If you can't, at least have the application of trying to do that. But this is a good change of length by the lanky fast bowler, who has been really impressive.
Al-Thapa just checking his shot at the last minute, and that was a good idea to check the shot, because had he gone through with it, that would have carried straight to deep square. He's bending his back here. Harshit Rana trying to extract that extra yard of pace and also the bounce off the deck.
Now with the new ball, he was trying to bowl it fuller. And with the older ball, digging it short and hitting that hard. That's a big one coming up on the 19th of July. It's coming from the Ranjit Singh Premdas International Cricket Stadium. India versus Pakistan. How it cannot get any bigger than that. And that too, a day-night encounter.
Yes, even if it's the A sides, I can tell you what, there will be a lot of intensity going into that contest. So whatever you do, don't take your eyes off the screen. Single to end the over. 33 gone, 115 for 5.
Keep. Plenty of activities happening in the middle. It's important not to take your eyes off the screen, isn't it, Drummond? Watch the game closely. Can learn a lot.
It's all about maintaining the intensity as well.
Start.
But just coming back to that one point about over rate, and you know, at one point the first 7 overs were bowled in about 45 minutes. That's when the two quicks were in operation. Harshit Rana and Akash Singh were bowling in tandem, and then you just had a feeling whether they'd be able to get their full 50 overs in about 3.5 hours. And then the spinners came on, especially the two left armers, Abhishek bowling in tandem with Manav Sutar, and they really were getting through the overs in double quick time.
Another learning curve for these youngsters. Bowl your overs in time. Even Sri Lanka was guilty yesterday, as well as Bangladesh. in international cricket, they get fined. Demerit points will be added, and even suspensions for the captain. So this is where the team's got to be really careful. The umpires and the match referee will give the leverages, but don't misuse it. Bowl your overs in time.
Meanwhile, 50 of the partnerships come up for the 6th wicket between these two. Very, very sensible batting by Walthapa and Farazuddin. Almost contributing equally to the cause in this partnership, these two. 51 unbeaten for the 6th wicket of 118 deliveries. Taken the aerial route, and this time he'll get 4. Goes inside out. That's a very strong shot from Farazuddin.
With the inside out being played, probably the best stroke in the cricketing manual for me. Take a look at this for a shot. Beautiful. The mid-overs of invitation was there for Farazuddin. He takes the challenge and goes over the top. A welcome boundary for UAE.
I think the plan is to get that drive straight to the hands of extra cover, the fielder that they've got there. But for that, he'll have to make sure that the length is a little fuller. Cannot drop it a little shorter, because it'll allow the batsman to get the elevation over the top.
No, it's only 3 fielders in the leg side. Cannot bowl middle and leg. That's why Sindhu was keeping it outside the yaw stump. If Farazuddin is a good sweeper, paddle, using the paddle sweep, the slog sweep, there are plenty of runs to be made. But at the moment, he's doing the right thing, keeping risk less as possible and milking those singles and odd boundary.
6 runs already off this over. And 6 it will be. End of the over. 34 gone. 121 for 5. Walthapa is on 30, second highest scorer in this innings at the moment. Aryan Schmidt, a well-compiled 38, but then I thought he threw it away with his wicket going down to Manav Suthar. Bowling change from the far end. And Ryan Parag coming on to bowl. 4 overs, none for 14 for him. Another very talented player. Prasam, none for 16 in his 4 overs. Very capable with the bat. Again, you look back at that season, the IPL season that went by, 2023. Showed glimpses of what he can do. But again, for Rajasthan Royals, wasn't able to really deliver the goods. And Dhruv Jurel, who was in fact used as the impact player in the initial games, went on to cement his place in the side, in the middle order, providing some very handy knocks in his place.
I remember when the IPL was happening, I had a chat with Lasith Malinga, who was the bowling coach for Rajasthan Royals. He did mention a lot about Ryan Parag, especially with his mentality and the ability what this young man brings into the table. And this is lovely delivery. Oh, few gap between the bat and the pad, and unlucky there. Parag should have been picked up his first wicket. But this is where you need to be consistent. Now he has made a name for himself, and this is the big stage. This is the start of his international career, and I'm pretty sure with the ability that he possesses, he can be one of the big stars.
Yes, it's not just with the ball, with the bat. Is entrusted initially with that finisher's role, coming in to bat at number 6 or number 7, especially in the T20 format when you need those big hits. You want to finish off, chase down targets, or maximize the 17 or 18 deliveries that remain if you're batting first. The inside edge. Farazuddin's lucky. That ball ricocheted onto the pads. 35 gone. 122 for 5.
One more over, na? The middle goes 8 overs.
8 teams are taking part in this ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. They're divided into 2 groups of 4 each. Group A features Sri Lanka A, Bangladesh A, Afghanistan A and Oman A. Now this is the tougher group, at least on paper that's what it seems to be, because you've got Sri Lanka, Bangladesh and Afghanistan's A sides in that group.
And it's a big game for Bangladesh tomorrow against Oman at the same venue. They have to win tomorrow somehow to stay in the contention. Sri Lanka, Afghanistan battling it out right next door to Sinhalese Sports Club at Colombo Cricket Club. That's some big one as well. Winners will have 1 foot in the semi-final berth.
But this is what happened on the last ball of the previous over. The inside edge and then getting a painful blow in the midriff.
Rather sensitive tender area. No one wants to get hit.
Now, Sri Lanka notched up a win yesterday in their opening match against Bangladesh A. So they're in a happy position. Afghanistan also beat Oman's A side by 72 runs. So they've got points against their name as well. Bangladesh would be looking for their first points in this competition. So would Oman, remember. And just a quick reminder, out of the 4 teams in Group A, only the top 2 will make it through to the semi-finals. And that's the reason why probably in that match between Sri Lanka A and Afghanistan A, you'll also be looking at those teams looking at gaining the bragging rights in this competition by having gotten 2 wins under their belt if they win tomorrow.
At the moment, Afghanistan is at 1.469 their net run rate, and Sri Lanka is at 0.96. So even though Sri Lanka's mustered a score of 349, just because Afghanistan won by 78 deficit, they are leading. To say in the contention, Bangladesh, if they could beat Oman tomorrow, and one of the sides, Afghanistan or Sri Lanka, will be there will be a winner. The team who loses will have the extra pressure in the last game. So this is where the net run rate could be very, very crucial.
Absolutely. And remember, Bangladesh will have to play Afghanistan in that final group game, which could be quite a humdinger of a contest if Bangladesh register a big win tomorrow against the A side of Oman.
Yeah, Bangladesh-Afghanistan game will be at the Pesara Oval. I was covering 2 days ago the women's T20 New Zealand against Sri Lanka. The pitches were very slow, and the pitches looked very tired as well overall. So the spinners in the Bangladesh-Afghanistan game will have a big say. Generally, Afghanistan will have mystery spinners. They will be very, very handy at that particular venue, isn't it?
Wide down the leg side. Waltapa. I was thinking he'd get a free hit on that ball. That was going down the leg side. Didn't make any connection.
A sensible batting by Waltapa, playing with the turn towards long on. 32 of 72. Tough work for both these batters. Dean, 27 of 64. They showed great temperament handling this situation. Never easy, but they've done so far brilliantly.
Quicker. That last delivery. A lot quicker. Pushed through by Nishant Sindhu. 1 ball to go in this over. It's just given away 1 run off the bat. This is the previous ball. Pushed through with the arm, with the angle. And a slower release on the last ball. Single to end the over. They got 3 from it. 36 gone. 1-2-5 for 5.
UAE a 4-pack admirably, putting on a 59-run partnership and building up something to launch from as the seamers are going to come back. Nitish Kumar Reddy, who's been expensive thus far. Andrew Leonard here with you. Delighted to have Farvez Maharouf with me just for a couple of hours. Farvez, how are you, my friend? Great to be here in your native home.
Good to have you over, Andrew. The sun is shining. You're here. It can't get any better. Across the road, we've got another game going on at Colombo Cricket Club. 173 for 9, Nepal are fighting back. 72 for 8, they were. And so far, the next wicket has put down 101 runs with Sompal Kami. 69 of 95 deliveries, showing his experience.
Yeah. Phenomenal fight back from Nepal, and UAE are joining them here. Should be 2. Gotta turn it down. I was listening to you discuss that kind of lack of exposure for the associates. That's changing now, isn't it? And we're seeing more and more. We saw how strong the Netherlands and Scotland were down in Zimbabwe. Nepal's rise has been one of the great stories of the last 5 or 6 years. Farazuddin is not happy there. He wanted the second. But there's so much talent coming through these countries, isn't there?
Yeah, Farazuddin was screaming, saying, "It's my call." Could have been a suicide call. That's what I'm talking about. Farazuddin wanting it, and the Valtapa saying no. And the reaction is quite hilarious, saying that it's my call. Like, you're spot on about the associate countries getting many opportunities. All I'm saying, most of the time, bilateral series is these countries who are not having a test status got to be having with the test playing nations. That's where they're going to improve their skills, and they will be tested with the best. We've seen you covered Nepal cricket. I've done so much cricketers coming through. The talent is real, and even with UAE, the fight these two players are putting in is encouraging. So going forward, if these things could put in place, I think the beautiful game is in good place.
Far too short, would be given as a wide. Yeah, I think certainly the other good point you made was the lack of exposure some of the associates have had through the franchise leagues. But again, that's changing. We saw George Munsey excellent in the ILT20. Several of the UAE players, Sanchit Sharma starred there, young Ayan Khan, who's not here, just 17 years of age. And many viewers will be wondering why Vritti Aravind is not here as part of this UAE team, the young batting star. He's over at the GT20 in Canada, just like Sandeep Lamachani and Dipender Singh Airi. So as there's more exposure for these associate cricketers, I think they're going to get picked up more in the franchise leagues, and that will increase their strength and their depth.
As well as playing bilateral series. That's my main point. Getting you play as a team and getting bilateral series in big countries, that's the main idea, should be going forward. I saw an article from the Netherlands coach pleading teams to come and play them before they prepare for the World Cup. It shouldn't be the way, isn't it? Top 10 team is not having the matches. That's disturbing signs. And you have a Basilidi who was so well, got 100, picked up 5 wickets, won the game for Netherlands, made sure they qualified for the World Cup, and the coach comes out and says they're pleading for more international cricket. That's disturbing for me as a former cricketer.
I think it's a great shape. Bas de Leede, outstanding. Century and a 5-wicket haul in the same ODI. Son of Tim de Leede, the former Dutch captain. The calendar is squeezed, there's no doubt about it. It's not easy to get those international bilaterals in, but they're so important for the development of those nations, particularly outside of the top 4 or 5 big ones, the lower test nations, the best associates. And that was encouraging to see before the qualifier. West Indies going to the UAE, playing that 3-match series there. Yes, West Indies won at 3-0, but it was perfect preparation for both sides going out of Zimbabwe.
I'll give you a good example, Lenny. 2009, 10, probably 8. I think Afghanistan national team came to Sri Lanka about twice to play against the Sri Lankan A team. Similarly, Ireland came down as well. So those era was a Sri Lankan A team against the Ireland national team and Afghanistan team when they started off the proceedings. And then where are they now? Both of them got test playing status. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Try and organize tournaments where these players will get exposed in different countries in different conditions. That's how you're going to improve, and the game of cricket will be expanded.
And that's why something like this ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup is so important. It's so good. It's not just that exposure to playing against better cricketers, it's the different conditions too.
Yeah, spot on there. That's exact point. Getting more exposure in the Emerging Cup Asia is a wonderful platform for these cricketers.
Quick single, direct hit. Would have been interesting. And they're going to get an overthrow to go with it. So it will be a couple of runs to close out the 37th. UAE 8, 129 for 5.
Some fight back this, eh? Yeah. Huh? They were 72 for 8. Oh, yeah.
ठीक है भाई वो भी ऊपर से मारा तो बहुत टाइम ले लिया
Projected score just 174, but that's at the current rate. We've seen acceleration in the final 10 overs be very constant and consistent throughout 50 over cricket since that move to 3 power plays. So there will be a chance to push up to maybe 200, 220 should be the target, you'd think, for UAE. I bid a quick farewell to Farvez Maharouk, welcoming back the former India international Atul Wasan. Atul, is it 220 that UAE are thinking of?
Not really. I think the first plan must have been to just bat out 50 overs. This was a chance. It was very tentative start. And just Hull having a swipe at the wicket. But it's been a long time since the wicket fell. Nasser, when he got out, seemed ages ago. It was 66 as the score his wicket fell at, and it was in the 14th over. We are in 37th over, so it's a kind of a fight back which UAE team is showing. But Indian team also is playing the waiting game. I think they should be more proactive. They should have actually gone more for the kill rather than just wait out.
Yeah, I think in fairness to Ashdal, he's tried things. He's used 7 bowlers in total. We've seen leg slips in place. We've seen close catchers in the circle. Sometimes it doesn't quite happen. And I think credit needs to go to Valtapa and Fazruddin in terms of the way they've approached this. Talk about the 50 over game, the difference. You can have 15 over periods where you rebuild. They go big in the last 10, 220, 230, gets them into the game. They've got good spin options, the UAE. That's beautifully bowled, tempting, teasing from Sindhu.
Yeah, that was my point, tempting and teasing rather than just playing the waiting game. They've been proactive in the field, but the bowlers should have been told to be more tempting. The spinners were bowling in tandem, and the spare from UAE pretty satisfied with just tapping it around. Not even tapping it around, taking their own time. They've 147 dots in the innings so far. To be honest, the wicket is also pretty placid. 38 gone, it's 131 for 5.
.65, the 6th wicket partnership now worth. Quick update from across the road at the Colombo Cricket Club. Nepal have been bowled all out for 179. Sampal Kami making a really good rearguard 75 down the order. But Shanawaz, who's plenty of senior experience, 5 for 38 for him and 4 wickets too for Mohammad Wasim Jr. Just a few signs that India A, their backroom team, not overly happy with the way this game has drifted along a touch. Haven't been able to break this partnership. The runs have come a little bit easier in the last 5 or 6 overs for UAE.
Well, time since last boundary, 28 deliveries, so almost 4 overs, 5 overs almost. Not a single boundary. Look at that timeline. Pretty accurate, fifths, Parag is bowling his 6th over. Just given away 17 runs, and he's tried everything. Off spin, leg spin, flippers, back of the hand deliveries. Nothing has worked on this pair.
Well, he is rolling out the full box of tricks here, isn't he? Parag, he is showing off every variation. And smiles and a word or two of encouragement from the keeper as well. Drub Jarrell like that. Another googly. Plenty out of the back of the hand. It's interesting because his off breaks come out so nicely. Why is he going to those wrist spin variations?
But there is no pressure on the bowlers. You can see that he knows that there's not going to be much attack.
That's a little round.
That's a Kedar Jadhav delivery. You know, that's became very famous. Just almost parallel. Just reduce that angle. And he became pretty successful, Kedar Jadhav. And I think he's done similar kind of tricks in IPL also for Rajasthan Royals.
Yeah, 3 primary variations. The off break, that little round arm one, and then the googly out of the back of the hand. Finishes the regulation off break. Won't close out the maiden. So they'll get a single. They want the second, but they'll have to turn it down. 1 from the over. 39 bowled. 1 through 2 for 5.
Ask you about senior one. Ask you about as well.
Plenty of youth on show, both for UAE and India. And as the India senior men are dominating that test match in the Caribbean, Atul, I have to ask you about young Yashasvi Jaiswal. Incredible start to his career. You look at that impact that he had in that test match. He's still unbeaten on the 100. That he joins a list of incredible list, really, the likes of Saurav Ganguly and Suresh Raina, who started their career overseas with 100. Where is he going to sit? What's his future?
Well, I hope it ends up like Virendra Sehwag's, because that's one who also started overseas with 100 on debut in South Africa, batting at number 5. But eventually we saw kind of success he had as an opener. 2 triple hundreds. But Yashasvi Jaiswal, what a story, and what a player. I think suddenly caught everybody's imagination in this IPL, the way he batted with the power. Prithvi Shaw was similarly, you know, I remember him making his debut because of that pressure of runs he brought on selectors. But suddenly getting this chance, you can say that West Indies is not the kind of team. But getting 100 first up, playing overseas, and you're just giving results to your potential. What a successful story that has been, where he's come from, the hardships he faced, and also one from this kind of infrastructure playing under 19 World Cup.
Yeah, incredible. He joins the list. Suresh Raina, Virendra Sehwag, Saurav Ganguly did it against England in the mid-90s, Pravin Amre, Surinder Armanath and Abbas Ali Bey going back to the 70s and the late 50s there. But I suppose it's the aptitude for the fight that he's shown. Jaiswal still batting 143 not out from 350 balls. To have that kind of fortitude, that presence of mind, again, at a similar age to the players we're watching here. He's just 21. He'll have played alongside many of these. Who else within this squad here that we're watching maybe will join Jaiswal in the senior team shortly?
I think Yash Dhul is right up there. He's the kind of success he's had in the Ranji Trophy. He's got a double 100, he's got 100. I think the first 5 games he had 400s. And that was just back of the success he had as under 19 World Cup winning captain. So he's been captain for the in Delhi team. But Sai Sudarshan is somebody I would name here. The kind of glimpse he has shown to his talent in this IPL. Because I never knew much about him before the IPL. Just heard his name, that is somebody with a lot of talent. But you know, you hear a lot of stories about that. And then some players actually tend to, you know, just fade away. End of 40, it's 135 for 5.
Second power play is in the books, and time now for UAE to use this platform that they've worked hard for. Not many big building blocks in those middle overs. Now is the time to score. And as we go into the third power play, Lash Dow will have 5 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle if he wants them. But it's been the trial by spin for these two. Great credit to the way that Fazruddin and Valthappa have fought back, but from here they need to get on with it now. They need to look up north of 200, maybe 220 would be the limit. And will it be the spinners that they'll target here in the last 10?
But I'll be impressed if they reach 200. You know, if they reach 200, then the Indian boys will have to do some thinking, because they had them on the mat. They had them back towards the wall at 66 for 5. And then just letting them off and getting them to reach 200. The coaches won't be happy. And this is the issue. You think that you will be able to chase that runs down, but you know, when you've got the other team in a corner, you should know how to tighten the screws further.
I think what we're seeing as well from the UAE is just how close-knit a unit they've become. It's not just the national team that they're representing here, the A team, but almost every single one of these players has come up through the under-15s, under-17s, under-19s together. They're all a very similar age. Average age, as we were saying earlier, just a fraction over 20. Nicely bowled, bit of turn and bounce on offer from Parag. And born in Chennai, the non-striker Ashwin Valthappa, he's come through that Emirati development system. So much good cricket going on there in the UAE. I like the way they've gone about it. I think from here they now have to show how they can accelerate, how they can score more quickly.
Yes, I think so. I think some proactivity needs to be there. Just trying to go over the top. I think they've spent enough time that they know what is happening, what the pitch is doing, which is not doing anything. The pitch is very placid, very docile. Look at that, 158 dot balls. That's a lot of dot balls for one innings in ODIs.
And that will be a learning. They'll do their number crunch at the end of today. No game tomorrow for them, and then a day off the day after. So, a chance to learn from that. How do they be more proactive? Particularly in the middle overs, as Valthappa plays nicely down the ground to move into the 40s. 9 remain. It's 138 for 5.
Gotta get a move on here.
Only 2 players here.
Just allowed them to bowl too many dots.
We're here at the historic hub, the home, really the spiritual home of Sri Lankan cricket. And we got an upgrade. We were talking yesterday about the big scoreboards and all of the work being done. This one doesn't need much work. The reason why, it's been electricised just after 1:05, as you can see the score at the top. Iconic, those big scoreboards across Sri Lanka, and that's the only one that's digitised at an international venue here. As the trial by spin continues, Manav has 2 remaining. Has he been the pick of the spinners for India for you?
Yes, the first 2 wickets came quickly, but that he has to just work hard, and now he's trying his bag of tricks. He's got a lovely action, lovely loop, but somehow that left-hand, right-hand combination is not working out for him. So spread out field. Yashtal just making use of the 5 fielders he's allowed outside the circle.
Yeah, 2 in the deep on the offside for the right-hander. That's long off and deep cover. Then on the leg side, there's a man almost at a sort of fine leg or a backward fine leg for a fast bowler. Deep backward square, I suppose. But still a slip in place, so an interesting field. Also deep mid-wicket and long on the leg side. So 3 in the deep on the leg side. Only mid-wicket on leg, saving a single.
And that's where, I mean, he should be actually a bit more attacking. He can bring one in and create that gap to tempt the batsman. Because you feel that you're comfortable, you will be able to chase all the runs that will be put on the board.
Yeah, and the difficult thing here for UAE, there's been just too many dots. Slip has come out. Got to be looking for a run from every delivery for the last 10 overs here. And in this over, already 3 dots. There should be a single there. Non-striker's got to take off. He's got to go. Got to go quickly. You get 4 singles and over, you pick up a boundary, you're looking at a minimum of 8 or 9 per over. That's what they need from here. Too many dots, too many ones. Not enough risk being taken. It's binary crowed on the bottom of our screen there.
Again, just a gentle push. You can just, punch it harder. Again, you just waiting to use the pace of the delivery. You're not putting any counter punching on the ball. That's again this affording the bowler the luxury to be just keep on putting the ball in the same spot. End of 42 is 139 for 5.
Should be getting singles,
He's just putting the bat like this. Play like this. Don't make any mistake. But then captain should also gap.
Get 5 singles, all of a sudden a bad ball comes in, 9 off the over.
Really tight stuff from the Indian spinners in particular. They've been outstanding. And with 5 wickets in hand, 8 overs to go. Surely there's an opportunity now for the UAE side to really go through the gears, take some aggressive options. The 2 strike rates are poor. They're under 50. 45 for Valthapa. He's batted stylishly, but hasn't hit a boundary. Where are the boundary options coming?
How often you see that? But I think now he's got to feel that they've got still 5 wickets in the kitty and only 8 overs to go. Again, that turn, but again, no intentions to score. Just a dead defense from Valthapa. Strange approach.
And there are signs that this pitch is starting to wear. Turn and bounce on offer. It won't be the high-scoring affair that we had yesterday with over 650 runs scored on the same wicket. But UAE now have to take some risk. Can he hit with the spin? Can he go inside out over extra cover?
Again a dot ball. Again, just feet are stuck inside the crease, no stepping out. Parag has just been so comfortable, just coming and just bowling where he wants to, knowing that the batsman is not going to be attacking him.
Last over wasn't to finish.
Yeah, more than 50 balls since the last boundary, and with 4 dots to close the previous over, it's now 8 consecutive dots. Something's got to give here. Have to play a shot. And finally, some use of the feet at least, but it's only a single. And that single's only possible because Parag misfielded it. That projected score, it's not nudging towards 200 like UAE needed to.
Let's see what Farazuddin can do. This is the last ball of the 43rd over. Another Valthapa has got probably the kind of game where I can expect bigger shots from him. Farazuddin has been totally blocking the ball.
Big shot attempted, but no contact made. It's another tight over, just 1 run off it. 43 balled, 140 for 5.
Thanks, man.
Time to get a move on now. 7 overs remain in the innings. 5 wickets still in hand. Now the key here is we've had almost a 14 over spell earlier without a boundary being struck, and now almost another 60 deliveries, which means another 10 overs since a boundary has been struck. So there have been these long spells of just batting in binary numbers, either 0 or 1. I don't know, for one, Atul Vasan was just vacated. The commentators see it as a big believer in the binary code. But I think there's a time to get a move on now. 59 deliveries since the last boundary, and that's what I was talking about for Rez.
Yeah, the recovery is done. The hard work is done now. The two batters got to identify the areas and the spinners. Ideally, Thapa should be targeting Manav to the shorter boundary, to the leg side, ball turning back in to the left-hander. And against Rian Parag, when he bowls the off spinners, Farazuddin could use the long handle using the short boundary to the leg side. So this is where I think one of these batsmen got to make that move. In this over, if someone is going big, that should be Thapa targeting the shorter boundary.
Completely agree with you. Tries that inside out, only for a single. The other question that begs answering is, this partnership's worth 76, all right. But when you say you've got to get a move on, you've got to start attacking the bowling, you look at 5 wickets in the hut still remain. But what's the quality of batting to come? Is this the last recognized batting pair really to speak of?
Could be, but still, after this over, 6 overs for 4 remaining batsmen in the hut, I think you still got to take that chance. Because you need runs, a decent number of runs on the board. This is pitch probably down the leg side and going away for the leg side. A good decision by the umpires. So this is where I think the proactiveness, being smart, of picking up the right bowler wish to attack which side, just like that, he's targeting the shorter boundary to the offside. It's good batting by Farazuddin, just couldn't get the timing right. Coming back for the second run, a better throw would have had Thapa in trouble, but in the end 2 runs been crossed over. 44 gone, 145, and this is the stroke again. Couple of bouncers. I think it's Sai Sudarshan, Harshit Singh, beg your pardon, was at deep extra cover. Saved 2 runs there. 44 gone, 145 for 5.
While we are tracking this Group B fixture, India A versus the A side of UAE. Pakistan A, who are playing Nepal, bundled them out for 179, need 180 to win in their 50 overs. That's the target that they've got in front of them to win that match against Nepal. Coming back to this particular game that's on, the previous delivery, the last ball of the previous over, had a feeling that Harshit Rana was off balance when he threw the ball, which is why the throw really didn't travel quickly enough to the stumps. Otherwise, maybe there might have been a chance of a run out. Meanwhile, he's come on to bowl now, starting a fresh spell. Couple of wickets for him, got the 2 left-handers out earlier, did Harshit Rana, but this is what happened on the last ball of the previous over.
Did the hard yards, picked it up. The only thing is he was throwing with the momentum, not against the momentum. If he had thrown back to the wicket keeper's end, that would have been more difficult. But in that occasion, it was bowling, beg your pardon, throwing at the bowler's end. But still, as you said, he was off balance, but the momentum was with him. But nevertheless, the credit should go to the batters as well. They sprinted across for the first run, and they made sure they came back for the second pretty easily.
Got more opportunity, and he's latched onto it. Wicket number 3 for Harshit Rana. And that is very, very good. Quick reflexes by the bowler.
Almost like a tennis forehand by Farazuddin down the ground. Banged in short by a big Harshit Rana. Take a look at this sort of catch. Oh, good reflections in the follow through with the big man coming down. Never easy. And it made it look so easy. And the rewards for his third wicket in the day for his hard work. Farazuddin, a brilliant knock of 35, a gutsy knock I should say. UAE 146 for 6.
So the 80-run partnership for the 6th wicket finally broken. And Farazuddin out caught and bowled by Harshit Rana after making 35. A very patient 35 of 88 deliveries. But a sharp catch on his follow through for Harshit Rana. Sachit Sharma walks out into the middle. 87 runs in the previous 8 matches. This is the 9th match for him. Known more for his bowling. Was UAE's second highest wicket taker in the World Cup qualifiers. Picked up 7 wickets there. The part of the under-19 squad for UAE in the 2020 edition of the under-19 World Cup as well. He was the joint second highest wicket taker in the competition. Picked up 7 wickets there. But this is the caught and bowled.
Brilliant. He's having a good day, isn't he? Picked up his 3rd wicket, running in now. I like the field attack, field set by skipper Yashdul as well as slip fielder in place with the new batter. Going for the kill. Overall, the cricket signings have been brilliant. Yes, the 5 wickets fell in a pretty quick succession. But the partnership between Farazuddin and Altapa has made sure that UAE has something on the scoreboard to bowl at. And even the bowling at display for India has been superb. The fast bowlers have been decent, especially Harshit Rana, beg your pardon, was superb with the new ball, with the older ball, hitting those back of the length, and the left arm spinners, the 3 of them, did a decent job. And Riyan Parag getting through the overs. Only sad side of the Indian attack was Akash Singh's injury. Apart from that, they have bought their A game today.
And I think it bodes well. The other thing he may need to work on is the over rate, especially when the quicks are bowling. And the changeover between overs needs to be a little quicker for them. We saw them trying to hustle with the keeper and the captain getting a word in, but no dearth of effort that's been put in by Harshit Rana. He's bowled with a lot of heart, bent his back, tried to extract some extra bounce off the surface. Now remember, the sun's beating down. It's almost close to 1:30 in the afternoon, and he is into his 7th over, still willing to bend his back.
These are the type of bowlers any captain would have in the team. You throw the ball at any time of the day, they'll run in for you. Gives you everything.
He's bowling the 45th over, so effectively you're thinking that he'll bowl 47 and 49 as well, and probably bowl out that way. Or will the captain just hold him back and get him to bowl the 48th and 50th? We'll have to see, because that's the end. The far end has been his preferred end. That's where he's bowled from all day today.
I'm a strong believer if a fast bowler is bowling well, especially, get through his overs. And the rhythm is good and he's threatening to take wickets. You need wickets to keep the run rate down. And the best way to do it is give it when the fast bowler is in rhythm and firing. 45 gone, UAE 147 for 6.
Left hand bowling straight.
Andrew, the boys playing large runs.
Left arm round. और यहाँ स्लिप नहीं चाहिए बड़ी बॉल चल आजा आजा इधर ही करता ना
find three batters whose innings have contributed majorly to the score of 147. But the problem for UAE's A side is that only 4 batsmen getting to double digits. That's where they've lost the plot. It's a great opportunity for a lot of these youngsters to try and play themselves in. Spend some time out there in the middle. It's not a very difficult pitch to bat on. The ball's coming nicely onto the bat. That's the kind of surface that you'd like to play yourself in and then make it count. Abhishek Sharma's chipped in very handily today into his 8th over. Effectively, he's bowled 3 deliveries, remember, to finish Akash Singh's unfinished over.
And this spell will give him so much confidence coming into his batting innings, isn't it? He's seen it many times in IPL cricket. He's played some decent knocks, but at the moment, he's doing the job very well with the ball.
Yes, he had a couple of half centuries in that previous edition of the IPL. Has been used at various positions in that T20 format. Asked to open, bat up the order, times bat in the middle order as well. But more often in the limited overs format, they choose to play him up the order.
He's trying, isn't he? Targeted the short boundary. Thapa just couldn't get the timing right. Slowing things down, Abhishek Sharma. We spoke about spinners not giving the pace. And I think that's what the Indian spinners have done really well. They've read the pitch pretty early. Take a look at that, how slow is that? And the line is middle and leg, not letting the batsman free his arms. The ball since last bound is 74 deliveries. Just goes to show how well this Indian attack have bowled.
And look at how he uses the bowling crease. He's coming around the wicket now. But earlier when he was bowling over the wicket, he was going very wide of the crease. 46 gone, 149 for 6. Now tomorrow, remember, Bangladesh A go up against Oman's A side in a very crucial match for Bangladesh because they've got to win this. They're winless so far. They lost the match they played yesterday against the A team from Sri Lanka. So they need to win and win big tomorrow. While this is going to be an important game because either Sri Lanka or Afghanistan, their A team, will probably be thinking if they win tomorrow, they'd be getting a foot in the door to get into the semi-finals.
Foot and a half, I should say.
Especially for Sri Lanka if they win, yes. If they win tomorrow, they'll have Oman as their final opponents.
Absolutely, as well as the net run rates, almost a plus for Sri Lanka and a plus definitely for Afghanistan. Bangladesh will have everything to play for. Back against the walls. And they need to win and they need to win comprehensively. For Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, it's all about dishing out a good game that's been played at Colombo Cricket Club. Comparing with SSC, it's quite a small ground at Colombo Cricket Club. Runs can be made and all depends on what sort of a pitch being prepared. Generally, pitches are really good up at CCC.
Meanwhile, the 150 coming up for the side. And the third 50 of the innings took quite a while. 150 for 6. But that was when the resurrecting act was being carried out by Thapa, who teamed up with Farazuddin. And now, with just another 3.5 overs to go, I think it's time for even Sanchit, who's just come into bat, Sanchit Sharma, to get a move on, try and score some quick runs.
With the evidence that we had in the last delivery, he's looking to use the long handle. Straight away, the changes have been made. Third man comes up, mid-wicket drops back, and all the 4 fielders in the leg side are saving the boundary.
Well, it was to come out to bat, it's just kind of shadow practicing. Oh, that's clipped the stumps. That's clipped the stumps, and another wicket for Harshit Rana. Sanchit Sharma missing the line of the ball completely.
Harshit Rana showing us his entire variations. This time it was a slower delivery, off cutter. Completely bamboozled Sanchit Sharma. Take a look at this. And it gripped and clipped the leg stump. Beautifully bowled, dipped as well. And a brilliant day for the big Harshit Rana, who picked up his 4th wicket. Sharma gone for 2. UAE 150 for 7.
He captain 2020.
Sanchit Sharma out for 2. Harshit Rana claiming his 4th wicket in this match. He's done a good job. He's been the tireless workhorse for the India A team today. Remember, with the other pacer out injured, Akash Singh, he's the only one frontline pace bowling option that India A are left with, and he's manfully shouldered the burden. The new bat out in is Josh Giannani. Not too much time left. Let's see how many more the A side of UAE can add to the total of 150 that they've got on the scoreboard. Harshit Rana would be eyeing a 5-wicket haul here. Just greeting the new batsman, saying welcome.
It's a good bouncer, right on the money. This was a slow ball wicket for Sanchit Sharma. And deservedly getting his 4 wickets. Put in the hard yards, ran in with the new ball, ran with the second spell as well, and finishing after that. The umpire is just having a chat with the batsman. I think he got hit probably in the chest area, maybe the helmet. Remember, it's always if the ball touches the helmet, the protocol of concussion got to be made. A couple of questions, just making sure everything is fine, helmet is fine. It's a good thing that the ICC are brought in after the unfortunate incident which happened a few years ago. It looks like Josh Giannani is quite steady and no damage done.
Just touching the grill of the helmet after bouncing off, probably after hitting the chest. But I'll come back to the point, the previous wicket that went down, I was very interested in the reaction of Dhruv Jurel. Now the ball clipped the stumps and was going down leg. Dhruv Jurel went for the ball, caught the ball, and I think he's been very good behind the stumps. You remember a catch he took down the leg side to get rid of second wicket, that of Ansh.
It's a hallmark of a good player, like a good goalkeeper, like Andre Onana from Inter Milan. Nothing goes behind, nothing goes past me. That should be the wicket-keeper's mentality. Because any good wicket-keeper we've seen in the past, nothing goes by, isn't it? We take the Ian Healy's, the Adam Gilchrist, the MS Dhoni's, the Kumar Sangakkara's. These are the name that comes in straight away to my mind. Nothing passes by. As you correctly said, there's a good point you made. It hit the stumps. Could have easily not dive for it and let the ball go and get someone else to throw it back. And that's the mentality of a good young cricketer coming through.
And also remember, it might have clipped the stumps and was out, all right, but had the bowler overstepped, had it been called a no ball, that could have been extra runs, maybe deflected off the stumps to the boundary for 4. So the keeper's made sure he's collected the ball. Whatever's happening, you play the game till the ball's called a dead ball. And I think that's the key, the approach that Dhruv Jurel's shown. More runs here. Single to end the over. The new batter finally gets some runs against his name. It's 151 for 7.
No, this will be soon. And run almost really 7. It's coming. Sweeper goalkeeper. Sweeper keeper.
3 overs still remain to be bowled in this innings. Remember, the clock's already at past 1:30 in the afternoon. That's the time that the Indian bowlers should have been able to wrap up their full 50 overs. So that's going to be a little question that will remain. They probably need to get the changeovers done faster between overs.
I think the 11s will be given. And that's something that the umpires and the third umpire does calculate. But where the Indian team was in the first half, I think only 11 overs were completed. Where the team stands now, I think it's a decent comeback. And with the 11s being given, the next 3 overs should be done in about 12 to 15 minutes. I think the Indian team will be hanging by the thread, but just in line, and shouldn't be an issue.
I think because we're talking about the emerging teams playing here, this is something that you want to inculcate right from the age level format. Get through the overs, maintain the over rate, because as you were saying earlier, for race, the penalties kick in. With slower over rate, especially for the captain over a period of time, especially at the senior level.
And getting into good habits, isn't it? It's very important in international cricket. There are so many consequences to be faced in case if you can't bowl your overs in time. And this is a learning process for these youngsters. And the conditions in the middles are testing. It's hot, it's humid, it's muggy. Takes a lot out of your body. But in the end, the players don't have a choice, do they?
But Yashdol, he's done well as captain. The only thing that probably he'd be thinking about, apart from the over rate being a little slow, is that could he have done something more to break that partnership that developed for the 6th wicket, that 80-run stand, just when we had the UAE side, the A team, in the air and taken as well from extra cover. The captain running across to take that catch. Yashdol makes no mistake, and Nitish Reddy gets his first wicket of the match.
Another slower delivery, getting the job done for the Indian seamers. Previously it was Harshit Rana with the off cutter. This occasion it was going away from the left-hander, and Waltaba trying to go over extra cover, the vacant extra cover. Just got the top of the bat near the splices, and an easy cutter shot extra cover. Nevertheless, a fighting knock by the left-hander from UAE. Waltaba has gone for 46. UAE 152 for 8.
पीछे जाइए पाजी पॉइंट आना राइट अप होगा
Aditya Shetty walks out into the middle, and a little while ago we'd shown you that he was shadow practicing outside the boundary rope, waiting for his time to come. His time has come, and it's come because of this.
This is the real deal in the middle. Welcomed by a bouncer by Reddy. He's here because Waltaba just couldn't time it. Slow ball and an easy catch to captain Yashdol. For me, who has changed the bowlers pretty well and used them pretty well as well, knowing the angle, the shorter boundary, which way. Spinners in the middle overs, running through overs. He has been very impressive.
And coming back to Aditya Shetty now, he's, they say all bowlers take their batting very seriously. I think Aditya Shetty was shallow practicing, just waiting for his turn to come in and bat, and now he's got his opportunity. Let's see what he can do against Reddy.
In modern day cricket, everything is a percentage. If a bowler could bat, that's an advantage for your selection. This is your chance.
Another slower one from Nitish Reddy. He's using the change of pace well. Will they get an extra run thanks to the ball ricocheting off the stumps? No, they don't.
Predominantly being slower deliveries in this over by Reddy. This goes to show the pitch is slowing things down. And it's not easy once the ball loses the hardness and the shine. It's been tough work.
But the one thing that I've been impressed with is the number of direct hits that we've seen from throws coming in from the outfield. Oh, on the helmet. on the helmet. I think he's just completely misjudged that. And they'll have to get the physio in, the concussion rule kicking in. He'll have to have a concussion check.
But this time it was lack of pace. Played it too early and right on the money. Hopefully not big damage being done, but looks steady, the batsman. Right on the grill. Good bounce, a good line, and the protocol will be made.
152 for 8. The A side of UAE were put into bat, remember, by Yash Dole, the Indian captain for the A team. When he won the toss, this is what happened. Jonathan just playing the very first ball that he faced, down fine leg, straight down his throat. This was a sharp catch by the wicketkeeper Dhruv Jurel to get rid of Ansh Tandon.
Lovepreet Singh missed a straight one, plumb in front. A very easy catch, nicely bowled by the left arm spinner Anwar Sudhar. And that was Captain Ali Nasser, plumb in front. Beautiful left arm was still returning back into the stumps. And this is a magnificent catch by big Harshit Rana off his own follow through. Beautifully bowled, that gripped. Picking up the 4th wicket for the big man. And then the last wicket. Nitish Reddy picked up his first wicket.
As the wicket going down of Walthapa. A well compiled 46 by Walthapa, the top scorer for UAE's A team in this match today. And now it's just a matter of time. How many more runs can they add? Look at just that one big partnership for the 6th wicket for 80 runs. Not too much before that, and definitely nothing after that. They had a 30-run stand for the 2nd wicket, albeit, but not a lot to write home about.
49th over slip in place. How often do you see that? Brilliant.
Yes, that's because number 9 and number 10 are at the crease, so you've got to try and just bowl them out. And I think Harshit Rana is eyeing his 5-wicket haul. So he's probably told the captain, give me a man in catching position.
As bowlers, you don't get what you want from the captain most of the time. But in this occasion, captain Yashto, would I listen to him? 5 wickets in the hand, ran in the entire day. He certainly deserves a fifer, in my opinion.
He's got 5 more deliveries left in his spell in this match, because he can't bowl another over after this, remember. We're in the 49th already.
How is he going to set up the batsman? That's what I'm interested to see. To bowl a bouncer first up and then go for the full bunga Yorker, or else go length. I reckon going short first and then setting him up for the full bunga.
Well, he goes full straight up. In fact, was looking for the Yorker. Call it the double bluff. Had the deep square and fine leg at the boundary. Probably would have had number 9 and number 10 thinking, okay, a short ball coming. Went for the full length delivery. I'll talk about 5-wicket hauls. Farwez Maroof in the hot seat with me. No stranger to registering that in his bowling career. A bowling spell of 6 for 14 on one occasion. 2 5-wicket hauls in his ODI career. Well done, Farwez.
6 for 14 was at my favorite city outside Sri Lanka, Mumbai. And second fifer against my favorite team, who I have a lot of friends from, India.
Happy destination.
Absolutely. The amount of time I've traveled to India, I'm almost like Indian. I can speak good Hindi. You can try me out.
I do believe that. I do believe that. Of course, you had your stints during the IPL as well. Remember, the first season itself, I think it was the Delhi Daredevils at that time is what they were called.
The happy days for sure. Even playing international cricket, I think I've toured about 6-7 times in the IPL. Then the commentary gigs, what I've got. And even Sri Lanka and India, the bilateral relationship has grown since the crisis that Sri Lanka went through. India was the first one to come out and help Sri Lanka out and bail us out. So I think all the Sri Lankans listen to me right now will have a big respect towards India for what they did when the chips were down and the living was very hard for about 3 to 4 months. Definitely the Indian government came out and helped us out, which was a nice gesture, and most of us survived that tough period.
That's what they talk about, grit and resilience. It's great to see Sri Lanka emerge from that crisis stronger But can the UAE recover from the position that they're in? In a spot of bother, not too many runs on the board. Pulled away. And this time around it's going to be a welcome boundary. Finally, a boundary after 91 deliveries. That's almost over 15 overs since they'd struck a 4. Finally, they get one.
The bounce attempt did not get high. And he slapped it over mid-wicket. Brilliant. Flat hit, just the one bounce. I feel for Harshit Rana. He's trying his level best for 5 wickets. But some of the options taken in this over could be much better. This is where the inexperience of the young man has been shown.
Again, it takes a lot of effort, and if you come in and try and bowl a short delivery on the 5th ball of your over, especially when you're bowling in the afternoon, you're in the 9th over of your spell. A tough ask, and this one's been creamed down the ground. And I think they'll just like to reconfirm whether that has gone the distance. That's what the third umpire will be called in to check.
Whether it's 4 or a 6, not an issue, but what a shot by the batsman who was batting deep down in the order. The first one went through mid-wicket. This, a forehand slap over mid-on. Mid-on was in the circle and it goes over the top. And I think probably it's the first maximum of this innings.
It looked as if it was the first 6, just went over the boundary rope. Still waiting for an official confirmation from the third umpire, who might want to look at it from another angle, and this might make it clear. I think this pretty much is a definitive view. It's the first 6 of the match. And it comes off the last ball of the 49th over. 49 gone, 164 for 8. Last over of the innings coming up. I think one aspect that UAE's A team will be happy about, that from 66 for 5 in the 12th over, they've managed to take the game into the 50th over of their innings. So that's the one takeaway for them, the positive. In the air and short of the fielder in the deep.
It was an interesting shot by Shetty. Now, this was a 6, the previous over, the last delivery, over long on. The gap was there, with the mid-on being up and digging it short there, Nitish Rana. And a fantastic shot. Tennis forehand to collect the first maximum of this innings.
Yeah, just the way he played that shot, just took that front foot away from the line of the ball, just opened up his stance as if he was ready to tee off to whatever was pitched at him.
He was ready to go big. He was ready to go big. Reddy, 3 fielders in the offside in the boundary. Going outside the off-stump Yorker, and a good option taken by the fast bowler, and gets himself rewarded with the 2nd wicket. Josh probably going to go over square leg with square leg and fine leg in the circle, but I thought it was way outside the off-stump. Cannot do that from that angle.
And Nitish Reddy gets another wicket in the match, and Josh will have to go for 13. But look at 2 things here. One, he's made sure that he's kept the ball wide of the left-hander, and Nitish takes the catch, but it's his reaction after taking the catch. He looks at the non-striker. This is anyway well done, well executed. But look at what he's done after that. He's taken the catch, he sees the non-striker out of his crease, so they're going to throw the stumps down as well. Can I get 2 for 1? He's gone for 13. It's 165 for 9.
You're fine.
Jawadullah is the new batsman in, and he will be on strike. Remember, the rules have changed, and And it's no longer about whether the batsman cross while the catch is taken or not. It's the new batter who walks in at the fall of a wicket in case of a catch being taken has to be at the striker's end. He doesn't get to be at the non-striker's end in case the batsman cross. So anyway, that becomes irrelevant now. A slower one, I think it just slipped out of his hand as he tried to push it wider off the left-hander.
Giving him some room, Javadullah. Just outside the off stump. But a good slow ball to have. It was dipping, very slow. Not easy for a new batter to come and time it from the first ball itself.
Provides a good option, Nitish Reddy. Bowling the death overs, then can bring the change-ups in play. Looking for two here, and they will get it. Just ricocheted off Nitish's foot, and I think he's injured.
Hopefully not too bad. Nitish Reddy straight on his UK 10. Saved a couple of more runs as far as I'm concerned, but that big boots of Reddy has got a pounding. Hopefully not a big damage been done. A quick magic spray will do the job.
He's just got it on the metatarsal bone. I think that's the reason why it's hurting a lot more.
Yeah, looks like it's a bit serious than what we thought, but looks like he's in good spirits. Should be all right to get up and finish off the over.
Well, the action continues at the Sinhalese Sports Club tomorrow as well in Colombo, where Bangladesh's A team take on Oman in search of their first win of this edition of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. Back in 2019, they'd made the final, played Pakistan, where Pakistan went on to win that match. But meanwhile, across the road tomorrow, it's going to be Sri Lanka A who take on Afghanistan A. Both sides have already registered a win in the group stages, so another win tomorrow for either of the two teams will make things much better for them in terms of making it through to the semi-finals. Remember, 2 out of the 4 teams in each group, the top 2 teams from each of the 2 groups in 4, make it through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, interesting 2 games coming up. Two team, beg your pardon, is trying to claim their authority top of the ladder. The other team, other 2 teams, which is Oman against Bangladesh, are trying to get their first win and try and put the pressure on the 2 teams on top. A bit of a cat and mouse going on. The game at Sri Lanka versus Afghanistan will be a big one up at Colombo Cricket Club.
Absolutely, and Bangladesh really need to win tomorrow. Down the ground, and that's hit huge and high for 6. Clean strike from Javadullah.
That was a poor option by Reddy. A slow ball right in the arc of the left-hander to the shorter boundary. All he had to do was get this bat swing through the line. And the rest will take care of itself. The slow ball got to be much more shorter, not giving the length. And in the end, massive stroke and an important maximum for UAE.
174 on the board. Remember, yesterday we saw Sri Lanka A put up almost 350 runs on the board after batting first. And remember what UAE have managed so far. The A side is just about half the number of runs there.
Definitely commendable effort put by UAE after being 5 down. With the partnership, they managed to bat 50 overs, as well as Nepal at the other match against Pakistan, 72 for 8 to be all out at 179. Goes to show it's no joke. This tournament, taking quite seriously, digging deep and making sure they're frustrating the big guns, which is India and Pakistan.
Yes, now you could have the 2 men you just saw, the young men on your picture frames, maybe opening the batting for India. Hit down the ground. They've got one. They want the second, a wayward throw. should have resulted in that second run, but they settled for one, which means they'll only get 175 on the board, and their innings has come to an end. 50 overs gone, 175 for 9. That's what UAE, their A team, has managed against the India A side.
Yeah, skipper Yash Dul will be a happy man after electing to bowl first, restricting the UAE side for 175. Plenty of good effort by especially the spinners in the middle overs. The fast bowler set up in the first playoff itself with Harshit Rana picking up a couple of wickets. But from that day onwards, I thought the UAE never got going. There were lots of obstacles in the middle overs. Hence, they finished up at 175, pardon me, which is in this pitch should be a not so big issue for the Indian batting side.
They need 176 to win to India A in this match. Take a look at the batting card for the A side of UAE. They lost a wicket in the first over itself. The opener, Jonathan, not able to contribute much. But Ansh Tandon and Aryansh shared a 30-run partnership before Tandon was dismissed for 5. Then Lovepreet falling for 2. It was just Aryansh who made 38, 46 by Valthappa along with Farazuddin's 35, and the partnership of 80 runs for that 6th wicket, adding a modicum of respectability to the score, taking them past the 150 mark, and in the end they got 175 on the board. And most importantly, they were not bowled out. This is how the first wicket went down. Jonathan out, caught in the deep, and then a couple of drives that we saw from Aryansh. But this was a sharp catch by Dhruv Jurel to get rid of Ansh Tandon.
There was a half chance between the first slip and the wicket keeper. Some aerial route being taken. This was Lovepreet Singh missing out. Abhishek Sharma fielding that over for the injured fast bowler Singh. Skip Ali Nazar came in and played some couple of beautiful shots. Looked in, man in form. That was a drop catch at long off by Rana. That's a strokes I've been talking about through the offside, and then he got this beauty. Was moving away to the offside with the angle and then turned back. The easy decision for the umpire. Used by Riyan Parag. It's a beautiful shot by Fazaruddin over extra cover, the inside out. And this is a run out chance. Missed out over there. This was a brilliant catch by the big fast bowler Harshit Rana off his own bowling, following through. This was a slower delivery, which turned and clipped the leg stump. See a good catch by Yasdul running back, never easy. And overall, Indian attack was fantastic. This was another good option taken by the fast bowler Nitish Kumar Rada going outside the off stump. There was a massive 6 over long on to finish off the proceedings, to finish at 175 for 9.
So in the end, 4 wickets for Harshit Rana for 41 runs that he gave away in his 9 overs. Clearly the pick of the bowlers. 2 wickets for Nitish Reddy, who bowled good change-ups towards the end of the innings. Manav Sutar picking up 2 as well, 1 to Abhishek Sharma. Let's go down to Atul Wasan, who's down by the boundary side. Let's see who he's talking to.
Thank you, fellows. I'm with Harshit Rana. 4 wickets today. Good spell in the morning. He picked up 2 early wickets and steamed in well. So I've just got him. अच्छी bowling की हर्षित, मजा आया bowling करने में?
Yes sir, thank you so much.
तो कैसा, शुरू में तो अच्छा कैरी कर रहा था, आपको 2 विकेट मेरे थोड़े लकी रहे, पर फिनिशिंग इन द एंड मुझे लगा कि बीच में काफ़ी लंबा विकेट नहीं मिल पाया. क्या चल रहा था माइंड में जब यू कुड नॉट ब्रेक दैट पार्टनरशिप?
माइंड में सर यही चल रहा था कि पूरी टीम साथ चले और मतलब डॉट बॉल परसेंटेज हम जितना डाल पाए, प्रेशर दूसरी टीम पे जितना डाल पाए, हमें विकेट्स उतनी ज़्यादा मिलेंगी, जल्दी मिल सकती हैं.
तो अच्छा साल रहा आपका पिछला, एक सीज़न में आपने अच्छा करा दिल्ली के लिए, उसके बाद आईपीएल में आपको मिला, और मुझे लगा उसके बाद यहाँ जो मौका मिला, इस सेटअप में आके कुछ नई सीखी हमने चीज़ें. लगता है कि जब आप नेशनल लेवल पे आते हो तो यू गेट एक्सेस टू मोर कोचेज़, उनके नए आइडियाज़ मिलते हैं.
यस सर, बहुत ज़्यादा सीखने को मिलता है, क्योंकि अगर हम डिफरेंट कोचेज़ के अंडर खेलते हैं तो मतलब फ़ायदा मिलता है. कोई अपनी चीज़ें बताता है, कोई अपनी चीज़ें बताता है, तो उससे बेनिफिट तो बहुत मिलता ही है सर.
तो पहली बार इंडिया से बाहर खेल रहे हैं आप, श्रीलंका आए हैं पहले, थोड़ी सिमिलर कंडीशन है, हॉट एंड ह्यूमिड है, तो कैसा रहा मैच का आज का एक्सपीरियंस, और वो क्या लगता है कि आगे इस टूर्नामेंट में क्या बेनिफिट मिलेगा?
सर गर्मी तो ज़्यादा है ऑब्वियसली इंडिया से यहाँ पे।
दिल्ली से ज़्यादा गर्मी तो नहीं है।
नहीं सर, दिल्ली सिमिलर टू चेन्नई, वी कैन से दैट। बट यूँ है कि ठीक है, अब कंडीशन तो कैसे भी हो, वी आर प्लेइंग फॉर इंडिया, तो मतलब चाहे कुछ भी हो उसके लिए तो खेलना ही है। तो आगे भी जैसा मोमेंटम अभी आज मिला, हमें आगे भी वैसा कैरी करके चलेंगे सर।
सो व्हाट इज योर प्लान फॉर द नेक्स्ट ईयर? अब इस स्टेज पे आप पहुंच चुके हैं, एक आपने अचीव कर ली है चीज़, तो अब क्या प्लान, क्या आपके पर्सनली कि क्या कुछ टारगेट्स हैं इस सीज़न के बाद, इस टूर्नामेंट के बाद?
यही है सर कि अपने आप को जितना बेटर कर सकूँ एज अ बॉलर और एज अ बैट्समैन भी। अब मतलब मैं अपने आप से रन्स एक्सपेक्ट करता हूँ, तो बस वही है।
चलो, ऑल द बेस्ट, आई होप यू डू वेल आल्सो इन द
थैंक यू सो
टूर्नामेंट।
मच सर।
Just having a quick chat there. Atul Wasan speaking to Harshit Rana, who's been the leading wicket taker for India A today. Now they've got 176 to chase down when they come out to bat in their 50 overs. We'll be back soon.
Welcome back to Colombo. We're in the capital city of sensational Sri Lanka. What a gorgeous island. And what a cricketing hotspot it is, right on the coast. The historic goal face area down near to the Parliament and into the spiritual home of Sri Lankan cricket. It's the Sinhalese Sports Club here in Colombo for India A taking on UAE A. Game day 2, match number 3 of this ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. And after a good start from Aryan Sharma, who batted so impressively for his 38, it was just the 6th wicket partnership between Val Thapa and Fazaruddin that showed resistance for UAE A, but very little late innings acceleration. They finished with 175 for 9. Well, the bowlers, they were led by the highly impressive Harshit Rana. 4 for 41 for him, but 2 wickets too for Reddy. And the left arm spin, highly accurate left arm spin. I thought he bowled beautifully. Very well bowled to Manav, 2 for 28. That means we're all set for the chase. 176 is the magic number for India A to get this Group B commencement off to a winning start. One of 2 games in action today. Pakistan A taking on Nepal in the other one. And with 2 teams progressing to the semi-finals from these 4-team groups, a winning start is essential. And to try and help guide that winning start for India A, we're going to see the vice-captain stroll out to the middle to open the batting. He bowled nicely. His left-arm spin, Abhishek Sharma, is being joined by the much-vaunted and highly talented side, Darshan, who has made a bit of a name for himself as a quick scorer. So will India A look to get this done in a hurry and take advantage of that first 10-over period where just 2 fielders will be allowed outside the 30-yard circle? Power play 1. They'll have to face up to 2 talented bowlers. Sudarshan, look at that average for his List A career, already approaching 60. And for Abhishek Sharma, the vice-captain, good numbers as well. So much talent going around India. Career average just over 30. I want to improve on that in due course. And they're going to have to face up to 2 bowlers who impressed in Zimbabwe for the UAE senior side. This is the A team here, but Jawadullah, who's the oldest player in the entire squad at the tender age of 24, he'll come in with his left arm pace. Keep an eye on his short ball, can dig it in really well. Andrew Leonard here with you, and I'm delighted to have Atal Wasan, the former Indian international. Atal, you're looking on at the next generation. Plenty of talent out there for both sides. I want to get your thoughts on that first innings as we see a bit of shape away from the left-hander from Jawadullah.
First look at this guy. Nice bounce and carry for him. First look, good afternoon, Andrew. And a first look at Jawadullah. Seems to bowl off the wrong foot. There you go. But nice bounce and carry and a nice shape towards the slips. But Abhishek Sharma is opening the innings. It doesn't get many opportunities at the IPL level to open the batting. He's the vice-captain. Oh, what a stroke. Sai Sudarshan, you just spoke about, is just got everybody's attention. All eyes are on this guy, and we have already seen one guy just take that wonderful step to superstardom, Yashasvi Jaiswal. Done on debut against West Indies. So you can imagine so many players vying for just that 1 or 2 spots there in the Indian team.
He's got a yard of pace, Jawadullah. That's slightly unorthodox action as well. It almost feels like it's off the wrong foot, but it's actually just the bound as he comes into his delivery stride, where he just has a skip rather than a jump into the air. But he really can get it through. His short ball in particular surprised a lot of batters down in Zimbabwe. 6 wickets in his 5 one-day internationals for the senior side so far. Not quite off the wrong foot, but it's that skip there. Slightly unorthodox.
It is, but nice follow through. Look at that, very aggressive weight transfer at the point of delivery.
Rather than jumps, he skips. Sort of.
Same step.
Skipping.
Beautifully played. Well, what a way to get off the mark for the vice captain. It's the longest side of the ground, going to run all the way for 4. Sort of a non-drive, full face of the bat. Very pleasing start for Abhishek.
But he's a wonderful player, very talented. Look at that, just that flick in the end of that wrist and just keeping control of that ball. It's quite skiddy, Jawadullah. The ball coming on nicely onto the bat, and he saw how placid this pitch is. The UAE A team were 66 for 5 and eventually getting to 175, which is quite a remarkable recovery. They could have had more runs, but they put down the shutters, while Thapa and Fazluddin.
Inside edge, just short. Not a long way short of the keeper Aryan Sharma, who didn't collect cleanly. That one might have just kept a bit low. It's definitely unorthodox. If you haven't seen Jawadullah before, your timing is going to be put off by him, by that little skip.
Well, just a casual approach by Abhishek. He played such a beautiful shot, the one delivery before. This one was just not moving his feet at all and just flashing at it. Sai Sudarshan back on strike.
Guided away. Going to be more runs into the leg side. Longest part of the ground, but 4 more. Flying start for India. Already double figures in the very first over.
Still one more ball to go. 11 runs in first 5 deliveries. So kind of a team meeting happening with Jawadullah, the skipper, going over, saying how do we stop this? I think he should focus not on bowling quick at this pitch, just get in the rhythm first. Can hit it?
Better to finish with from Jawadullah. End of the first, 11 for 9.
This cable, I think, was knocked into that one. Yeah. Ball's coming from that, it's not there. Not hearing that rattling. It's that.
Ali Nazir, the captain, will get things underway. I thought he showed promise with the bat, played a couple of gorgeous shots, fell at just the wrong time though, didn't need to reduce UAE to 66 for 5, and as you rightly described, Atul, UAE kind of went into survival mode rather than trying to post anything in excess of 200. For 175 to be defended, they're going to need early wickets. They'll need to come from their captain.
Well, it's the human response, fight or flee. They have to fight today. And they can only fight if they get a couple of early wickets. Just get some pressure onto the Indian juggernaut. Well-oiled machine this. But once you've done that, you know, sometimes the momentum changes. You do well. You suddenly feel that you're back in the game. And then suddenly when you come out, and this one also kept low. So you're right, Andrew, that ball is keeping a bit low. And it's been the same pitch we have been using for 3 innings now. This is the 4th inning on the same pitch.
And I think for UAE to get into the game, you're going to have to try and find early wickets. Here's Abhishek Sharma. Sunrisers Hyderabad was also part of the Delhi Capitals at 1.2. Another one of this prestigious young generation that in the last 6 to 7 years has just dominated youth cricket at the global level. A couple of World Cups at the under-19 level. Also holds the record for the 2nd fastest century by any Indian in List A cricket. 42 balls. And plays clearly with a good full face. Great fielding though. And a good diving stop by Aditya Shetty. And the leg spinner at mid-off going swiftly to his right, saves 4.
Yeah, he can hit the ball. I've seen a couple of his innings and he's been playing first-class cricket for so long. Look at that. This maker's name. Just held on to that superb pose.
Glorious. Very, very special. The perfect cover drive over pitched, yes. But the ping of the bat, it echoed around this historic venue, and cover drives do not get any better than this.
But just got a gift in the slot. Didn't have to do much. Look at that. Just eased into it like when you knock before a...
the noise.
And the sound when the ball hits the middle of the bat is so sweet.
We saw the numbers. Strike rate 143 in the IPL this year. Tries to repeat the dose through extra cover this time. Going to be 4 more. Brian Charles Lara was his coach at SRH. And there's more than a shade or 2 of the great man there in those 2 boundaries.
Well, less of a batting arch, I must say. Backlift is not there, but look at that. It's just like knocking. Look at the follow through. Look at the shape. The transfer of weight, just meeting the ball just below the eyes. Copybook. Copybook.
Yeah, certainly not the backlift or backswing of like Lara, but the follow through, just a similar flourish, wasn't there? Something about left-handers always so pleasing on the eye. And UAE being put to the sword already, just the second over. Good stop at mid-wicket. You talk about a strike rate, I know it's a different format, 140 plus in the IPL. That grounding these young Indian cricketers are getting, the exposure they're getting, it's outstanding.
Yeah, that's such a young age. You get to rub shoulders with the big stars of world cricket. You save the you share the dugout with them. You share the whole season with them. You travel with them, and all these big stars, batting stars like Brian Charles Lara, you mentioned. You spend a couple of months with them. You can't go wrong, can you? Huh.
Well, you can't help but learn. Look at those 2 replays. Very, very special strokes. It's an 8-run over. It's 19 for none.
Yep. Got you now, yep. I can hear you from here. Cannot hear you from here. Here. There's definitely been an issue on that side, isn't there? This side is...
Really good start from India. 19 for none in the second. They only need about 3.5 and over to start. They need much less than that now. Is a few signs of this pitch just wearing a touch, and plenty of good spin options for the UAE to avail of, but they have to try and contain these 2 openers during this first power play. Just the 2 fielders laid outside the circle. A fine leg and deep third in place. And they're playing a miss. Flash outside the off stump.
Sai Sudarshan trying to match Abhishek stroke to stroke. Has to be much tighter than this. Sometimes you can get excited. You feel that runs are coming from the other end. Let me get in the party as well. But there is definitely a nice shape for Jawadullah. This ball pitching and just angling towards slips.
Yeah, what a fabulous season in 2023 in the IPL with the Gujarat Titans. 362 runs, average of 51, strike rate of 140. Doesn't get much better than that for a young cricketer coming into the IPL. Outstanding.
76 was the average in the previous listed tournament he played in. But IPL average also over 50 in a T20. But this is what you have to think, that you have to maintain this standard, because people start expecting the same from you. And it's never easy, because these are quite phenomenal figures.
Fortune guided just to the left of the man at gully. Again, it's that little bit of extra pace that Jawadullah surprises you with, he's definitely probably tried to get this over the head of Gully. Instead it went to the catchable height and just to his left. Real fortune for Sudarshan, he survives.
Now the gully has been put in there. Yeah. Probably a bit of tweaking because where he was before.
Come a bit square.
Just moved a bit square now.
Guard to his left.
Bowling, cleaned him up. And that is a beauty. Jawadullah, he's come in with this big reputation, big impact in international cricket. And the man who's journeyed from native Afghanistan to UAE. Oh, that's a special moment, one he'll remember.
Oh, what a beautiful delivery this one is. Just pitching off stump, middle off, and then just moving enough just to hit the top of the off stump. And that's what the coaches teach you. Sai Sudarshan was open like a can of beans. And it was at a serious pace as well. Sudarshan, after 8 runs, is departing now. India lose the first wicket. It's 23 for 1.
Top of off. You want it the top of off. The top of off, you're going well. No matter what. Off your bowling. Parts of the qualifier he bowled really well. Expensive points, but was getting hit. Weird. Pulls on the defense. Say the name.
Go!
Goes. Happy with that?
So और निकालेंगे यहाँ पे.
Nick Joes in at number 3. Made his first class and list day debut this year for Karnataka. And as you will describe better than I will, at Karnataka, if you play for that state, you're generally in much vaunted company, one of the strongest states in India.
Yes, they are serious contenders in all the tournaments in India. Saiz Mushtaq Ali, Ranji Trophy. And if you've done well for that team at a young age, and you've got in and you've cemented your place, you must have done something right.
Beats him outside the off stump. Had a really good start as well. He's actually the leading run scorer in the Vijay Hazare Trophy in 2022. Average of 77, more than 450 runs there. It's a good place to bat, isn't it? The Chinnaswamy.
Oh, beautiful pitch. But right all along Karnataka, Hubli and Mysore, they've got fantastic pitches. They've got red soil. The ball comes on nicely. Different kettle of fish for him here. Has to be more tighter than that. He just flashed at the last delivery.
It's a wicket taking over. The third one is in the books. 23 for 1.
Coming right arm over.
Early breakthrough, much needed early breakthrough for UAE. It's gone to Jawadullah. Can the captain join him? Pick up 2 or maybe 3 in that first power play. Whatever total you're defending, you're always in with a chance. Particularly with the spin attack that UAE have to come. With those couple of boundaries that Abhishek has hit through the offside, they've just stocked up that field. You can see there is still a gully catching, but backward point, a cover, an extra cover and a mid-off. Very tight area there.
Yeah, Nasir is not getting much purchase off the pitch, not in the air. And he hasn't got that pace what Jawadullah is dishing out. So he has to be very, very careful about the areas he bowls. Because Abhishek is looking in good touch.
Just, only just, maybe inches over the head of the gully. A second time. Moment of real fortune for one of India's 2 openers. Abhishek can count his lucky stars here because I think that was a real moment. Might be Fazaruddin, is it? A gully. Did he get something on it?
No, just beyond the outstretched hand. But another casual shot by Abhishek, just chasing the ball way outside off stump.
Just wondered, did he get a fingertip on it? Very harsh to call it a chance. We're not going to say that up here.
Well, sometimes this kind of, catches you stick in your hand. You just got to try for it. Just got to go for it.
This might be the angle we'll be able to tell. Flashed at it. Oh yes, definitely. Maybe 2 fingers just on it. Difficult. Wasn't able to hold on at gully. He's gone deeper again now. Out of your frame. Too full and too easy. Perfect way for Joes to get off the mark. He starts at the boundary.
So boundaries are coming. The wicket has come, but the scoring rate is top drawer for India. They probably look in a hurry to just get over this first hurdle.
He's definitely got a little bit too full, isn't he? Nazir in his first 10 deliveries. Has a yard of pace. But we might see Sanchit Sharma with the new ball rather than the captain. Because he's gone too full, he's again had to stock up that offside field. Slip comes out. And now 5 men in a ring on the offside, including the gully fielder. It's actually Ashwant Valthapa at gully, not Fazaruddin, who just got a couple of fingers on that half chance. He's been all over the place there at gully, isn't he? You haven't known how deep to set him. And I think a byproduct of that, the reason for that is the pitch. Some are carrying through, and then the occasional one just keeping a little bit lower. Not easy at gully. Better length this time from Nazir to close out the 4th. India A, 28 for 1.
Just tell us when it's ready. And your slip goes deep. Quickly, he plays a defensive shot. We'll take it after the first ball, yeah.
148 more to win. Plenty of time to do it. Wickets will be what India A will want to keep an eye on. Pulled beautifully. Went deep in his crease almost before it was delivered, and just a couple of bounces, runs away for 4.
I think this is what experience does to you. He knew exactly that Jawadullah will be bowling a shot of good length delivery. Look at that. He was already waiting. So he's preempting. And this is the kind of experience I was talking about. When you rub shoulders with the greats, you must be talking, and you tend to pick up certain body language hints. You try and read the opposition, what the bowler is thinking, what he's trying to do, what is the field like, and what he has done already. So you can forecast where the ball is going to be. And that is why the top players, the legends, the geniuses, have got that extra X factor of knowing exactly what the bowler is doing.
Playing a miss. Yeah, let's hear what Abhishek Sharma is looking forward to about this Pakistan A clash coming up.
Obviously, as a fan, हम भी छोटे होते काफ़ी इंडिया पाकिस्तान का मैच हमेशा से फॉलो करते हैं एंड जब हमें अभी मौका मिलता है तो आई कैन फील दैट थोड़ा एक्साइटमेंट एंड थोड़ा वो प्रेशर जो अंदर होता है कि ऑब्वियसली 2 बड़ी टीम्स जब खेलती है.
Well, two words stuck out for me there: excitement and pressure. There's a dichotomy between them. Run is the call, just a single. You played in India-Pakistan contests. They're not just a cricketing contest like no other, they're a sporting contest like no other.
Well, he just mentioned that they, since you were very young, you watch these matches, you know what the hype is about, and it's always more than the cricket, because there's a lot of baggage from both sides which comes to the cricket ground. And then the fans, they also dumb yourself into a frenzy that is not just cricket, it's more than that. And this is the great match we're talking about. It's a day-night fixture on the 19th of July. Pakistan A versus India A from Colombo. Highly anticipated game. And you're right, because they know, the players also know, that they can become big stars if they do well, and they can be vilified if they don't do well in that particular game. So it's a double-edged sword.
4 runs from the moment it's left the bat. There's been a crispness to the ball striking from India in this second innings we just didn't see from UAE. Stand and deliver from Joes, his second boundary.
A bit of room there, just enough for Nikin to open his arms. Plenty of open spots in the field, only 2 players outside the circle. We are in the 5th over, still 5 more overs of power plays left for these 2 Indian batters to encash.
Again, it's that short ball from Jawadullah that definitely surprises batters. It's rushed Joes for pace. Yes, that's the big day, Wednesday, 19th of July. Stick it into your diary, 2 p.m. day-nighter. Primadas is a great stadium. What's your initial inklings? Nepal are struggling against Pakistan A. India A should get off to a winning start. Who could top the table, do you feel?
Well, Pakistan team is looking also very good. They've got at least 4 or 5 players from the current squad. So it is going to be a fantastic encounter. These are early days to judge both the teams, because maybe the opposition's standard is not what you really want to. Oh, what a shot. 15 love.
Great way to close the 5th over out. It's another boundary to Joes. It's 41 for 1.
Wimbledon action. Wimbledon's coming out at home. Yeah, today's the ladies' final? No, there's tomorrow. So at least it's well, don't you know?
I haven't tennis much anymore. I used to when I was younger.
Yesterday. Special invitation.
Oh, what a stroke this was. 15 love was the shout from Atul. And you can see why. Like a good forehand from Federer, that one.
Yeah, again, probably hurried Nikin. He was just waiting, but the ball came too soon, and all he did was middled it well. And just behind the bowler's head is the safest place to hit on the field.
Bowl him, chopped on. Abhishek Sharma's gone, and the celebrations, the arrow is flung to the heavens. UAE have 2, and India somehow found themselves in a spot of bother.
Just casual. I was just mentioning he played some beautiful strokes. 3 cover drives were outstanding, but somehow I felt that he was not very tight. When you are loose, this is what happens to you. Very lax. He just was not behind the ball, just hoping that the ball will come. When you play away from the body, you always give that chance for the bowler. So big wicket, second wicket goes down. Abhishek Sharma departs for 19, and India A are 41 for 2. Tikshana. Tikshana is the archer. Archer celebration.
Maybe a tribute to Sri Lanka.
Tikshana means actually
The name.
Yeah, the name.
Means the archer. Okay, I'll ask you that.
Archer.
In Hindi.
Yeah. Hindi and this kind of dialect, the Sanskrit, this.
Well, the captain is in earlier than he would like. India will be happy with the number of runs, 41, just halfway through the power play, but they Lost 2 wickets, and the captain comes in to replace the vice-captain. He's here after that dismissal. Early in his list A career, great to see India backing youth like the UAE have, looking at the next generation coming through. Who knows, we might have a bolter from this squad to go on and play in the Asia Cup. Who knows, maybe even the World Cup too. And he comes in with that big reputation, Yashdal, and just the 3rd Indian captain to score a century at that Under-19 World Cup that India won in the Caribbean, the Raiders of the Caribbean, about 18 months ago. He was there commentating on the group stages. It was a weird event, I have to say. Played in a bubble in Trinidad and St. Kitts. Still worse places to be, no doubt. Good positive start, quick single. So the wicket chopped on, but what about the celebration? We're in the land of Sri Lanka. Is this a little tribute to Theekshana getting the archer out?
Look at that. This is the archer celebration. Yes, Theekshana does it. He's got many bows in his, many arrows in his bow. He can take out various ones. He's got a lot of deliveries, but that was one for the heavens. Yes, you're right.
Still learning my Hindi, my Sinhalese, my Nepali. Theekshana, there's actually a meaning behind that.
Well, if you're learning all these languages, aren't you a bit over-optimistic? Because you know, the countries have got various dialects. Forget about the languages. Yeah, Theekshana is just like a connotation to an archer. You know, just like a precise somebody points something at some point and goes for it.
Well, he finds the target more often than not as well, doesn't he? Theekshana didn't start well in the first 2 games of that qualifier, but boy did he finish well. Finished with, I think it was 21 wickets, just behind Hasaranga. And for me, what Sri Lanka showed at that qualifier, unbeaten, they showed that bowlers win you one-day internationals these days. Hasaranga, unbelievable wicket-taking ability, so too Theekshana. They'll be a big challenge in India.
I'm telling you, these 2 guys are a dynamic tag team. Both of them have got still the mystery. You know, it happens that some mystery bowler comes. I remember Ajanta Mendes coming from Sri Lanka and running havoc in world cricket for the first year. Nobody could play him, and suddenly after 1 year, everybody sussed him out. You know, the coaches got onto it. And this is a summary. Sri Lanka A yesterday scored 349 for 8, and Avishka Fernando's that brilliant 100. And then Bangladesh kept at it and crossed 300. 650 runs scored. Same very pitch.
Plenty of those players trying to make a statement to get into the senior Asia Cup squad. I think if we look at what Pakistan and Sri Lanka have done with their selections, they've gone very heavily on players who are in and around national team. Whereas India and the UAE and Nepal, they've backed youth in a big way. 6 overs have been bowled. It's 42 for 2.
Wait, Sanchi, tell someone to get the cap from her and give it.
Yes.
Why is he coming all the time?
Yes. We have 22, known as
Sir, leg stick.
Couple of inroads for the UAE. They can find one more in this power play with the spin options that they have to come. Keep your eyes on young Aditya Shetty. We'll see his leg spin. Also Josh Giannani. He's the left-arm spinner that Ahmed Raza rates so highly, leading wicket taker for UAE at the Under-19 World Cup that we were just talking about. There is good spin variety in this UAE team. Can they find one more in the power play?
And I think there will be some help from the pitch as well now. We're on to the 4th innings, almost 160, 170 overs already been played on this pitch. There are a lot of scuff marks also. A couple of bowlers were warned running on the pitch as well. So those are spots which the spinners can exploit. Just outside off stump.
And we saw in the first innings the spinners really were the ones who clamped down on the scoring rate, certainly. I know the headlines will rightly go to Harshit Rana with that 4 for 41, but Manav Suthar went to under 3 and over, Abhishek Sharma went at less than 3 and over, so did Riyan Parag, and even Nishant Sindhu at less than 4. So if the UAE can find one more here in this power play, get their spinners into the game, we could have a contest.
Well, even if they lose the game, but they will still actually, feel better about themselves that they actually made the Indian team sweat. Suddenly, after Abhishek Verma's wicket, things are not looking that comfortable for India. Yashtul is beaten for pace. In the last 3 deliveries, the ball has hustled him.
Spot on. I think it's hustled him and maybe hurt him a bit. Definitely got some dark skies too. Remember, we need to get to 20 overs in the second innings for us to get a result. That's when Duckworth Lewis Stern would kick in. I'm sure the team are busy on the calculators and the printers coming out. And Yashtal just wants to make sure that his stumps are fully in place before the ball is delivered as well. He's doing the work for Rahul Asher, the Omani umpires at square leg there. Ahead on DLS, but only just right now. Fortune, it's going to be a boundary, but not where the Indian captain intended it. Rush for pace again. It's that good short one from Jawadullah, but he gets it fine of the man at deep third and it runs away for 4.
Again, beaten for pace. Could have gone anywhere, could have gone to hand. A finer edge than that could have ended up in the gloves of the wicketkeeper. But then the intentional uppercut is what is the new trend. If you throw your bat, throw it hard.
Didn't really get into a great position though, did he? Definitely hurried for pace, like you said. Wickets are the currency when DLS is about. Have to keep them intact. Definitely darker than it's been at any point today. Jawadullah in amongst some poor deliveries, bowled some really good ones too as the sun now splits the clouds.
I mean, you mentioned about Jawadullah, you were mentioning his performances in Zimbabwe, that he must have hurried the players. I can see that now. Because of his odd action, it's not easy for a batsman to just line up, and then you can plan your shots. So it's like facing Lasith Malinga for the first time. Feel odd. You never know from which angle the ball is coming. So he's got that X factor, but as you said, he can be expensive at times.
Beauty to finish things out. I think the bat has hit the pad, so it will be given not out. Another good decision. The umpires have been excellent. 7 bowled, 46 for 2.
Good delivery, that.
Well, it's not all easy pickings for the India side in this run chase. Still require 130 from here. They're 46 for 2. Lost the 2 openers. Left-handers back in the hut. What happened on the last ball of the previous over? Let's take another look at that. Oh, probably the bat making contact with the pad. But the ball was pretty close to the outside edge. Good decision by the umpire, ruling that not out. And a close call for the India A captain, Yashtul. Can he afford another wicket going down here for Race?
Absolutely. exactly what I said in my previous innings. If UAE to come back to this game, a couple of wickets in the first 10 overs, that will put some doubt in the Indian lineup. And also the last delivery of the last over, Javadullah, it takes a little time for the new batsman to get used to the action. It's quite unique the way the ball's been delivered. Most of the batters who haven't faced those kind of bowlers, it'll take a little while. That's where I thought Yashdul was found wanted. 2 wickets to fall. Sai Sudarshan, Abdul Jaffa to get rid of the tall left hand, and Abhishek Sharma chopped on his own stumps. Batted well. Both the left-handers started really well. Was threatening to go big, but in the end, 2 wickets has put the dent on a run rate.
Absolutely, and now a lot of responsibility on not just Yashdul but also Dick and Joes. But this is how Sai Sudarshan was dismissed. The ball just deviating a tad off the deck, and then Abhishek Sharma just chopping one back onto his stumps. The bat hanging very loose away from the body, getting the inside edge.
Yeah, probably trying to play towards third man for a single. That would happen. Previously was very attacking, positive mindset. Would have been better off. And when it comes to Sai Sudarshan, what a beautiful delivery. The pitch around the off stump moved a little towards slip field, and Sai Sudarshan played all ends up, and the length was really good.
Look at that, 32 dot deliveries. The Indians struggling to rotate strike here. 10 boundaries, but 32 dot balls. So again, they found the boundaries all right. They found the gap because the power play is in progress. Just 2 boundary riders. Only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So once you get it past the infield, it's 4. They also like to rotate strike a little.
If you take the successful teams in ODI cricket in the world, they rotate the strike very well. If the ball is not there for a boundary, get a single, move across. This is a great example. 33 dot deliveries with 10 boundaries, and the score is only 46. Just goes to show the inexperience of this top order, waiting for the dot deliveries to score the boundaries, but has forgotten the singles. The golden rule in ODI cricket is pick up singles, and then the odd boundary will put so much pressure on the opposition.
Well, Nick and Joes is batting on 12, and all 3 of his scoring shots have been boundaries. That's how he's got those 12 runs. He's played 16 dot deliveries as well. A maiden over, meanwhile, from Nasir. It's 46 for 2.
Sanj, Gully.
The Indian captain's got to play a very important role here. If India are going to get this run chase. Chase down 176. It's a modest target, not a huge target to chase down. Sanchit Sharma is coming on to bowl now. Remember, he was a part of the Gulf Giants franchise in the ILT 20 that went on to win the title earlier this year. But apart from that, of course, he's been part of the UAE setup, the under-19 team as well, back in the 2020 edition. He picked up 7 wickets, the joint second highest wicket taker. Yashdul, he's got his task cut out. Down the track, just trying to unsettle the rhythm of the bowler.
A bit of seam movement as well. That will encourage the first change bowler. I think the batsmen are coming at the bowler, beg your pardon, to change the lengths. And 5 fielders in the offside, saving the single. It will be a tougher to get those singles, and this is where I think the experience of these 2 Indian players will be counted.
But suddenly, I just get a feeling here that the ground staffs have become pretty active. They've just moved around the boundary rope, getting ready to bring the covers on in case there's even the slightest of drizzle that happens, because suddenly the sun has gone behind the clouds, and you can see the ground staff being very proactive. Don't want to be caught by surprise. in case there's a quick passing Shah.
Yeah, ground start moving. It's not a promising sight. They're saying that Sri Lanka, especially Colombo, have been experiencing a quick shower or two here and there. Yesterday we had one, but didn't last long. But today, hopefully, none will be there.
And that's the key. The Duckworth-Lewis turn score is showing 40. But remember, before that, you'll have to have 20 overs bowled to get a result. That's the important part you've got to look at. No runs for the taking. So at 20 overs, at 2 down, India need to be at 57. Better than that, in case they lose another wicket. Yeah, 3 down in case. And of course, then it becomes 69 as the par score according to DLS at 20 overs.
If it's around the 18th over, which is happening now, both the teams will be having an eye on the DLS.
18, I said if it's 18.
At the moment, just the 8th over ball, not being bothered. Indians are trying to get the innings back with a solid partnership, and the boys from the Middle East try to get a couple more wickets to put the pressure on a strong-looking batting lineup of India A.
It's a good start for Sanchit Sharma, pretty much picking the spot, landing the ball consistently. That's the previous delivery. Forward in defence, Yash Dole just bat and pad close together, getting right on top of the ball. Oh, tried to again unsettle the bowler's rhythm. The non-striker thought there was a single on. Well, there wasn't any. End of the over. A maiden is what Sanchit Sharma starts off with. It's 46 for 2.
Power play. Cover. Last over.
Info, man.
Set. Come short me. Left arm. Ash, flip. Yeah. Left arm round.
Nick Joes, he's faced 19 deliveries. 16 of them have been dot balls. Just 3 scoring shots, those 3 boundaries that have accounted for 12 that he's got against his name. But there's an interesting trivia about Nick Joes. You look back at his form in the last month. Karnataka, remember, were playing against Namibia. A nice exposure tour. And that Karnataka team was picked out of the under 25s and the under 19 players that they had. A nice mix of youngsters. Nick Joes was a part of that team. Meanwhile, a bowling change being affected. And Josh coming on to bowl now for UAE's A side. And coming back to that point about Nick Joes, in the 5 matches that Karnataka played against Namibia in that exposure tour, this young man got 200s and 3 half centuries. So effectively, if you were to look at his recent form, he's definitely getting big runs under his belt. A couple of unbeaten innings, 101 not out, 56 not out in those 5 matches. Highest of 103 in one of the games. So he's in good touch, in good nick.
Well, Josh Gianani would have watched the first innings and would have thinking the 3 left-arm spinners of India did really well, and this is my chance. And for UAE to do well and hopefully to win this game, I think Josh Gianani had to do a better job than the Indians, because these 2 batters looks like they're taking a little time trying to form a partnership to diffuse the fire a little bit, because 2 wickets have fallen already for India. It's important, these 2 players in the middle, especially Nick Joes, who has taken so much time. It's paramount that he goes and plays an anchor role and get Yashtul to be the aggressor when the situation demands.
Spot on. Oh, the misfield will allow a single there. Should have been another dot ball. But that misfield in the covers, allowing Yashtul to move across for another run.
UAE has been good in the field today. Sarat Prasin is well with the ball. Fielding has been decent. And those are the little mistakes that can ill afford to do it, especially when you're defending a small score. Another dot delivery to end the first power play. India A 48 for 2.
Good morning. End of power play. Keep bowling, yeah, bowling well. Listen, do you want to risk it? Him up? Where is Figgy? Figgy! Guys, go quick change, quick change. Okay, guys, quick change, boys.
48 on the board. They've lost 2 wickets. Both the openers back in the hut for India A. Sai Sudarshan and Abhishek Sharma, the 2 batsmen, dismissed. And now, the field can be spread. They can take 4 boundary riders over the next 30 overs. Second period of play now beginning at the end of the first 10 overs. So the power play has ended. The first power play has ended where only 2 boundary riders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Now a little more protection can be taken in the deep. They can have 4 back at the fence, albeit right now opted for just 3 as Sanchit Sharma starts off a fresh over.
A rare occasion in this innings. Batsman leaving outside the off stump, some movement away, respecting that, and especially skipper Yash Dul. He's kind of made it a habit, come towards the bowler, maybe lack of pace, and also correctly pointed out, Raman, UAE are looking for wickets. They can have another fielder in the ring, outside the ring, but they have chosen not to.
The good sight for India A is that the sun's breaking through from behind the clouds, and the ground stuff, which is probably getting a little restive, a little active on the boundary lines near the covers, well, they can heave a sigh of relief for a while, albeit they still haven't left their positions just yet.
I think even the groundsman is seeing the humour side of it. The sun is playing hide and seek.
We've seen the weather change very, very quickly over a short span of time in Colombo over the last couple of days.
Yeah, Sanchit Sharma has delivered 9 deliveries and not considered a single run. I think more than the good bowling, I just think the proactiveness of the Indian batting has been a bit lacking, looking for those singles. The pressure has been created, yes, but I feel this type of bowlers could be dealt in a different way rather than just playing dot deliveries.
Driven away again for no runs. 10 dot deliveries so far from Sanchit Sharma in his spell. Now, quick question here, Parvez. When you look at a bowler like Sanchit Sharma, who's going to pitch the ball pretty much on the spot, on the button, would you want the batsman to be standing outside the batting crease? The keeper's back. So if you want to unsettle the rhythm of the bowler, rather than charging down the track, would you like to take guard just outside that batting crease? Maybe force the bowler to pull the length back. Do something different against him.
Depends on the individual batters, isn't it? For example, Lasit Cruz pulled yesterday against Soumya Sarkar. He came down the track, smashed him for a 6, then a boundary. He was coming at the bowler. Clearly, Yash Dul is taking the other way around. He's just waiting for something short or full to go through the line. So I feel if I'm in a different position, fielders are in, I'll take the aerial route. The pitch is behaving really well. You can trust the bounce, trust the pace, go through the line, rather than just going through the motions and playing dot deliveries.
34 dot deliveries in this partnership, remember. He's finally cut loose as Yash Dul just waited for the bowler to drop it a trifle short. He's pulled it away for 4, a boundary. The first scoring shot of the bowling of Sanchit Sharma. 11 gone, and the 50 comes up for India as well. They are 52 for 2.
Set. Stay back. You want square middle. For us. Square leg. Yeah, he's fine. Distance, this side will be there. प्रयास बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया उधर ही ठीक है लव अब थोड़ा बैकवर्ड रह सकता है ठीक है
India getting past that 50 mark with the boundary of the last ball of the previous over. Been quiet going otherwise. Yashdol with that boundary, getting into double digits. Rikin Joes on 13. He's already struck 3 boundaries as the right-hander was on strike. And now it's about milking the bowling. These middle overs, so very important not to get bogged down at one end. Pick the gaps. When the side, the bowling side will drop men back at the boundary rope, you will get the chance to pick up those easy singles.
Haven't seen much turning off the pitch for the left-arm spinner Josh. I think the quicker the Indians adapt to the left-arm spinner as soon as possible, we're better off rather than just playing through the overs and building those dot deliveries. That's much better. Coming down the track, taking it on full. And Yash though, back-to-back boundaries in 2 deliveries. One, the last over of Shanti Sharma, and this occasion. Now some air given and it came down the track and beautiful boundary.
Beautifully struck there again. Very positive in his footwork, Yashdol, the way he came down the track. Cut away, and this will be 4 more. This is very, very clever. He knew that because he'd come down the track on the previous delivery, this time around the spinner would probably look to bowl a trifle shorter in length, and he was waiting for that short ball to play the cut.
Overcompensating there, the young left-arm spinner from UAE. That's experienced batting for you after being put away. First very full. The batsman knew the spinner has to do something different and hang back in the back foot. And what a beautiful shot. With power, got the placement as well.
Quality stuff. It's just mind games that seem to be going on. And he'll take a single on the last ball as well, which means he will retain strike, Will Yashdol. 12 gone, 62 for 2. The openers not being able to make a sizable contribution. Sai Sudarshan cleaned up by a beauty of a delivery from Jawadullah. Abhishek Sharma chopping one back onto his stumps of Nasir's bowling. The 2 left-handers, so much expected from them. Unfortunately not being able to contribute much in today's game. They're immensely talented. India A would be hoping that they come good as this tournament progresses.
Certainly got the personnel to do it, but just that finding the feed as early on, finding the form, playing as a team. All of a sudden, from all over India, one team has been gathered in as India A, how they gel in. These are the little things will not only India, will all the teams will be facing. And whoever does it soon, in the beginning of the tournament, will have a bigger say at the end.
Anyway, towards mid-off. Just looking back at, the under-19 World Cup winning captains from India. They've won the title 5 times. And you look at the men who've led the Indian side. Yashdol, of course, the latest in that list of 5, having won the title, the under-19 World Cup title for India back in 2022. Then before that, Prithvi Shaw, Unmukh Chand, Virat Kohli, Mohammad Kaif. Names that you'd look back at and say, look at the way the careers have shaped up for Virat Kohli. Writing his name, the annals of cricket as one of the legends, really. What a great opportunity for some of these players who've led the under-19 side to move on and graduate to the senior levels. And we're hoping the same for Yash Dole. What a fantastic Ranji Trophy debut as well. First match against, I think it was Tamil Nadu. Got 100 in both the innings. And it's absolutely fantastic. Only on 3 occasions in the past, has it happened. That's beautifully struck. Yash Dole gets 4 more.
Technically correct stroke. Straight bat off the back foot. Just a punch. Beautiful. Just keeping a good head position. Relying on timing and got the placement correctly as well. That is probably the shot of the day for me. It's not always a good side when the batsman strikes it down the ground or towards mid-on with a straight bat. Absolutely beautiful.
Oh, this is even better. And all that the fielders did was just turn around and watch the ball, because that's all that they could do.
They could do that, and for us it's all about standing up and applauding for this stroke. Take a look at that for the elbow. And the maker's name, straight down the ground. This man have been making headlines in the domestic circuit and even in the IPL. And these are the reasons, as you see it. Straight bat, good cricketing strokes. And all of a sudden the wicket keeper comes up to stumps that Santit Sharma is not bowling at much pace. But this is a good move by the wicket keeper, keeping the batsman honest in the crease.
I let that one go. No risks taken and no need to take any risk. 13 gone. It's 70 for 2. Six boundaries for Yash Dole in his innings so far of 27. Suddenly he seems to have broken the shackles and cut loose. 27 of just 32 deliveries. And 2 beautiful boundaries in that previous over. Back to back boundaries by Yash Dole. Nickens played that uppishly, but he'll get a single.
No, Yash Dole. Any youngsters watching this coverage, well, coach's manual says high elbow when you're driving down the ground or the leg side. Take a closer look at these 2 replay. First one through mid-on, and the second one. How good is that? That's how exactly you play an on drive and a straight drive.
He's played well within himself, not overcommitting. In fact, in that previous over against the spinner, you saw him use the footwork, come down the track, hit a boundary, and then wait for the next delivery. Where he used the depth of the crease to get 4 more. And this is beautifully struck. Once again, another boundary for Yash Dole.
That was a poor delivery by Josh Gianani. It was full, way outside the yaw stump, and the form that the skipper is in, he's not going to miss out. Have to get the placement right, and the timing was spot on. What a beautiful shot. The last 3 overs, we've been treated for some brilliant strokes.
And the other highlight is how he's found the gaps. A lot of times batsmen end up playing great shots but straight to the fielder. What Yash Dole has done in the last 3 overs that we've seen him bat is that he's almost as if he's programmed it in his head as to where the fielders are. He's able to find the gaps.
16 boundaries in this inning so far, just 11 runs from different source. Goes to show how good this pitch has been behaving.
Didn't mind taking his time. 25 dot deliveries. A hopeful appeal by the bowler, but the ball was sliding down the leg side. Not much in that. End of the over. 14 gone. It's 75 for 2 for India.
just over 100 required. Always good to see wrist spin in our game. We'll see a talented young leg spinner come in now. Young Aditya Shetty bowls with very front-on action, but does get good side spin. Another who's had that exposure at the top level. Pumped down the ground to one of the four fielders outside the circle. Got Atul Wasan with me. We've got the Indian captain who started so slowly, just going through the gears and playing stylishly now.
Well, he's that kind of player. I've seen him, and looks like he's hasn't got the muscle, but he times the ball beautifully, and he'll take his chances. He's not somebody who's going to be subdued it for a long period of time.
This is a beautiful shot through the offside. Going to be four, beats the man at cover, and be concerned with the limp from the running, but no problems with the shot. Very stylish indeed.
And you can see that quality of timing. Look at that, the way he generates the bat speed and how hard he hits the ball. Hasn't got big muscles like most of the players these days, but look at the ball travel. He's dealing in boundaries at this point. 4 boundaries in the last 10 deliveries.
Fumble, and the misfield's going to be costly. In fact, it's going to cost 4. And that should have been stopped. You need to help your young wrist spinners. And the backward point, Lovepreet, well, that was very tardy.
What seems to be the problem? He's limping. This one was flashy, first one, but then after that, he took control of the game. Look at that, proactive. He took the attack. After losing 2 wickets, I thought they will put the shutters down, probably take their own time, but probably the dark clouds made him just put a scoot on.
Yeah, 9 boundaries. Beautiful strokes all around the ground. Good diving stop. Yeah, Shetty made his debut just last month for the national side. That was against the West Indies. Picked up the 1 wicket, but he bowled his full 10 over allocation. I was watching that game on the broadcast, and I thought he deserved his wicket. He dismissed Brandon King, I think it was, the West Indian opener. One of the challenges for young leg spinners, whatever the format, getting into their spell. When you go for 10 or 12 in your first over, you need a brave captain to keep you on. You need to find a way, land a few in the right areas, then you can test out your variations. Tough start here for Shetty.
The current rate has dropped to under 6 now, but the required run rate is only 2.56. So no cause of stress or worry for Indian team. In spite of losing 2 wickets, they bat deep down.
Better, good finish from Shetty. 11 runs come off his first. 86 for 2.
What are they calling for now?
had any, those 18 boundaries already. And we had 18 boundaries. What do you think? 15 innings, but hello?
$90 more required. The India captain is guiding this chase and doing so in a very controlled manner. After a rather slow start for him, he's really gone through the gears. Let's have a look at the highlights of the the second innings thus far. 18 boundary fours from India, some really stylish strokes too. Probably none more so than the two that came from the vice-captain, Abhishek. One through cover and the second one through extra cover. And a few moments of fortune where Jawadullah produced a beauty. Occasionally too full, the Emirati seamers have been. There's been sparkling strokes around the ground. That one, a straight pull shot before the other opener chopped on. And the Archer celebration came out. And since then, it's really all been about one man. Jose's played his part with 3 boundaries, but India's captain has shown off his very best, picking up runs all around the ground. That combo of 2 consecutive deliveries off Sanchit Sharma, probably the best 2 strokes maybe of the day, and also pretty harsh on the young leg spinner. He only turned 19 9 days ago. From his solitary overs so far, looks like that little hobble that caused a bit of concern is gone. And he's all set to guide India through the remaining part of this chase. There's 90 more required to pick up a first win.
Yes, the drinks break coming at a nice time for Yashdul, just to get his foot tended to. He's going on beautifully. 41 deliveries he's faced. He's got 40 already. Nikken is just lagging behind a bit. He was number 3. A nice pull shot. This is a lot of power. And the man at mid-wicket has got no chance. Another boundary for the Indian team.
Yeah, Joe's getting in the act now. The Indian flag is flying high. They will be looking to get through this group stage, not just with victories here over UAE and then Nepal, but also the final group game against Pakistan. A reminder, as the 50 partnership comes up, just the top 2 go through the semi-finals. Certainly with Pakistan looking in a very good position against Nepal, about to close out victory. Are we going to see the 2 big giants? As we look at that pull shot, accelerated across the turf. Are we going to see those 2 take the 2 semi-final spots from this group? Is that where it's going?
Yeah, definitely, I think.
Going to be 4 more. The runs are coming very quickly now, aren't they? And India's captain, well, this is turning into a sparkling knock.
Yes, yeah, closing in on his 50. Look at that, just throws the bat hard. The bat speed is remarkable. Look at the ball race to the boundary. And yes, you're right, I think the 2 teams which you mentioned look the best, and from the other side, it's pretty obvious Sri Lanka's form is ominous. So the rating and the rankings will be apparent soon. But looking at the form, but you can see the selections from the countries. You can see Sri Lankan team is almost 4 or 5 players who will walk into the Asia Cup senior team, and Pakistan similarly. But India has picked up a relatively very young team, as you mentioned, and so has UAE. I don't think so any of the boys from this team will be making the Asia Cup for Indian team, so that shows the difference.
Oh, come on, believe. There's got to be a bolter. Who's it going to be is the question. Maybe the captain, Dal, can stake his claim as we get to the end of the 16th. It's 96 for 2.
left-arm spinner over to Asia. Oh, just for fun. I'm not saying. Any chance if see those two once more during our stint, maybe after the next over? Actually, right now.
After that flying start, a very tame end to the power play, but as we've come into power play 2, the runs have come with great regularity, lots of boundaries as well. India A right on course, with Pakistan A in such a strong position across the road from us, even though they've lost a 5th wicket. Lalit Rajbanshi picked up another. They're only about 15 away, so there's the two groups, Group A and Group B. We're in the Group B action here today. If India and Pakistan do close out victories today, they'll be in a very good position looking ahead to the semi-finals. And it will mean that that big clash on the 19th, it will be to win the group.
Well, the fantasy would be that they reach the semi-finals and then eventually win the semi-finals and reach the finals again. That would complete the wish list.
Oh, come on, you're not that partisan, Atul, are you? Surely not.
Well, if you see the scheduling of Asia Cups and all these cricket tournaments, they make sure India and Pakistan play 2 or 3 times at least. That's the main thing.
Yeah, it's a funny one from my ICC days when I worked there. Certainly seemed to happen more often than not, let's put it that way. And the way the groups are usually drawn is by a snake method. And to describe a snake method, if you had a team 1 to 10 in the rankings, you'd put the seed number 1 in one group, and then you'd have, let's say, 2 and 3 in the next, then 4 and 5 in the other, etc. But there's many ways you can draw a snake. And to be honest, with the lack of bilateral cricket played between the two nations, I think it is great to see Asian Cricket Council events and ICC events, India and Pakistan come together. It captures more eyeballs than maybe any other sporting event in the world.
Yeah, it's like a surrogate advertising. You're selling something, showing something.
It almost transcends cricket, doesn't it? It's not just a sporting clash, it's much more
Shot.
Good use of the feet. That's something we didn't see enough of. And it's going to be 50 for India A's captain. It's been a knock that has been so impressive for its acceleration through the gears. And it's come up more than a run a ball. His second List A 50 and a very impressive innings.
Look at that, how comfortable he looks. He was just small shimmy down the pitch. And look at the power he generates. The main thing for me in this innings of his has been the speed at which the ball has traveled to the boundary.
The acceleration so noticeable. 10 after 22, make that 54 after 50. They'll going through the gears, 17 bowled, 106 for 2.
Really good, isn't he?
I think his hamstring is giving him trouble.
He's not going to leave it. He's not going to 100. Ever gave me the 10 off 22.
Oh, what an innings this is from India's captain. Most notable is the scale of acceleration. His last 28 deliveries, he's hit 44 runs, and it's come with a fluency that wasn't apparent at the start of his knock. A sign that he's got the pace of the wicket and then gone through the gears. He thanks the heavens, just a second List A 50.
Or probably it's the niggle. He thinks that he's got the niggle. Rather than getting out or taking a break, he would rather just keep on going hard at the bowling and hope and pray that he gets away with it. You can see that small limp there. And you said that he was batting on 10 after 22 deliveries. This is remarkable.
Most remarkable as well, you saw there 12 boundary fours, so 48 of his 54 runs have come through boundaries. There's been a tangible difference in the ball striking quality between the two batting approaches today. And I thought Dull was struggling with his footwork, his rhythm at the start of his innings.
Yeah.
Wow, how that has changed.
Yeah, Jawadullah was asking all kind of questions to him, you know. At that point, he realized, then suddenly after that slash over slips, he has realized that the first boundary he got was a bit flashy.
Good stop at extra cover. Joes has played his part too. It's been a very good third wicket partnership, but it's really been dominated by this man.
But after that first iffy shot, everything has been solid. It shows that such a lovely wicket it has been. The timing, the poise, and the power has been remarkable.
Problem for UAE has been the lack of consistency from their spinners as well. If you consider all of those economy rates of India's spinners, all under 3 and over, nearly all of them, even the part-timers were containing. Got another young cricketer with a niggle there, Sanchit Sharma. Problem has been the left-arm spinner who comes in with that much wanted shape from Ahmed Raza, the former Emirati captain, saying he could be the best we've ever produced. 4 overs, none for 27. The young leg spinners, 2 overs, have gone for 21, so they've had to go back to the medium pace of Sanchit Sharma. Think about supposedly one of their strengths. That has been a very noticeable difference.
Monitor above our...
Nicely guided, but despite the misfield, it'll be a dot ball.
शाबाश संची, शाबाश संची। कोई दोनों कॉल करेंगे, मिसकम्युनिकेशन नहीं होगा।
Slight change of the field. Fine leg going to come up and long off will go back. Any of that movement from the ground staff has ended, and they're all going back to their positions as well as the sun splits the heavens. A little bit of a tease from the clouds. The dot ball will close out the 18th. It's 108 for 2.
Chasing how many? 170.
6.
Well done, Nepal.
So that is the state of play here at the quite beautiful Sinhalese Sports Club ground across the road at the Colombo Cricket Club. We've got a winner. Pakistan A have got over the line, but not without a wobble. They did lose 6 wickets, so they've beaten Nepal by 4 wickets.
Yeah, well done, Nepal. I think they have done really well, making Pakistan break a sweat. Yes, the sun is out again, and now no threat of rain and no worry for the Indian captain to just get over that 20 over mark.
Credit to Nepal too with the missing, I think it's 6 in total. Couple over at the GT20 in Canada, couple rested. Karen KC has had a huge workload over recent months. And the 3 associate sides that are here, they're here because of their efforts in Kathmandu at that ACC Men's Premier Cup. Nepal didn't just win the right to be here. This one's cut away for a single, but they have won the right to go to a first ever Asia Cup. They've drawn, I don't know whether it's a great prize or a difficult prize, they've drawn the group with India and Pakistan. So for the first time in their history, their senior men's side will play India and Pakistan, their 2 nearest neighbours. And a day that will fill every Nepali fan with great joy. Beautifully bowled, just slightly back of the crease, maybe delivered from about 23 yards and beats India's captain in the flight.
Nicely bowled. Look at that. He was just stretched. He thought he was on the pitch of the delivery, but he wasn't. And slightly opening up a bit. Look at the shoulders. He's squared up.
And that will be hosted across Pakistan and Sri Lanka. Nepal will travel to both countries. They'll play Pakistan in Pakistan and then India here in Sri Lanka. I think we're going to hear a schedule announcement in the coming days or weeks. Looking forward to that start of September. What a period. A real feast of 50-over cricket coming up. The Asia Cup, followed by the World Cup. We were having a bit of fun off air talking about who in this India A team might bolt into one of those two squads. Come on, don't say it's nailed on. Who could get there?
Well, it's become more complicated with Yashasvi Jaiswal getting to his 100. And there are plenty of people. Ishan Kishan is waiting. And Prithvi Shaw is waiting. And I can name you 7 or 8 guys much above these guys. But Yashdul will pressurize the selectors. If you keep on hammering the runs, selectors will have to take note. That's what happened with Jaiswal. Look at that. He was not in contention before the season began. But look at that shot again. Racing to the boundary. End of the 19th over is 116 for 2. Just had one good season. Good season also, that's not such bad season. Right? Not a finish.
Confirmation, Pakistan A have got over the line by 4 wickets against Nepal. I think Nepal will be disappointed with their early batting performance. Bowling and fielding always been their strength. But that shortcoming to the short ball, I've just been watching back on the highlights. And 6, if not 7 of the wickets falling to the short ball, meaning that Pakistan A have immediately jumped into the lead at the top of the table. India A could go above them though on net run rates. They can close out a big win here over UAE. A few niggles out in the field. Don't think Javadul has picked that up altogether too cleanly down at fine leg.
Yeah, this is the points table. Again, you just mentioned that Pakistan has got their first points in the kitty. India just behind them to do that today. And Afghanistan A and Sri Lanka A already up at 2 points each. They go on to meet each other on the 19th in a day-night fixture.
Guided away for a single, yeah. Net run rate is one that always causes people some confusion, but I'll keep it reasonably simple. Pakistan A chase that Nepal total in the 33rd over. So if India A do that quicker, they'll go above them. That was the last ball of the previous over, just slightly over pitch, but because of the footwork, India's captain created that opportunity to pump it down the ground. So if India A can get there quicker than 32 over, something like that, they'll move to the top of the table. It will all be irrelevant, that net run rate, if they win their 3 games, though. They'll top Group B.
I think that's the furthest from the mind at this point. To just bother about the net run rate at this juncture of the tournament. I think just winning emphatically. I mean, Pakistan still gave away 6 wickets to reach that thing. That is a medal on the chest of Nepal's team, I think. But India would like to win it by 8 wickets. And that is a better signal rather than just getting it faster.
Bowled by Sharma. You can see the plan here. Keeper up to the stumps, bowl stump to stump. Get that ring field, the 5 fielders all saving 1, mid-on, mid-off. Extra cover mid-wicket and backward point. Force the batter to do something strange. Create an opportunity.
But Sanchit hasn't got the pace of Javadullah, so he's got to play this kind of a strategy game, bring the wicketkeeper up, make sure that the batsman stands in the crease, does not come forward and reaches the pitch of the ball. "63 of 58 deliveries." I'm sure he's thinking about the 100 by now.
Yeah, most batters think that way, don't they? There's a chance to get to that 3-figure mark. Do it. To get there, you'll need 37 more of the 55 that are required. Possible. He's definitely scoring much quicker than his partner right now. He'll just want the win, as any captain does too. This one a bit of fortune. He will keep the strike though. Single to close the 20th over. 1-2-2 for 2. Here's the tail of the tape. Disappointment for Nepal will be their batting effort. It was their number 9, Sampal Kami, who top scored with 75. Blown away by the express pace of Shanawaz and Wasim Jr. 9 wickets between those two on a pitch that we felt helped the spinners yesterday. Nepal, definitely their one shortcoming. The short ball instead of express pace they won't have faced as much of. Found out in Zimbabwe and again exposed today, but so much promise, so much potential from the Himalayan nation, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how they go in the Asia Cup, their first ever appearance in it.
And you mean that there are 6 players from the main team not playing today against the Pakistan team? That shows that there is some depth there. You know, it's just a number game. If you see the numbers in India, how many people, the pool of players, it's bottomless. But if you see Nepal, in spite of that, if they can raise up 2 teams, that shows that how far the cricket has come up in that region in the last few years.
Nicely played. Going to be work to do for long off, who won't be able to get there. It was 25, 30 yards yet to run across, and as soon as it beat Sanchi Charm at extra cover, poor old Jawadullah just couldn't get there.
Well, he thought he had it, but the ball kept on going away from him. So that's been the highlight for me for Jashtul's batting today, has been the power and the speed at which the ball has travelled to the boundary. This year 16 after 4.
It's always tough as a young leg spinner, and what I think Aditya Shetty will learn with this exposure to IPL players and players who've come up against some of the very best in the world, you have to bowl a little quicker through the air as a young wrist spinner.
And you need actually a couple of deliveries, stock deliveries, like the faster one or the flipper, or maybe a googly. You can't be just a one-trick pony and hope to survive. Yeah, again, just keeping behind that line before delivery, just making sure that probably he gets that loop and the flight right.
And there is that Nepal match summary. Dipender Singh Airi, Sandeep Lamachane, probably the 2 most consistent bowlers for Nepal, both off at the GT20. Karen KC rightly having a rest. So with all those players missing, Nepal really pushing Pakistan. Credit to them, like you said. Atul will see them in 3 days' time while they take on the UAE side. Excuse me, when they take on India. Nicely bowled. A little bit of flight, bit of drift and dip. Then they will round out their campaign against the UAE the same day on Wednesday the 19th when India A play Pakistan A. Stop ball to close out Shetty's fourth. 1-2-9 for 2.
Okay. Yeah, he's telling next over. Next.
Come back. 2 minutes, they're ready there.
No, in the between the overs.
But I'm
No, it's not turn. Between the overs, we cannot.
7 required from 29 overs. So what an innings this has been from the India A captain Yash Dole. 71 not out of 63 deliveries. At one stage, he took his time to get his eye in. Now he's got a strike rate that's over 100. How things have turned and how the tables have turned in this chase. That's just experience for you. The ability to understand the situation, play according to the situation, and then rest control. Farazuddin is ready to start his spell. Hit by a beautiful cover drive. Unfortunately, this time it's found the fielder.
You mentioned about Yash Dole. Hardly put a foot wrong, isn't it? Last 7 overs, especially. Have been some clean strokes. Played the ball on its merit. Never took a risk. Looked so easy. And so good in the eye as well. And the young Jose just giving ability support. Just having to make those singles and get Yash Dole to the bulk of the scoring.
Remember, it was the 6th over that was in progress when India lost that second wicket. They were 41 for 2 when the wicket of Abhishek Sharma went down. And since then, these two have added another 90 runs from there. Look at that Manhattan. In the power play, there were a couple of quiet overs, but India, especially the spare, they did not despair. By playing out a maiden over from, remember, Sanchit Sharma came on and started off in very economical fashion. Just got their eye in and then slowly and steadily built the partnership that's taken the match away from UAE. Shot on the fall and it's hit powerfully enough. Just a single this time around.
I think Jose is not too comfortable, maybe cramping up. It's been one of those days where it's energy sapping for the players in the middle. Also the you mentioned about the Manhattan, which we'll talk about in the next over. 22 gone, 133 for 2 India A.
ये तेरा कवर आ जा कवर राज
Match number 5 tomorrow, Bangladesh A versus Oman A at the Singhali Sports Club, the same ground. It's an important game for Bangladesh to win, to remain in the competition. And I just want to make the point on Manhattan, the 9th and the 10th over. This is the second game coming up tomorrow. Match number 6 at Colombo Cricket Club. Sri Lanka A and Afghanistan A, both teams unbeaten. And comprehensive wins yesterday. They'll be wanting to beaten each another to have a 1.5 foot in semi-final berth. The 9th and the 10th over and also the 11th over just went for 2 runs. And then all of a sudden, since then, both the batsmen, especially Yash Dole, have pressed another gear and gone on and scored pretty quickly.
UAE batters struck 15 boundaries in their innings in entirety. And they got that 175. Yash Dole's already struck 14 boundaries in this innings of 73.
Shetty,
Making a point about the Manhattan there, Parvez.
Those are the The 3 overs I'm talking about, the power play. 8, 9, 10. Just went for 2 runs. And then, rest is history, isn't it? Burj Khalifa being made consistently.
That's what, teams, seasoned teams can do. They can regroup and again mount a challenge. It'll be 4 more. This from Yash Dole. His 15th boundary. He's moved up to 77. Just another 23 runs away from the 3-figure mark.
The placement was key here. Using the depth of the crease, rocking back and making sure that he finds that gap between third man and cow point. Keep an eye on Yashtul. I'm sure he would have told the non-striker, I'm going for the 100. And whatever situation, I think that's a good thing to have. All of us could have early day off if the bat, the way he's doing it at the moment.
We've already seen 100, remember, scored here in this edition. Avishka Fernando getting 133 yesterday for Sri Lanka A. Oh, just off the edge, but this will run away to the fence for 4 more. Streaky boundary, but he's into the 80s now. And the 100 for the 3rd wicket partnership comes up. It's worth 101 between Yash Dole and Nick and Joes.
Yeah, outside edge. Gave the real kitchen sink. Throwing the bat at it. Not so good bowling by the leg spinner. Feeding the cut shot, which he has still right throughout this game, has shown that he's quite strong over there.
He's just a little rattled there, is Aditya Shetty. Back to the top of his bowling mark, just lost his rhythm there in the run-up.
The form that Yashtul is in, I think most of the spinners will be rattled the way he's batting. And everyone watching this coverage must be thinking, how is he going to bowl at this guy? He's good at the spinners, good at the fast bowlers. As you said, Avishka Fernando yesterday lit up the competition, and this will double it with the batters licking their lips.
On the back foot, punched away by Nikin for another single. Yash Dole still looking for that first list A 100. You go back to his form in first-class cricket, of course, had a 100 on debut in both innings of that match in his very first Ranji Trophy match. Did Yash Dole, what a fantastic start there, but look at his list A career. Couple of half centuries there, still looking for that first 100. Will today be that day? Played late and played well. And the ball will win the chase to the boundary rope. 4 more for Yash Dole. He moves up to 86 now. 23 overs gone. 148 for 2.
I know you are.
Too shy of a 150, the Indian team, the India A side here. 23 overs only and 148 on the scoreboard. That's going to give a lot of reprieve and respite to the camp sitting back in the dugout when they'd lost 2 wickets for 41. Just had a feeling that maybe UAE's A team, their bowling might ask a few more questions of this pair. This is what happened on the last ball of the previous over.
He wanted to come down the track and he saw that the ball was short and just hang back. Just got the placement right and correct. This time Yash will come down the track, probably trying to go a mid-wicket. There's a huge gap between deep square leg and long on. The intention was right, but I just thought he came down the track and yorked himself. It was too full to play that stroke.
Just the angle with which Farazuddin's bowling, you look at long on being a lot wider than straight. The false shot towards long on, another single, this time for Nikin. And the 150, of course, has been crossed by the India A team. They require another 25 from here. Yashdol requires another 13 for his 100.
He's going for it. He's aiming the mid-wicket boundary.
Down the ground, and that will be 6. And that's what I was saying. Long on was a lot wider. He's gone absolutely dead straight, has Yashdol. And what a clean strike. Into the 90s now, the India A captain.
As suspected, he was going for it. Only occasion we thought it's going to be over mid-wicket with the turn. But he thought otherwise. He went against the turn and made it look so easy. Hardly a sweat has been made by young Yashdol. 93 of 73. It's been an exhibition so far by these two batters.
Well, they're still trying to find the ball from under the covers, trying to retrieve it. That's why the little delay in restarting the game. But Yashdol, fantastic innings, 17 boundaries and a 6, a strike rate of over 127. He's just paced his innings beautifully. That's always the hallmark of a good player. You respect the bowling when you just come into bat, get your eye in. This, remember, is a different kettle of fish, the 50-over format. Another single, another firm drive. Just looking very, very assured in his footwork.
Bossing the game in the middle. That's exactly what he's doing, living up to his reputation. Yashdol, the captain of India A team. It has been a batting exhibition so far by the Delhiite, who has been batting really well.
He's clearly shown why he's rated so highly across formats that he plays in. End of the over with that single. 24 gone, 159 for 2.
Keep it in your back pocket.
A 17 need of 26 overs. It's been an India dominant show so far. Chasing 175, 159 for 2 with the skipper Yashdol and Nitin Jose going strong for India. The wicket taker with the new ball. Shawadullah comes to the attack, and that's why the delay. Yashdol had to ask for the helmet back. Matter of time. Nitin Jose probably will want to get the single and get Yashdol in the strikers end. It's 94 not out. Approaching his maiden list 100. Starts off with a wide delivery down the leg side. Lenny, we've been treated by this young man, and every penny what we spent, we'll enjoy it.
What an exhibition. Just the acceleration has been the most notable thing for me, and doing all that was probably not at his full fitness either. Looks like he's struggling with some kind of a leg niggle. Let's hope he's going to be all right for the rest of the tournament. Gone through the gears in the way of a very stylish player. Certainly one to watch for the future. You think about the legacy of India under-19 World Cup winning captains, Mohammad Kaif, Virat Kohli. Yashdol right in the mix, still has so much time to get better and better too.
Yeah, he's been dominating. He's making headlines for the right reason back home. Gets the opportunity to lead his country in this A-team tournament of Asia Cup Imagine Trophy. And boy, he hasn't batted well and led this team really well.
Pulled in front of square, but protection it there will just be a single. Also a good indicator for me not to judge a young player at any point through a lean trot. Struggled a bit in the IPL this year, just 4 appearances, 16 runs. And there are the points tables at the moment. We'll be back into Group A action tomorrow. And if India win, The next couple of overs, they'll certainly go above Pakistan A on net run rate. Players develop at different rates, though, is my point, Farvez, and give them time. Sure, you can think of great players you played with who might not have been brilliant at 19 or 20, but at 25, 26. Is Herath a good example of that?
Rangan Herath, Mawana Tapatu going upstairs for a direct hit from cow point. Umpire wasn't sure. It's always good to go and get the help of the third umpire when you're not sure. But pretty sure with looking at all the body languages in the field that Nikin Jose have made it back. Third umpire is Buddhi Pradhan. Waiting for the replay to come up. Easily done. Easily. Just want to make the point of finding talent at the young age and giving them the opportunity. The biggest name I would say in a batsman is Mawanatapattu. If I remember right, he made that's not out, called by the third umpire Buddhi Pradhan. Mawan comes to my mind. If my memory serves me right, I think it's 6 ducks in his first 7 or 8 innings in Test cricket. Anyone would have wrote him off. And where he ended up with so much runs and capturing Sri Lanka in Test cricket as well as ODI cricket. 100% agree with you. Young players should be given time and have to be treated them with patience, and they will come good.
They evolve at different rates, different players. Some burst onto the scene and stay with it. Here was the direct hit from backward point. UAE still fighting, but clearly Joe's got back. So allow them to develop. If you've identified that talent, nurture it. Yes, he won't have been happy with his IPL returns this year. He did play for that rest of India side too in the Irani Cup. He had a 50 in that first class game. That should be 4. It's the shorter side of the ground. Dug into the pitch, and Joes gets a boundary into the 40s for him.
Just stood up to be hit away. Attempted bouncer by Jawadullah, but Nikin Jose has batted so much time in the middle, he's not going to miss out, especially with mid-wicket and mid-on in the circle. It's almost like a free hit. Just on the matter of youngsters getting chances, the problem with India is that so much players coming through, so many batters coming through. How long or how many games a player can give, and there are about 5 to 6 players, a player fighting for one spot. But that's the other side of the hardship of being a selector there.
Wealth of riches, there's no doubt, from a cricketing talent perspective. Halfway through the chase in terms of overs, it's 166 for 2.
He gets a single here and Jones. It's 2 boundaries. 6 you watch. Small. Yeah, enough. We're happy with me saying maiden list A 100, yeah?
That's India's group fixtures here at the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Cup as the tricolour flies proudly over the beautiful SSC ground. Half an appeal, bat involved, very optimistic. Dull looks like a man who might like to get to 100 with a maximum.
I think he has enough. He just want to finish off the game as soon as possible.
Turns down the single. I think he wants to keep the strike. It's just 10 to win. He needs 5 to get to the 100. That might be playing on his mind.
I bet you my bottom dollar he's going to make it, if he's going to make it, with a maximum. Long on, deep square leg, slightly squarish towards mid-wicket, big gap there, as well as straight down the ground. Those are the options for the captain of India A.
Clever bowling too. You can see that he's anticipating the footwork, and India A's captain coming at him. Just 5 required. What a knock it's been. It's come off 79 balls thus far. Doesn't quite get it the way he'd want it, but he'll get 4. He'll move to 99, just 1 away now. Is the man from Delhi.
As we all expected, he wants to do it in the big one, but in the end just couldn't get the elevation. Powerfully struck, the long on fielder didn't have to move much, but in the end it was made it quite easy.
Well, there it is. What a moment for India A's captain Yash Dal. Remember his name. It's come from just 81 deliveries, 18 fours and a 6. The Delhiite has played a delectable, a delicious innings, and he gets to his maiden list 100.
Yeah, a complete show. Quite patiently played the first few deliveries and then all of a sudden hit the 5th gear and never stopped behind that. And a brilliant 100 and a memorable one, that too.
A really special moment for him. 26 have been ball, 171 for 2.
Kind of one leg, isn't he? Cramps. It's very common when people come into this humidity. Centurion yesterday. Ishka Fernando, yeah.
It was Avishka Fernando at this ground yesterday on this same wicket. Today it's India A's captain Yash Dal, who's played beautifully. What a sparkling innings. 19 boundaries in total, 1 maximum complementing the 18 fours, and well, he scored a very famous century at the Under-19 World Cup that came against Australia in the Super League stages out in the Caribbean. He clearly likes leading and he likes scoring big once he gets in, but the strike rate probably the most impressive part of it. Just 5 to win from here. I wouldn't rule him out doing it with 1 hit for Vez.
It's a 100 package of the skipper of India, Yash Dal. Played with composure, power and complete control. Master strokes. Take a look at that for a stroke. Down the ground, copybook, through the offside as well. The power he generates of the strokes is quite amazing. And that too with the pure timing rather than hitting it hard. Another boundary this time by Yash Dal as well. Was short. Shahbadullah just banging in short and equals the runs as well. It's been a complete package by Yash Dal.
A very special innings, it's acceleration. We were just looking at it. And right on cue, he gives us another highlight. Cut away, the power from rather short backlift. Really quite something. And the youngsters had a day to remember, battled through the heat, the humidity, clearly some cramps, and he's leveled the scores. India A really have outclassed the UAE side here. 2 very young teams, both with average ages of 20. And what a way to take the win and move top of Group B. It's yet another boundary, his 21st in total. The day that Dal won't forget. Maiden list 100 to crown India A's victory. They move top of this group with a comprehensive 8-wicket win with more than 20 overs to spare. Hugely impressive stuff from India A.
Rightly so, he gets to hit the winning run. Finishes in style, down the ground. And the support staff and the players of India A team quite jubilant. Started their campaign with a thumping win and goes ahead than Pakistan with the net run rate. Remember, Pakistan beat Nepal across the road at Colombo Cricket Club by 4 wickets, and now it's India's turn, who beat UAE by 8 wickets. That's a stroke to finish off the game. Copybook straight drive.
Well, when you're doing your visualization the night before the opening game of the tournament, that's what you're dreaming of, as India A's captain hitting the winning runs straight down the ground and holding the pose. Definitely did it the hard way too, through the humidity, battled some cramps. Hopefully he'll be all right in the next 48 hours. They do have a rest day after tomorrow's group games, so that will benefit Dull. What a knock. The very opposite of dull. It was delightful, delectable, and the quality of the stroke play. We've really been given a treat here in Colombo, befitting of the very venue, this historic ground, as India very comfortable and comprehensive in their 8-wicket victory.
The start of the show, skipper Yashtul, 108 not out, ably supported by Nikin Jose, 41 of 53 deliveries, and finishes innings off in 26.3 overs to get the top of the ladder in Group B. The bowling for UAE, the two fast bowlers with the new ball started pressing as well, knocking off the two openers, Sai Sudarshan and Abhishek Sharma, Jawadullah and Nasir there was. And in the end, the powerful Indian batting lineup was too much to handle.
Yeah, handshakes all around between the two teams, but that third wicket partnership, an unbroken 138 run one, just completely broke the back of this contest. But plenty of learnings for both sides, so young, tender in age, not just UAE side, India too. But what you're going to see in this package is stroke play of the highest quality, 32 boundaries, and just the noise off the bat at points. Really world-class stuff.
Yeah, 32 boundaries in this innings. That was a snorter by Jawadullah to get rid of Sai Sudarshan. Nikin Jose started the proceedings well, as he was quite strong, anything short. And Abhishek Sharma, when he was looking good, chopped on his own stump, the bowling of the captain of UAE, Ali Nasar. And then it was a Yashtul show for all of us to enjoy.
An exhibition of stroke play, wasn't it? And credit to Nikin Jose, who just played his part. I think he recognised the situation. He said, well, my captain's on one here. Those two shots, you were on call for them. As the on drive followed by the straight drive, consecutive deliveries. The crispness of the ball striking, really quite something. Is that purely because we see so much IPL experience in this India team?
Absolutely, and the power he generates with those strokes is just amazing. For a young boy, he's quite skinny and tall, not so muscular. The way he times it, it just races off the bat. And some of these strokes are just international quality. Knowing where the field is, getting the placement right. And this is one fantastic shot against the turn when the long off was there. Just took their route and timed it so well. Overall, I think all of us who's watching this coverage are treated to a magnificent show.
Yeah, sign of what's to come as well. Really building up towards that India A versus Pakistan A clash on Wednesday the 19th. But before then, India will have to get past Nepal. They'll be challenged by Nepal, who had their moments against Pakistan A today. But ultimately, UAE A were outclassed, weren't they, by India A, and a comfortable victory, more than 20 overs to spare. India A moving top of the Group B table with an 8-wicket win. And that is the confirmation. Look at that net run rate, over 3 for India A. They are looking very good for a semi-final spot. So too are Pakistan. And things will get tight in Group A with Bangladesh facing a critical game tomorrow. So we'll be back with the thoughts of both captains and find out who the player of the match is in just a few moments. We'll join you very shortly. Well, game day 2 is now officially complete at this ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. The day belongs to India A, and in particular their captain, the man from Delhi, Yash Dal. What a century. Sparkling stroke play all around the ground. Just a couple of moments of fortune early. Believe it or not, he scored 86 runs of his 108 in boundaries. And shots all around the ground. Really good ball striking of very high quality. International standards, said Farvez Maharouf. And may not be too long before we see this man make his maiden appearance for the senior national side. A tough day for UAE's bowlers, just 2 wickets. And very difficult treatment for Shetty in particular. And the match summary shows an 8-wicket win and a move top of the table. As India A take the most comfortable of victories by 8 wickets. We'll have a quick look too at the points table. Confirmation that it's the big guns, India and Pakistan, on top of the Group B standings. And in Group A, which will come back into action tomorrow, it's all to play for, with Afghanistan and Sri Lanka also being in good positions, but Bangladesh A, chance to pick up their first win tomorrow. So time to get down pitch side for the post-match presentation with Rahman.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the presentation ceremony for this match that's just gotten concluded between India A and the A team of UAE at the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. First up, ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce in the presentation party, we have with us Mr. Sujiva Godaliada, who is the Honorary Treasurer, Sri Lanka Cricket. Great to have you here with us, sir. What a match it turned out to be in the end. UAE's A team putting 175 on the board, and India chasing the target down in the 27th over, losing 2 wickets in the bargain, and a mammoth third wicket partnership taking India A home to an 8-wicket win. First and foremost, I'd like to speak to the captain of the losing side from the UAE A team. May I request Ali Nasser to step forward, please? Ali, disappointed with the way the match panned out. You didn't have enough runs on the board in the end.
Yeah, I think our team was about 50-60 runs short, and I think India also played really well in the batting department, so I think we were outplayed quite thoroughly today.
When you look back at that innings, at one stage 66 for 5, and your team ran the risk of being bundled out under 100, and then came that 80-run partnership that helped you get to 175 and thereabouts.
Yeah, I think from where we were, our team did pretty well to get to 175. Credit goes to Ashwant and Faraz, the way they played. They got us back in the game. But again, I think we were still 60-70 runs short. So.
When you look back at the performance today, of course, this is your first match of the tournament, 2 more matches to come after this. What are the positives that you take away, and what would you like to work on?
Yeah, I think a few of our batsmen played pretty well. Aryansh in particular, he looked really good in the start. And then I think a few of our bowlers also looked pretty good. So yeah, I think that was some good positives to take from that.
And things that you'd like to take away in terms of improvements you'd like to make before the next match?
Yeah, we'll try and tighten up our fielding, try and fix our line and lengths in the bowling department, and also I think we'll try and build partnerships while batting, and hopefully we can come on top against Nepal and Pakistan.
I'm wishing you well for the matches to come.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain of the losing side there, Ali Nasser, did put up a fight, his team, but in the end it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough because at one stage the India A team were 41 for 2, and you just felt that maybe there was a chance for the UAE A team to make a match of that 175 that they put on the board. But then came that unbeaten partnership for the 3rd wicket between Nikunjos and the captain of the India A team, Yash Dal, who is also our player of the match, and the captain as well. I'd request Mr. Sujiva to please present the man of the match trophy to Yash Dal, the captain of the India A team. Congratulations, Yash. Brilliant knock by you. The man of the match trophy being presented by Mr. Sujiva Godaliada. Well, Yash, First and foremost, many congratulations on that magnificent 108 that you've scored. Your first list A 100, you've got many in first class cricket, but many congratulations. What a wonderful knock.
Yeah, it's the special knock for me. और टीम के लिए ज़रूरत भी था हमारे लिए क्योंकि हमारे 2 जल्दी आउट हो गए थे, लेकिन विकेट अच्छा था, हमने स्टार्टिंग में थोड़ा टाइम लिया, उसके बाद एक्सिक्यूट अच्छा हुआ.
थोड़ा सा इनिंग्स के बारे में हमें बताइए, बिकॉज आपने जब शुरुआत करी तो धीमी शुरुआत थी, 2 विकेट्स गिर गए थे, दोनों सलामी बल्लेबाज आउट हो गए थे. सेट होने की कोशिश करी आपने और निकिन ने?
हाँ, नहीं, हमारा यही गेम प्लान था कि पार्टनरशिप करेंगे और मेरा यही था कि स्टार्टिंग में थोड़ा टाइम देंगे क्योंकि क्लाउड आ रहे थे, जा रहे थे, तो साइड करना मुश्किल हो रहा था. तो उसके बाद सेट हो गए, फिर हमने इनिंग बिल्ड करी.
और ओवरऑल अगर आपकी पारी की थोड़ी सी और चर्चा करें, जब एक बार आंखें जमा ली उसके बाद तो वो शॉट्स देखने को मिले, वो बाउंड्रीज डाउन द ग्राउंड, फुटवर्क भी ज़्यादा आश्वस्त दिखा.
हाँ जी सर, मैं एग्रेसिव खेलता हूँ बिल्कुल, थोड़ा सेट होके. मैं बॉलर पे ज़्यादा हावी होने के लिए देखता हूँ क्योंकि सेट होने दूंगा तो वो मेरे पे ऊपर हावी होगा. तो मेरा नॉर्मल गेम प्लान था, मैं अपने शॉट खेलूँगा डाउन द ग्राउंड.
बतौर कप्तान अगर आपसे सवाल पूछूं, भारत अपनी जो टीम है, इंडिया ई टीम, आज उसके प्रदर्शन से किस तरह से प्रभावित हुए? हर्षित राणा की 4 विकेट थी, गेंदबाजी के अंदर आपकी पारी, निकिन अच्छा फॉर्म दिखाते हुए.
नहीं, एक पॉजिटिव साइन है टीम के लिए क्योंकि हमने सारे बॉलर्स ने अच्छा बॉल डाला, हर्षित ने अच्छा बॉल डाला और हर एक बॉलर ने अच्छा बॉल डाला, फील्डिंग भी अच्छा रहा, तो निकिन भी अच्छा खेला, स्टार्टिंग में भी अच्छा खेले हमारे दोनों ओपनर. स्टार्ट मिला लेकिन कन्वर्ट नहीं कर पाए और अच्छा लग रहे हैं वो दोनों भी.
जाते जाते बहुत जल्दी से आपसे अपडेट लेना चाहेंगे. आकाश सिंह पुल अप कर गए थे बॉलिंग करते हुए 5वें ओवर के अंदर, क्या फिट है आगे मैचेस के लिए?
आकाश सिंह फिट है सर, वो थोड़ा सा ह्यूमिड हो गया था,
क्रैम्प्स.
हाँ, क्रैम्प्स,
लेकिन उम्मीद ये है कि फिट हो आगे आने वाले मैचेस के लिए. विशिंग यू वेल, गो वेल एंड कंग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन दैट बिग 100.
थैंक यू सो मच सर.
That's Yash Dole, ladies and gentlemen, the captain of the India A side. And just summing up what he said for some of our viewers, because he spoke in Hindi, well, he said he was very happy. He's an aggressive batsman, likes to bat aggressively. We saw that in the innings once he got his eye in, and he's pretty happy with the Indian team's effort. And the parting shot that he gave was Akash Singh should be fit for the next match. That's the other important thing. That's all that we have from the presentation area.
Yeah, sincere thanks to Raman Bano, and lovely to hear the thoughts of India A's captain on a day that he won't forget. Great news, back into action again tomorrow in this ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup here from this ground. Of the 10 AM start time, Bangladesh A versus Oman A. And then across the road, a thrilling clash is in store between Sri Lanka A and Afghanistan A. But that will wrap up our coverage here for day number 2 from here in Colombo. We want to thank you all so much for joining us. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow from bright and early. We'll see you then.